You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, Disney.
Well, there you all are. Thank you for staying in with us. Boy, we have been having a lot of fun here tonight. And as long as we're having fun, we're going to keep doing the program, maybe for another 15, 20 years. Who knows? But we're so glad that you're with us tonight. We are going to have a man come on. He's originally from New England, up here in Rhode Island. His name is Eric, and he's going to be coming on the program tonight. He has a program here called Awakening After the Watchtower. And Eric is a man that, well, he's straightforward, I'll tell you that. A lot of people are starting to really get his program. They love to listen in. They love to comment. And I want you to do that tonight for Eric as well. So let's bring Eric in right now. Hello, Eric.
Hey, Rick. How you doing, my friend?
So doing good, Eric. So, boy, things
You're looking
really
sharp tonight.
Well, yeah, I got to look good. I got to look good.
You always look good, Rick.
I mean, I found out in the beginning that, it's people can be casual today, but I've always kept this little suit on and came in. I always tell my wife here, Susan, I'm the only guy that dresses up and I have nowhere to go. I mean, I don't go out. It's right in my little studio in my house here. But I do. I get dressed up. I want to look good. I don't know who's coming on. But anyways, we've been doing this now for going on 20 years, Eric. And I have to tell you, I am so pleased to see what's happening now. The Watchtower is hemorrhaging, Eric. Yes.
They are on serious damage control right now. Wouldn't that be the theme of what's happening to them? They are, let's say they're the Titanic or a ship, and they're all bailing water out of something that's never gonna. The hole is unrepairable.
Well, the thing is, there has never been so many people exiting the Watchtower as there is right now. And of course, the Watchtower doesn't want you to know that. They're going to try to perk the numbers up. They're going to try to tell you everything is grand, everything's wonderful. But we all know it's not. It's tanking, Eric. But, we have so many new ones coming in. I'm at the control panel here in Massachusetts. I can see everything. I can see phone numbers coming in. I can see all of the activity that's going on behind the curtains here. And I have to tell you, the activity has really been heightened. I have never seen it like this. I mean, when I first came on, I say it all the time. When I first came on, it was hard to even get anyone to talk up. Now I can't even get to all the callers, Eric. It's unbelievable.
Yep, I agree, Rick. And you know what? It's only going to grow from this point forward. And it's great. And it's why Daniel and I came up with the name of the show, Awakening After the Watchtower, or why I came up with Red Pilled from the Watchtower. Because there is an awakening happening, my friends. And I know you hear the same spiel every week from us, but it's astronomical how fast the witnesses are starting to tank. And they are under so much stress from the governments right now. And it's not going down the way they think. This isn't persecution. We all know that. This is them violating human rights, and the governments. If you believe in God, maybe God's using the governments to bring them down. I can't imagine Jehovah or God or whoever name you call him or Jesus would be too happy with what's going on, huh, Rick?
Well, we've got, that's what I say. I've always said it here at the Six Screens on JW World News. We get so many countries right now, Eric. Lithuania, that's it. They don't want the witnesses there. They don't want they don't want to recognize them as a religion. That just came up this week. We didn't even get a chance to talk about it on JW World News. Japan is totally ticked off with the witnesses. Totally ticked off. They don't like the way the Jehovah's Witnesses treat little children. With the blood transfusions and little children dying or being put on the deathbed because of the beliefs of the witnesses. They don't like the way Jehovah's Witness children are being beaten and flogged by their parents. So Japan's on top of them. Belgium, Norway, Sweden, New Zealand, Australia. There's more. There's plenty more. countries that are coming down on the witnesses right now. And this is the first time ever that I've been doing this program. We never had countries coming down on them. We were just a few apostates speaking out in the wilderness. Now we have countries as allies. It's all coming down. It's all coming down, Eric. It really
And
is.
Rick, this kind of ties in with what we're talking about a little bit with what I'm going to talk about tonight, which is politics and Jehovah's Witnesses. I touched on this subject before, but we're going to dive into it, and just the hypocrisy of the witnesses. Well, there's all different aspects of it, but the governing body are so deep in politics, but it's under the radar. It's not outright. And I forgot how I was going to tie this in. Forgive me. I started ranting, but yeah, we're going to talk about even. Do you remember when brothers, maybe they had a union job, right? Say you're a bricklayer, say you're whatever you're doing, construction, um, whatever trade it is, right? Or whatever business. For my father, I'll get into that. Well, I'll tell that story when I get into my program. But for different brothers, they had trouble when there was a strike, right? You got to be politically neutral. This isn't politics. This is business. And that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Just how overboard it's become,
Well, that sounds good to me, Eric. Now, listen, I'm here. If you need me, I'm
Yeah.
here. And I'm going to be listening intently. And I see the audience is growing. Your program is gaining a lot of momentum. We're very proud of you here at the network. So keep up the good work, Eric. Keep going in the right direction. Thank you.
All right, my friend. Well, thank you. Hey, everybody. I just want to say hi to all my friends here. Let's see, who do we got? We got Bob Roberts, my friend Brad from Australia, my mother, my adopted mama, Debbie Moore, King of the Dots, a good guy on this program. Hi, Rebecca, Ruby Quinn. Let's see. I think Oleg is still on here. Oleg, sorry. Beverly Howard, and just bear with me. Carol Maverick, Carol Paradise Maverick, John Marciano. And if I miss Rebecca Wise, and if I'm missing anybody else, welcome. It's nice to have you all here. Well, yeah, we're going to talk about politics and how Jehovah's Witnesses have really just micromanaged us and keeping us from anything politics. I don't really know the real reason why. I suppose control. I think they're also so obsessed with their reputation, like our people don't get involved. But then you got to wonder, is it because they're in bed with the governments and that's what they're getting their information from? There's a lot of different ways to go about it. But I'm going to tell a couple stories and get into a few different points and tell some quotes or speak some quotes that I know. But I'm going to tell the first story of my friend Al Senior. I won't give his last name, but I don't think they would have a reason. They're not witnesses anymore. They ended up not becoming witnesses, and it was the best thing. And I've told this story I think once before, maybe in a comment, but I'll say it on my show. But yeah, my friend Al, Al Senior, he was a mailman, and his wife was a Jehovah's Witness, and he had two kids, a daughter and a son, and he was always constantly what's it called? Not adoption, foster. He was always fostering kids. When one worked out, he adopted I think one or two more, so he had a family of four. They put into the community. They were just really good people. And yeah, he was a postman on a military base in Rhode Island. I think it was Bristol. I think that's where the military base was. If I'm wrong, someone can correct me. But there's probably no Rhode Islanders here. But he tried to get baptized and the elders told him, no, you got to quit your job. He's like, that's impossible. He had a really good job. There was no reason for him to. He was actually blessed and he knew he was. There's no way he was going to leave a government job making that kind of money. He didn't even have to carry a gun. I mean, these people are ridiculous. It's just like, dude. But there's a happy ending to this story because he never got baptized. He never quit his job. His wife left the organization. She got sick of kind of being treated bad by the sisters, not getting invited to from the brothers and sisters, not always getting invited to the parties because Al didn't sacrifice his job. Well, they left, and I was fellowshipped for a while, and I was at a bar, and I just said that so New England. I was at a bar, and it was like a not just a bar, but it had music, and I was with a couple friends, and I was by myself for a minute getting a beer, and I see my friend Al Jr., not senior, but the kid that was really he was my real friend, or we were buddies growing up, and he told me that they left the organization. They know it's a cult, and he said he was glad that I was out, but it was sorry that I lost everything, and that his sister moved to see, her name was Indira, and she moved to New York and became a fashion designer and made it big, millionaire. She's doing really good. I don't know how they're doing now. This was like maybe 10, 12 years ago. But like, isn't that a happy ending to something that could have been a disaster? And I know I'm getting off point a little bit, but that's politics to me. Not having a part of this world, and it's like, why? He's a freaking mailman. You got to be kidding me, governing body or elders, whoever makes these decisions. Another story is my father. He's Martin's a cement truck driver, and he was in a situation, I think, where there was a strike. I don't think it was union, but they wanted to become union, and the Italian bosses, his bosses, wanted nothing to do with union because they knew they would lose control. So there was like a struggle, and because my father was like completely neutral over it, it hurt him because people lost respect for him, and nobody likes my father. They don't like that he's a witness. They don't, and I used to think it was persecution, but now looking back, it's like, no, my dad's being kind of a Richard head, you know. I'm trying to not use swear, I guess, but yeah, I mean, it's just wrong to get in, and what did that do? What is that solving? Nothing. It's keeping. How does this even make sense? It's keeping people from making more money when they have union strikes or some kind of strike or some kind of business debate. You're going to make more money, right? Your publisher is going to make more money and possibly donate more to you. Why these guys are against themselves in a lot of ways. But those are two stories that I wanted to tell about that subject, and then I'm going to get into something else that they have done, right? So they say don't get involved in politics, be neutral. But then what do we have now where um, they're pushing the jab, or they have been for a while? Now the vaccine for COVID has been very controversial and political. It's a political topic, and there's no way around it. And for them to say, "Hey, the Bethelites are all doing it. Why don't you do it too?" I mean, come on. These guys won't meet us in the middle. They want it both ways, and now they're kind of retracting from giving that information out. And what's going on right now? What's her name? I have to write it down because I always forget her name. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. She blasted Fauci for for the mistreatment of the whole COVID situation and the effectiveness of the so-called vaccine that really only hurt people and it hasn't really kept people from getting it. She completely annihilated him, and I'm glad he's under pressure. And you know that the witnesses are squirming too, and they hope this doesn't come back on them. They've made a lot of bad decisions politically. And I think his name was Brandt. I didn't catch his last name, but he was interviewed by Barbara Anderson, and he said what got him out was or woke him up, you know. Well, what was it now? I'm having a brain fart. Oh, the fact that they were had a adultery with Babylon the Great with the UN, and that's another fu to the people. I mean, it's like they can do it. I don't know if they do it anymore, or associated with them anymore. I think they stopped it, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But they stopped it, I think, for a while at least, because the pressure was coming on them. But that's my little take on politics. But I have a couple more points too. Um, Jehovah's Witnesses, I should have got a water. Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't want us to get us involved politically. They want us, like, even let's call it politics in the organization, which there is. But like us as the rank and file, we're not allowed to have um, we're not allowed to question that. We're not allowed to be involved with that. But the elders can have politics, right? They can have the good old boys club. They can decide who gets this fellowship, who doesn't. Protect their kids, stuff like that. And there's a quote, and I know I'm a nerd. There's a quote from Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. I'm not sure which, but a Tolkien, and it's when Galadriel, the elf, says to Gandalf the wizard, um, she says, "Why did you choose the halfling, Frodo?" Or I can't remember if it was Frodo or Bilbo. Forgive me. But Gandalf replies, "I do not know. Saruman thinks that it is great power that can hold evil in check, but that is not what I have found. I have found that it is the small, everyday deeds of ordinary folk that keep the darkness at bay. Small acts of kindness and love. Why the halfling? Because I am afraid and he gives me courage." I think that's a beautiful line, and there's a lot of meaning into that. Because if we do nothing and we just, we'll wait on God, right? In Lord of the Rings, there was the Maiar, and there was some Iluvatar guy that was God, but he didn't do anything. He sent some angels from above. That's kind of the analogy from Lord of the Rings, but it fits in our society, or it fits in our in this subject, and I think that it's very true. If Rick and I didn't do this, and we didn't have any, if Ruby Quinn didn't do this, she has a YouTube channel, and Vern on Fixing My Faith, and Shauna, and all the YouTubers out there, and everybody that the ordinary ones, the regular folk, we have a voice, and it's important. See, they don't want us to have a voice because they want us to wait on Jehovah. What that means is screw off, and don't bother us, and we're not going to fix it. And nowhere in the Bible does it say wait on Jehovah. And they use I looked up on jw.org, and just a few articles and about politics, and they say they're politically neutral because Jesus wanted nothing to do with it. But you can't see how they keep comparing themselves to Bible characters like Moses and Abraham, and they'll tell people like us here that we're Korah, right? Rebels. They keep using Bible characters, calling themselves, well, it's just like Jesus. You guys are nothing like Jesus. That's Jesus. You guys are nothing like Peter and all the other Bible characters. Yeah, how dare you even, like, the audacity to even compare yourself? Like, half these people are window cleaners, concrete, cement truck drivers. I was an auto body. We're just regular friggin' people, you know. But anyways, that's my little rant. Before I keep going, is there anybody that? Oh, I should have checked, make sure I don't have guests. But is there anybody that on the line, or anybody that had a comment, wanted to say something?
Good evening, Eric. Good program.
Hey, Dick.
Have a quick thought. Hi. Just a quick thought. When Rutherford was running the Watchtower, he wrote a letter to the Chancellor of Germany, who was Adolf Hitler, telling him that he agreed with what he was doing to the Jews. But my further point is that if you're no part of the world and you don't have anything to do with politics, why is the governing body president writing a letter to the Chancellor of Germany? And the Watchtower does this all the time. They vote when the governing body meets. They vote on policy. When the writing staff writes, they all vote on different paragraphs that are being different topics. Everything with the Watchtower, is voting. So for them to say they're non-political, which is a big lie, because as you alluded to, the governing body put one of their members on the as an NGO to the as an NGO to the United Nations, and they're still. You mentioned that they're still a member of the United Nations, but they have an unlisted number. But they're still involved with the United Nations even today. Thank you, Eric.
A great point. And you know what? Thanks for having my back with that, because I forgot. I was thinking of different things, and I still got a few points left. But I forgot that he was a supporter of. Um, excuse me, everyone. I forgot he was a supporter of the Nazis and of Adolf Hitler. And there's similarities to our organization. Oh, my camera's off. Similarities to our organization and the Nazis, because what do elders do, Rich? They follow orders. You know, just like the Nazi. Even though they're doing the most horrible things to people. When my wife got this fellowship, she wasn't expecting it, and she had a mental breakdown in front of the elders and everybody. She cried and bawled her eyes out, and like it was more than that though. She just couldn't handle the decision. Her body was like physically and mentally was just gone. The brothers didn't know what to do. They tried to console her, but it was all fake, and they still disfellowshipped her anyway. And it's like, how is that person not repentant? Like, I know you can't just judge it on outwardly appearances, but you're not supposed to do it at all, anyways. That's the point.
Well, you're
But
right. As a person that got this fellowship himself, that's very traumatic. I mean, I lost my wife, my kids, my house, my sister. Everybody turned against me, and it's hard to come back from that, because what they do when they announce that they are trying to humiliate you, shame you, that's their goal. And if you can put up with shaming for a year and a half, 2 years, sometimes even 3, they might let you back in, but you're always going to be cursed, because they're never going to trust you because you got disfellowshipped. It's sad. It's sad that that's how they operate. I'm sorry, that's a little off topic, but I just thought I'd
no, that's fine.
bring that up because you brought up your wife.
No, for sure. It's just it's a sad place that these elders are in, because sorry, Ruby's asking me if there's a link for the StreamYard. Shoot, I'm very limited here from my phone when I do this, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's a link. I will say this, guys. Sometimes if you exit out of the comment section and go to the more button, there might be a link there. Usually there is. You could try that. But sorry, Rich. I didn't mean to interrupt you, and now I lost my train of thought. Yeah. Anyways.
We're just talking about voting and political things. I'm really glad that I can vote again, because I hate the government. I hate Biden, so I'll probably do an IRS audit on me next week. But it makes me feel good that at least I can get my 2 cents in there. I can vote the way I want to vote. And you couldn't do that as a JW, and you weren't supposed to take political sides. But a lot of decisions that are made in Washington D.C., they affect you, and you can't do anything about it because they don't want you voting. But again, not to be redundant, but they vote all the time, and the voting that they do is usually clandestine, but they're still going to vote.
Yeah, and the thing is, I never really have believed in politics because it's failed us. But the thing is, right now, Biden is out of control, and the other guy, we've already had him. We've already had Mr. Trump, President Trump, excuse me, and he did a pretty damn good job. I know people will be mad at me for saying that. Some people maybe for taking sides, but as a Jehovah's Witness, I wasn't supposed to take sides. And I've donated money to him and it's the first time my wife and I have ever done that. And the reason why is because they think that they can illegally go after him and bring him down. But it's like, we all know what's going on, those that accept it. And if we don't get involved, we're going to end up a communist country or worse. And we're going to end up in a dictatorship. and it's not going to go well. It looks like they're trying to collapse our society, and we need a reverse on that. And if we don't, it's kind of like the quote that I said earlier about the Tolkien's quote that it's the everyday deeds of ordinary folk. And Donald Trump is someone who has power. And you know they came down on Alex Jones. They're shutting him down to pay for the Sandy Hook trial or whatever. They're coming after Infowars and shutting him down. They're shutting this other guy down that my wife told me about that's similar to Alex Jones. They're silencing all their enemies. That's what's happening. And the ordinary folk, if we see it and we accept that some people don't accept it, but I accept that we're being overrun, and the witnesses would just want you to roll over and play dead, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You know, they get rid of Tucker Carlson. I'm glad he's
Tucker. Yep.
Yeah, and all this woke stuff. I mean, this is crazy. You know, if you say something against the government, you know, you're going to be in front of an audit, or, you know, they're going to, if you work for the government, they're going to fire you. Yeah, the politics is so corrupt. I mean, especially this Democratic Party. I grew up, my parents were all Democrats, so, you know, but.
Well, you grew up where I grew up in New England. It's all blue.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're Massachusetts, but Rhode Island is next door.
Oh yeah, well, I was stationed at Quonset Point and Newport.
Oh, okay, yeah, Newport's beautiful. I know it's touristy, but I still like it.
Yeah, it's a nice state. High cost of living though. Star 6. Anybody want to comment?
Can you hear us, Eric? Eric has no sound for some reason. We are having some experience. Hold on one second. Who is this?
It's Kim from New Jersey. Hi, Mr. Karen.
Hi, Kim. Hold on one second. We'll get Eric right back. Eric, we're having a hard time. We cannot hear you. I'm not sure why we cannot hear Eric, but just bear with us here for a second. His earplugs or something went out, and we do run into this from time to time. We're not sure what's going on with Eric.
Okay.
Hello, Eric. We cannot hear you. Let's. Hello, Eric. Can you hear us, Eric?
Rick, I'm standing by.
All right, Eric, we're trying to get Eric back on with us. His sound did go out on us. Why, I don't know. We'll have him come back on in a second, but we'll just give him a second. We'll see what happens. Sometimes he has to reboot his, he doesn't work with a laptop or a computer. He works with his telephone, so it makes it 10 times harder. So he'll come back on here, and he'll be right back, I'm sure, with us. But stay with us. You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork. We've got a great program here with Eric. We'll bring Eric back on now. Let's see if he. Hello, Eric.
Hey, buddy. Am I back?
You're back with us. Yeah, you're back with us. I don't know.
My battery was fine. I don't know why it stopped. Just the voice, the mic stopped. For
yeah, no
reason.
problem. But you're back with us now, so right. We're glad you're back with us. And
hey, since I got you here, can you put the link up, because I think Ruby, Quinn, and some others were trying to get in.
Oh, yeah, we got to get that link up. I'm sorry, that link should go up. We're going to get
no
the link.
problem, buddy. You got a lot to do. You're a one-man operation.
Yeah, well, tell them that we'll get the link up here for you.
All right.
Hold on one second. Tell them the link's coming up here shortly. All right, let's do this. Okay, just give us a
StreamYard guilty, Rebecca Wise. Yeah, I would say it's glitchy. Excuse me, not guilty. Yeah, I would say it's kind of glitchy. And yes, Joe and Fran have problems too from fixing my face. Yeah, it can be glitchy at times. I'm doing everything from my phone too. I don't know if that matters. We good to go, Rick?
I'm working on it now.
All right, sorry, buddy.
Hey, Eric, what do you think of Trump getting indicted on 48 or 47 counts?
Yeah, I mean, it's good because it's only made he's made more he's put together more money, raised more money for his campaign. Like it's like a record breaking. And he got convicted. And then on top of that, I don't know what's happening right now, but I have heard the latest news the latest that I heard was that it may be thrown out because the verdict was leaked before it was actually announced, which would make a mistrial. I you know he, uh, on comments on Quora or on YouTube, I say I believe it's rigged, you know, and I think a lot of the American people do. I can't remember what blue state he went. Was it California? Yeah, he went to California. My wife showed me this, and he was out in like near the bay, and there was all these boats, and they were all like for Trump and yelling at him, like uh, encouraging him, and that's a completely blue state. I mean, really, that is a liberal state, and it's amazing that he is winning the American people over. I mean, I personally know that the economy and everything was better. I can't see how you can vote for a guy that looks like he poops himself. You know, I hate to say it like that, but yeah, the man's, I don't know, something's going on. He's definitely, we've all had like elderly people in our lives that had dementia or something like it, and he's not cognitively fit. But like the witnesses we'll just be neutral, you know, leave it in Jehovah's hands. You can't vote for that guy. You got to take a vote away from him.
Yeah, he's a suck. He's sick. You know, he can't even find his way off the stage. Doesn't know his sister from his wife. And he just lies all the time. I mean, you know, he comes on and he goes, well, you know, when I took office, the inflation rate was 9%. No, it wasn't. You know, he just lied. Yeah, and I'm amazed that.
I saw that too. He straight up, he just lies all the time. I think you might like this since you were ex-military. He just lied recently again from Memorial Day weekend. Was it France or somewhere? And I can't remember. He claimed some distant relative of his and what war it was. I don't remember. And it was all fact checked and not true.
Yeah. I mean, he's telling people that he grew up in a synagogue, then he grew up in the Catholic Church, then he grew up in the Protestant Church, and I mean, doesn't he realize that people fact check everything he says?
Yeah, no doubt.
He's just, you know. Well, Satan the devil is father of the lie, and Biden, he's probably I don't want to say it over the air, but I have my questions about him.
Yeah, I feel you. No, I just the world is kind of going to a darker place, and wouldn't it take people um to fight the darkness? You know, if you just roll over, we can't. It would almost be like testing God, wouldn't it? Well, you know, it feels like that. It feels like you're testing God, and you're not supposed to put your God to the test. Until he shows himself or Jesus returns, it's on the little guys. It's on all of us to do something to make a difference. Hey, we're all making a difference here when you and Constance have your show, and even just all of us calling in the comment section, we're all supporting something. We're not just rolling over, and we get to heal and talk together. And I think that's one of the most important parts. Let's see. Oleg on.
Well, it certainly is, Eric. It's cathartic, and I've been doing this for as long as Rick has. Well, yeah, as long as Rick has, and I keep every time I finish a program, I feel really, really good inside because I'm helping people. And in the early years of Six Screens, just listening to people that have gone down the same roads as me, I thought I was the only one on that road. And it's cathartic. It certainly helps me sleep better and feel better about myself. And the fact that I can help other people, that me and Connie can share send a bright light into the darkness of the Watchtower and show them up for the liars and hypocrites and apostasy that they are. They're apostate from the Bible. They made their own Bible anyway, so.
Yep. Absolutely, man. Hi, Oleg. How you doing, my friend?
Hi, I'm doing great. I hope you hear me.
I can hear you just fine.
So yeah, look, I have that
Oh,
book. I ordered it from eBay.
The...
It's really hard to get that book when you live in Russia.
Is that the New World Translation?
Like Skin Interlinear, with the Greek scriptures underneath,
I see.
Yeah, that book actually cost like $100. But one guy from this Lives, he was also here. He actually gifted me that book. I just paid for delivery to Russia, and he basically gifted it to me. So thanks to that guy. I forgot his name. I'm sorry.
Okay, well that's cool.
So yeah.
You talk about Rick?
I really like that book because it has the real original scriptures in Greek, how it's supposed to be, and literal translation, like you probably know, and the New World Translation, and you can compare those together and understand that what is actually Bible saying.
Got you, man. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
What are you? How long were you around Jehovah's Witnesses? Not long enough.
I
not long enough. I mean,
used
to
like I really truly believed in the doctrine, like really believed in it, even though I was never baptized. I believe it by heart, I was feeling like I don't deserve to be baptized, I thought about myself that I'm really, really bad person that don't even deserve to get baptized, That's the reason why I wasn't baptized. The max level I got is unbaptized publisher. So yeah,
good for you.
But I've been believing truly by heart to that ideology for 7 years straight, since 11 till 18 years old. Now I'm 24.
Oh, okay. I'm 42, and I was in it for 30 plus years. And hey, Ruby.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Awesome.
While I was trying to set up here, I didn't catch like the last 10 minutes of your conversation. So what's your topic?
Oh, I was talking about politics in Jehovah's Witnesses, and I brought up a couple stories of. I'll just recap real quickly.
Yo, can I bring one thing real quick? Like, really short
sure.
thing.
Go ahead, Oleg.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. See,
he's gonna come back with it.
I didn't know what he was saying. I thought he wanted to make a point. It just means he's
leaving. What? No way.
Yeah, I actually ordered it from USA.
Oh,
that's amazing!
Heck yeah, go Trump! That's awesome. That's really cool, man.
Don't make me go get my hat now.
That's awesome, bro. I like it.
So I actually went into politics. Like I used to study in Canada for 2 years, and that's the country where I started to be interested in politics. And like I started to be interested specifically because of Trump's Twitter account, and then it was banned.
Yeah, he's pretty wild on there. I think he
So
has
I
his
was
own
never a
company that does
political
that.
person before I started reading Trump's Twitter and
Sure.
start learning English.
You know what hat I want to get? He just did a Kid Rock concert, and he opened on video screen, and he had a quick little thing, and he said something about Americans being the backbone of the country or something like that. And he goes, "You're all hardworking and you're out here rocking," and he goes, "Let's make America rock again." And he put a hat on, and it had the R instead of MAGA. It was Mara.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the people like him too. On top of that, he has charisma, and he has kindness. He's done a lot more acts of kindness than Joe Biden has ever done to regular people. That impresses me. And again, the witnesses wouldn't want you to get involved, but it's like,
Yeah,
why?
he's so live. You can feel the live, you know?
And
You
there's
want to
other
leave when you're listening to his speeches.
there's other men or women or I don't know if there's any women, but there's definitely been a couple of or a few different men that are like, what's one of them? There's a Spanish country where there's a guy with a chainsaw and he made president, and is it Argentina? Make Argentina great again. Like, people are catching on. I think there's also a politician that wants to make Britain great again. So
Yeah,
like
I forgot his name. The guy that's
I know I don't know the names because I'm just saying this on the fly.
Harvey Milei. Harvey Milei.
Got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like his speeches. Like, translated in English, they're like so wild. Like,
Yeah.
he's all against leftists.
Yep, they all are. It's
Yeah, but Jehovah's Witness is actually totally leftist organization.
to be fair to our audience, in case there are, it's the far radical left that's the problem, you know, because there are people conflicted with their party, with Joe Biden. Hey, Jimmy Bell, I noticed that you're on. Cool to see you here, man. Feel free to come on and say hello if you want, bro. It's always nice to have a room full of people here. How you doing tonight, Ruby? You chilling?
Yes, doing good. But the only reason why I decided to jump on was because you're talking about politics. Like, I only join these things if
I'm
it's
sorry, I forgot to tell you what we were talking about. But yeah, it was politics.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love it. I only come on when it's like
how
religion.
you couldn't even be involved in a union strike, stuff like that. Like, they were so like radical with. It's like, what, you're gonna make more money off of him making more money, or her, if they get involved and get successful in making like getting a pay raise.
Right.
I don't know, but even topics like that.
Yeah, but even as JWs, they didn't allow you to vote, right? So you would get reproved or something if you registered or if you voted. And isn't that a violation? Like, to get consequences for voting?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure if that is true or not. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry.
No, yeah, I was just curious because I think it's a violation if a religion is yeah, because you're getting consequences.
I don't know. You have the right to be politically neutral if you want, though, don't you?
Right, but if you vote and you get reproved or DF, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're getting repercussions for
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, especially as an American.
That seems like a violation of our rights.
Well, I think it's funny because my uncle was like devout JW. My whole family, like my mother's generation, was really devout, right? He was the only one who educated me on politics, and my grandma. So from my grandmother, uncle, and then to me, kind of shaped my political, I guess, like worldview, I guess, because he was the first one to actually wake me up. Like, he red pilled me. Whenever they ask you who radicalized you, I say, oh, my uncle, and he was a Jehovah's Witness. It's so awkward. It's weird. But yeah, I started having those opinions, and he used to call me even when I was like inactive and I moved away and everything. He would literally call me out of nowhere and say, oh, so you don't believe the governing body is is real or something, like, because I used to say, oh, they're not inspired, yada yada. That was back in the day when they first said, oh, we're not inspired by the Holy Spirit. And he used to call me and he was like, oh, so you don't believe? And I'm like, bro, they just said it. What you mean I don't believe that they're inspired? They just said it. So, like, what are you talking about? And then he would say, okay, well, how do you feel about Trump? This was 2016, 2017, throughout all those years. And I was afraid at first. I was like, I don't know about it. I don't really care. I don't want to get involved. Like, don't bother me with that, right? But after history went by, and we know what happened, up until today, when I went to New York, and he knew that I was like, over the years, getting more receptive to Trump's message and seeing how everything played out and everything, because I didn't really have a strong opinion. I was always like just neutral and just safe, and always didn't like have these conversations with people, because they're gonna get away from you. Like, oh, she's getting into politics. She's gonna, like, they think that you're getting brainwashed by another cult, or that you're getting, involved with people that you shouldn't be online. I got the hat, I got the flag and everything, but I would hide it in my luggage, so I wouldn't show anybody, or like I didn't show anybody, and I didn't put it on, like nothing. I just kept it like a collector's item, like, get that away from me, but I like it. And then when I went to New York in 2021 and I opened my luggage, he was the first person that I said, Jerry, come over here, I gotta show you something. And when I opened it up, he started like screaming, like he was fangirling because I had the hat and the flag, and like it was a fun thing. It wasn't like too political. It was just fun to get involved into something that we would never think of doing, you know what I mean? And he started screaming and getting so excited. And this is like a 40-year-old man fangirling over, stuff like this, right? So it's like a mini bonding moment. And my grandma got like so upset and angry, and she was like, put that away and don't talk about it or whatever. And it was a real bummer, because even though she wasn't a JW, she was really heavy with the, like, don't even talk about it. Like, there was certain topics that we couldn't talk about it in like in public, but like in her house, but like in the living room. But if we're alone, we could talk about it. So it's really weird how they view that kind of stuff.
It's really bizarre, isn't it? It's really bizarre. Like my mother-in-law, if we ever like talked about anything political or just anything, oh, don't talk about that. We wait on Jehovah. It's just I don't know. Jehovah's Witnesses actually can be really clueless at life, They
my mom used to say,
they
we
don't
vote
get
for
involved
Jesus.
at all. They don't know what's going on because they don't really.
Right.
I don't know.
We vote for Jesus.
Yeah,
right.
my mom used to say, we vote for Jesus Christ as king.
Yeah.
And I was like, can you really vote for a king? Or
No,
right? No doubt.
You should have said this. We vote for Jehovah, not Jesus.
Yeah.
Why are you choosing Jesus over Jehovah? How dare you? He's just a son of God.
Yep. Like, your baptism is your vote. So I already voted at 10 years old when I said that I accepted Jesus, right? So she was like, yeah, we already voted. We're just waiting for him to come.
You got baptized at 10?
Yeah.
What was that like? That couldn't have been fun. Well, you can't even smoke a cigarette without being in the room, like make mistake or anything. That's crazy. I didn't get baptized till I was 18. I tried at 17, but they rejected me. You know why? Because the brother said, he said, do you know what the governing body's role is in our organization? I said, no. Who were they?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
They run things. So I should have just said, okay, I'm not getting baptized. See ya.
Yeah, it was horrible, because I was going through a lot of bullying in school. And I'm like, why is the world against me? And I was like such a victim mentality. And she used to tell me, oh, you pray to Jehovah, cry to Jehovah. So it was like this emotional trauma of like weeping every single time you prayed. And then she was like, oh, your prayers are getting better, because I used to cry more. And then I was like, yeah, I feel so much better just crying every time I pray. And then she was like, you know what? Maybe you should get baptized. And I was going through like literal depression and anxiety and suicidal thoughts at 10 years old, but praying to Jehovah was going to be the answer. And getting baptized would have been the cure. So it was like little medicine, little pills, right, to pray and get rid of it. And then she was like, once you get baptized, everything's gonna get better. We're gonna move away. I'm gonna homeschool you. Like all of these troubles you think you're going through is gonna all go away. All you have to do is get baptized, and we're gonna do the rest. Because she was already planning on moving. Like she had this whole agenda, and I'm thinking, you know what? I think I should get baptized. So I went to the elders, and they were like, "Yeah, of course we'll do the questions with you." It was disgusting. It was like, now that I'm an adult, it's so disgusting because I have a 10-year-old and I would never let him do what they did to me. You know what I mean? Like I should have went to counseling. I needed a doctor.
We all did. But yeah, 10 years old, that's rough. That's a lot of pressure. Now you have to
Yeah.
go out and serve. You have to go out in service to make time, or you're inactive.
Oh yeah, no, my mom had me like I was the exemplary model, like JW kid.
That's a
The
lot
like
of
other
pressure.
kids would look up to me and stuff like that. So I already had the pressure. So I was like, you got to do something.
Uh-oh. Why did my sound cut out?
Yeah, so I just got baptized. That was the answer.
And they didn't get you far, did it? It was the answer. It was answer in the moment.
Exactly. It was temporary. My computer's
We
dying,
wanted to
so
do the right thing and appease our parents. I think a lot of it was.
yeah. I'm gonna step out for just 1 second and come
Yeah,
right back because my computer is
thanks for coming in.
dying. I gotta plug it in.
Alrighty.
Hold on.
Well, yeah, you know what? While we're got a little bit of free time, the one other thing I was going to mention too, and I don't have the details all in front of me, but I was thinking about Malawi when the witnesses weren't allowed to have that political card, and it cost a lot of them their lives, or in concentration camps, or imprisoned, or whatever happened. But then in Mexico, the same situation kind of happened, a similar one, and they allowed to pay off the brothers or whatever, or the brothers were allowed to pay off the officials like 50 pesos or $50 or whatever it was, or whatever the amount was, to have that to say that they did the political card when they didn't. It was a bribe, and they allowed it. You just had to pay it. And so, like, it just shows the hypocrisy of the governing body and all of the decisions that they make. It's like they allow it's all right. So they get to be political, right? You don't. They get to partake of the wine and the bread to be uh, disciples of Christ. You don't, right? Isn't that a black mass? Basically, we've been talking about that before, but uh, it's a rejection of Christ's sacrifice when you just pass the bread over and pass the wine over. Only they get to do it. See, they turn themselves into these Jehovah Witness elites, if you will, and they think I guess they think they are superior to everybody on the earth. That's how they act. They even act superior to the courts. I think it was Bremley, something Bremley. I can't remember his name. Jehovah's Witness lawyer who got fined. What was it, 50 grand for lying at court? It could have been more money than that. I don't have the statistics in front of me. I'm just going off the top of my head. Philip Brumley is his name. But yeah, he got caught lying in court, and then there's I don't know if it's a subpoena but there's a summons for Gary Bro. He has to make an appearance in what was it, Oregon, and it's like they're crumbling down. These men have been playing in politics, and it's they're supposed to be a religion. And but my point being is that they're the only ones that get to be the powerful. They're the only ones that get to call the shots and rules, or get to be disciples of Christ. Everybody else is just a sheep. But sorry for rambling. Does anyone have a comment?
Also, same hypocrisy is applied for taking higher education, because
Absolutely.
like they're saying, like when you are like about to become Jehovah's Witnesses, or like just starting your way, they're saying no for higher education. But if you starting being Jehovah's Witnesses, if you already have higher education, it's a huge bonus for you. So it's advantage for you, because like if you're a lawyer, for example, they're gonna use that.
That's a good point.
Right?
That's a good point. You're absolutely right about that, because it's a bonus for the Jehovah's Witness because they had the college, and it's a bonus for the society because they'll use you up. You know? Like this sister pioneer that I knew, every convention she was always the nurse because she was a nurse. You know, and they usually have one nurse on staff, only for emergencies. But back in the 90s, 2000s, it wasn't only for emergencies. They changed that in a recent elders letter. Not too recent, but more recent than the 90s. But yeah, that was a really good point. I agree with you, brother.
Yeah, also from my experience, like originally, like I have been Jehovah's Witnesses in Kazakhstan. So like in Kazakhstan, there is around like 30,000 Jehovah's Witnesses overall, and like they're mostly speaking Russian and Kazakh, like two languages. So and especially in my congregation, there were a lot of people with higher education, and actually elders in my congregation were encouraging people, young people like me, to take higher education, even though in the Watchtower magazine they were saying like no to higher education. That's actually weird. Especially guys that I studied Bible with, he was saying to me that you have to get higher education, or you will be ending up working as the service, you know, in the field of service.
Right. Yeah,
Like,
I
no, not
think with
a
education,
job where you use your brain.
yeah, absolutely. I think with education and politics, they don't want you diving into it because it also can awaken you to the indoctrination that they put people through. You know, because while college is starting to fade a little bit, at least in America and Western civilization, it's not what it used to be. But it used to encourage.
Yeah, I agree.
critical
Totally
thinking.
agree. I studied in
Yeah,
a
but it
Canadian
used to
college.
encourage critical thinking, and that's what Jehovah's Witnesses governing body are frightened of. Any leadership, they don't want you to critically think if you're in a cult, you know. But our education has failed us. It's more identity politics now, and that doesn't get you anywhere in life.
Eric?
Yeah.
Hi, dear. This is Connie. How you doing tonight?
Hey, Connie, how you doing?
Good. You know, you were talking about Philip Brumley, the top Watchtower attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
He was fined $154,000.
Thank you for correcting me. I undershot it.
Yeah, to the two Montana cases with regards to pedophiles. Yeah, he had false. He had been lying, and then he had false affidavits, and so he was charged $154,000 for lying. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's. And you know what? I told like, because I go on Quora and I kind of troll the witnesses a little bit. I'm not doing it maliciously. I'm just trying to expose them. And I asked them if they knew about Philip Brumley, and I had all the stats in front of me. And the reason why I said 50,000 was because I couldn't remember what it was, and I'd rather undershoot it than overshoot it. But it's interesting. They're all calling me liars. So what I did is I went on. I think it was Mark O'Donnell that posted it on X, and my wife shared it with me, and he had the PDF file and everything of all the information that you could look up yourself. So I sent all the links to Quora, and then the witnesses shut the heck up because I wasn't lying. They called me slime and all these names, but this is a good thing, and I don't take it personal because it exposes that the witnesses kind of have a bad spirit and they're not being loving when they're challenged. They should lovingly, like, try to work things out with people instead of just getting nasty. You know.
Well, and they don't. A lot of them don't really know what's going on. You know, and the thing is that this is an attorney, the top attorney who represents the Watchtower Bible Tract Society, who's supposed to be very honest, and he's not honest. He was lying. So $154,000. He was definitely fined.
And that's the donations of the people's money.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make, I wasn't trying to correct you. I was just trying to validate your point.
Oh, no.
The thing is that, you know, Watchtower, you know, they're not honest. They're not honest when it comes to a court of law and so forth. They have been known to lie, and this is an example. And it just recently happened. It happened like this week. So people need to be aware of that.
Yeah, they do need to be aware of it. And you know what? They also, Constance, they also need to stop on Quora lying. There are witnesses that are just lying to everyone. It's more than lying. It's deceiving. Don't deceive people. Tell the truth. You guys call yourselves the truth, and you're so bad at it.
Yeah. It's the only true organization on earth.
All right, we got I think, is it Becky? We got somebody on here. Hello. Well, anyways, if she wants to come in, I think I put her in. Yeah.
This is the way. This is the way.
Yeah, you like that song?
Yes.
Oleg, I didn't catch when you told a little bit about yourself, but are you a XJW now?
Like, I cannot consider myself as an XJW because I have never been Jehovah's Witnesses because I was never getting baptized. I was only unbaptized publisher, and I've been like studying Bible 3 times, like, over 7 years, because like in Russia, Kazakhstan, we have like some people that are taking like power and doing like Bible studies with you incorrectly. And the elders in the congregation notice that they've been doing Bible studies with us like incorrectly. Maybe, I don't know, they've been studying us like, the old coming like Rutherfordians or like whatever, like the previous when Soviet Union was in place, it was a different religion kind of. And like those old believers that didn't apply for the update in the modern era of Russia and Kazakhstan, they like continue to studying Bible like in old way. So, but they wanted the new way, and that's why I was studying again. So, and it's actually extending my way to getting baptized. So I actually got lucky because of that. Because if I would be studying Bible the right way at the first place, maybe I would get baptized. But now I'm in that position where like they cannot ban me, they cannot charge me with something, they cannot put sanctions on me. And I can freely go into congregation, like everyone talking with me, I'm shaking hands, all that stuff. Like everyone has to talk with me. But I recently tried to like to start another Bible study with elder. And
Okay.
I started a Bible study with 2 elders, and after first study, they refused to continue study Bible with me.
Okay.
Because I was asking questions.
Right. Okay. So
Just
you got
recently.
baptized. So you got baptized where? What are you
No,
Christian?
I wasn't
or what?
baptized.
No,
Oh,
he only
okay.
made unbaptized publisher, unbaptized Ruby.
Yes, but
Okay.
actually, my mom, she actually brought me to Jehovah's Witnesses. But before Jehovah's Witnesses, my mom, she used to be Orthodox Christian. So like,
I was just
from
about
the
to ask
early,
you about that.
yeah, from the early childhood, I'm kind of like baptized like when I was infant.
Oh, a baby.
or
Right.
a
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I
So
don't even remember it.
right. So
Obviously.
how do you feel about that? Do you consider yourself still like believing in the orthodoxy, or are you branching out?
I'm going with Giordano Bruno.
Okay.
If you
I mean, I'll
would
look that
say.
up. I don't really know much about
You
it,
know
but I'll definitely.
Giordano Bruno, that guy that they fired up, like in the history, Giordano Bruno.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to do some research.
Okay. So yeah.
Hey, as a side point, I would like to highlight this comment, and I would like to ask the audience, what crime did Trump commit? That's all. You guys can chat away. I've yet to hear one yet, but like that people will say, well, he did this and that, but what's the crime? And I never hear anything, and neither has Piers
Somebody said it in
Morgan.
the comments though. It was hush money and then something about his businesses.
But not illegal.
So paying somebody to stay quiet is not illegal.
I'm not a lawyer, but I don't. He hasn't been found guilty of anything. That's the thing. They say he's guilty, but then it's like, well, what's the crime? Nobody said what the crime is.
Right.
And then Stormy Daniels, she's not valid because she's already been caught on Bill Maher's show saying that Trump never did anything wrong by her, no rape, no inappropriateness. It was consensual, blah blah blah. But now she's changing the tune of her story, and it's like, yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I love Jimmy in the comments, and I watch a lot of his content and stuff. I always say this about Jimmy. He was the first person who accepted me like online when I came out with my political views and things like that, because the XJW kind of threw me out of the online the online circles, and it was pretty sad. But
Well, you had friends online with the witnesses, like on Facebook or something.
Oh, what? Yeah, it was crazy. That
Right.
2016, 2019.
Right?
Yeah, those times were really great online, especially on Twitter. And and also like the BLM riots and stuff like that in 2020. So 2020 was I came out the XJW community because of the political stuff. And a lot of XJWs were getting involved. And since I didn't go along with the narrative and agree with them that the riots were good and to participate in that type of stuff, they were questioning me like, oh, what, are you a Trump supporter or whatever? And I was like, well, I wasn't planning on saying anything, but since we're on the topic, let's talk about it. And they didn't really let that conversation happen the way we're doing now, which is why I think it's so important for the XJW community to talk about these things and to be open-minded enough to hear other points of view, because a lot of people just don't. And it's kind of sad, but I'm able to talk about those things in a respectful way, so that we can just respect all of our views and just vote accordingly. But that doesn't dismiss the fact that we did our research, we're not in a cult anymore, and that we can have these opinions.
Isn't it important too, guys, that when you leave a cult, to make sure you don't join another one? And I know there are people out there that, well, you're in the MAGA cult. And there's somebody in the comment section that said that someone said in the comment section,
yo, life is a cult.
A MAGA person, but I mean, at any point, if I see this party changing, and I'm not a Republican, I still don't consider myself one at all whatsoever. Just like I don't know if I'm really a Christian either. I mean, I am a Christian, but it's like I don't follow mainstream Christianity. I don't go to church. So, whatever that means. Some people say I'm agnostic, but I'm like, no, because I'm not. So I just, this is church in a way, right? We're all here talking about God and talking about religion and politics. The two things you're not supposed to talk about, I guess.
So yeah, it's actually possible to find a cult anywhere, It's like someone said,
you're right.
like, show me a person,
is.
and I find him guilty of something. Like, show me a person, I found him guilty of something. Same about a cult. There is possible to find cult anywhere. Like, Apple is a cult, Google is a cult, life is a cult, basically. Each country is a cult.
Yep. I think how you can keep free is not diving like critical use critical thinking, and don't just dive into anything that's thrown at you, even if it's your political view or religious view.
The most important thing is to find the best cult.
Use your mind. Don't let someone else control your mind. Let your third eye be open and make decisions for yourself. And you might make some bad ones sometimes, but still, at least you try to look at worldview a little differently instead of how you're told to look at it, right?
Right. Right. You need to form your own opinions based on the research that you do. Because just because you consider it a cult doesn't mean you're brainwashed. And that's why I make the difference. I was indoctrinated as a Jehovah's Witness, but I am not brainwashed or indoctrinated to support a Trump or anybody else if I wanted to. So I did my research. I'm an adult now. And to say something like that, it's outrageous. And I've never really explicitly said this before, but that was my main problem, is that a lot of XJWs have said that to me. Oh, you left one cult to go to another. And I find that very highly offensive because, like I said, I was born and raised into a cult. I didn't know any better. But I am now actively doing research at an adult age and making a decision to support a political person or go, same thing with religion. I'm doing my research and I'm doing what's comfortable for me, and I'm voting according to my values. So to say that to somebody is just offensive. And so that's why I am outspoken. That's why I join, streams like this whenever the topic is here, because I'm like, yes, we should talk about these things, and we should never tell one another, especially as cult survivors, that you left one cult for another. We're doing our research here. We're all adults here. We can talk about it. And if somebody does say it, I have paragraphs of comebacks for days. You know what I mean? Like I'm ready to talk about it, and I have. So if anybody goes on my Twitter, if anybody sees my bio on YouTube, I say it. I'm not hiding it. I'm very transparent and I'm very honest with these things, that this is why I wanted to do YouTube. This is why I speak out, because there is nobody out here loud enough or, able or courageous or brave enough as an XJW to come out and say, yes, I'm right wing. Yes, I'm conservative. Yes, I'm Christian. You know what I mean? Like there's certain stances that we shy away from. And I've been scared and fearful, but I'm not anymore. So this is why I do it.
I feel you. I think it's the same reason why I do. All of us probably do. You know, I don't know. Like my brother, you know what my brother said, because he's a PMO, and we don't talk right now. He's toxic, but I won't get into that. But he told me that what we do here on YouTube and on Six Screens, he called us what's the expression? Social justice warriors, SJWs. I'm like, no, man, that's not what we are. We're not crybabies like that. We're activists. We're warning people. we're whistleblowers. We're the, like I talked about with the Tolkien quote.
Fake news fighters.
We're the everyday normal people just sticking up, showing acts of kindness. Right. This is an act of kindness. All of us hanging out. Oh, I need to interrupt myself. Rebecca Wise, was it? Is it Becky? You came on and you left. And I think you said it's Oleg's time to talk, but this is a group discussion. Everybody can talk. So if you want to come back and join us, and if anybody's having trouble getting on the StreamYard link, I don't think you can click on it, but if you write down the link, I believe it's posted up. I can see it right now. But if you write down the link and just enter it in manually, sorry,
I can just copy.
You can, yeah, you can. If
chat.
you've got a computer, you can just copy it, paste, and put it on there.
Yeah, we'll do that for people. It would be way more convenient.
So, sorry, it's not a quick link. But yeah, that is the link though if you type it in. But yeah, anyways. Oh, am I misunderstanding you, Becky? But sorry if I was. I was trying to read the comment sections. I try to keep every. I like the after hours on Six Screens sometimes, because it gives people like Oleg and myself and Ruby and everybody else in the comment section to have a voice, and Rick, Dick, and Constance, and everybody else that contributes. And I appreciate you all. It's good. It's good to talk about, to get off our chest. There was something about fixing my faith that I was going to comment on, and I don't remember now. I'll have to go back and look. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, I might have passed. The comments are coming in. But yeah, thanks for coming in, Vern, and Shauna, or whoever it is. I think that's Vern's good wife is Shauna. But Vern has a great program too. Joe and Fran are on, and he really helps people too. I know I really enjoy watching his program, Fixing My Faith. Excuse me. Especially like Fridays where he does the news, and Mondays, right, are good too. And I like when he has people come on. It's nice because we all get to vent, and don't we need? It's like a therapy session for all. What do you guys think? I don't mean to talk over everybody.
It definitely is, and I join their channels frequently
I
whenever
see
they
you on
have a.
there.
Yeah, I join a lot, and like I said before, I only do it if I have something to contribute, because for so long we've been silenced. I mean, just not even with the Jehovah Witness stuff. It's just like even outside, people didn't wear that MAGA hat outside for fear of getting knocked out or shot. You know what I mean? Like it got serious for a minute. So, when I came back to
Yeah,
Florida, it
you
was a
went
little.
out from one cult and now you realize that you're in another cult.
Yeah.
The bigger cult.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, in Florida, it's a little bit more acceptable. This is a red state, and there's
you're
not
in
that
the red
many issues here. But when I went to New York, I really had to keep my mouth closed. If you want to keep your job, if you want to keep good relationships with your coworkers, you don't really say much. So if it didn't come up in conversation, I didn't say anything. So you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to censor yourself just for like social status or whatever. And then once I left, I was like, it's not even worth it. I'm gonna blow the lid off of this. You know what I mean? So, you really have to just discern where you're at, read the room, and only have these conversations in a safe place like this.
Yeah, for sure. I feel you. And it is a safe place here. Anybody. I don't mean to keep knocking the left. It's just some things are going out of control where, people probably assume this is a Republican channel. I had never really been political ever. Never. I've never voted. I still haven't voted yet. I probably will now. But um, you know, if Jesus Christ was here, Jehovah's Witnesses, of course I'd vote for him. He ain't here. There's nothing going on right now, you know. I mean, I'm sure he's there up in heaven and watching over, but right now the world is just playing out, and I don't choose to roll over and play dead, or just roll over and die. I'm not saying to fight, nothing like that, but we fight tyranny with our dollar, right? We can vote with our dollar, and we fight tyranny with our voice, even if it's Watchtower or political, if it's religious or political. But Watchtower ain't even religious, are they? They're just straight up cult now. I don't even hear about Bible examples in the Watchtower studies. It's always damage control, apostate warnings, um, forgive your brother, obey, obey, obey. There's like the same. It seems like there's the same narrative that's shoved in the Watchtower.
Yeah, I have one fun story to tell.
Sure, go
like
ahead.
in my city in Kazakhstan, like when I was there like half a year ago, there is one English-speaking congregation in which I start to going, because many people from India are now moving to Kazakhstan because like we have good universities to study medicine there. So yeah, and that's why the English congregation is actually growing there. And what I did, I brought that MAGA hat with me and went to that congregation. And so many people were laughing, actually, and they were smiling because, people like that Trump hat is not actually controversial there in Kazakhstan. People actually laugh because of it, because they see that the first time in their life, because it's something unique. So instead of getting angry reactions, I got smile on their faces.
That's
So
cool. You
like
got
I kind
love.
of tricked their brain. There was like an error or something.
That's great,
They
man.
didn't
That's
know
a
what
cool
to
story.
do. Yeah. Also, actually, that's why I'm buying these books, ordering them from eBay, because we don't have that books here in Russia and in Kazakhstan. at all, like English books, especially the old ones. And you know what I do? Like when you're trying to show them
how many languages
information
do you
from the
speak, Oleg?
websites. I'm sorry. I speak only two languages, Russian and English.
Russian and English? Okay.
Oleg.
So what does Kazakhstan speak? That's Russian?
Kazakhstan used to be part of Russia, so most people there still speak Russian.
It's just Russian then. Okay.
So yeah, like it's actually like half Russian, half Asian country, like Kazakh. So
Gotcha.
my mom actually she's Kazakh, and my dad he's Russian. So like I'm mixed.
Gotcha.
So yeah, but my mom she doesn't know Kazakh. That's why I don't know it. Usually, people that know Kazakh they know it from their parents.
Okay. Well,
So yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to congregations there, bringing them books and showing them the facts straight into their face with the facts, with the actual books. Because, they cannot say to me that it's actually information from apostates,
Yeah.
So, and I actually triggering them that way. And they starting to making questions. I gave that book, Kingdom Interlinear, to one elder. Like it has the actual original New Testament there, like which is in Greek.
Mm-hmm.
The original text, which is above any translation, right? So yeah, and he was holding that book for the first time. He told me it's the first time when I see that. But unfortunately, they don't have that one in Russian. It's only in English.
Can you hear us?
Hi.
Hi.
Oleg, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I would like to ask you how your family and friends are right now over there, and if you know anyone else who's been affected in that area, and how are you doing?
Friends?
Anyone? How are you doing
how
over
you doing
there?
through the war and everything?
And your family?
We are doing totally fine. My parents, they are in Kazakhstan. I'm studying here in Moscow. So in Moscow, I feel totally safe. Like if you have a Kazakh passport, you have no problem to go to Russia or even to Ukraine. Because Kazakhstan is not involved in any of that stuff. So
I'm so glad you feel safe. I really am.
Yeah, actually, here in Moscow, it's really big cities. There's people all over the globe here, even from America, from Canada.
Yes. Yes.
People are living here, working, feeling safe.
The economy's good.
Yeah, economy is totally fine.
Okay, great.
Moscow is one of the greatest cities on earth, I would say. I've been to Canada, and I can tell.
Should we move?
Way bigger.
Should we all move?
Yeah, move here to Moscow. It's a good decision. Buy apartments here
Absolutely
in Moscow
not.
right now.
Hey, you come check out Texas. You come check out Texas, Oleg, and I'll come see you if I can afford it. I can tell you.
It's really cold in Moscow, brother.
It's really hot here.
I don't mind it. I don't have to shovel snow because I live in Tennessee.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But we are the most prepared for global warming.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Yesterday it felt like 100. Yesterday here, the feel like temperature was 115 Fahrenheit. North Central Texas.
Dang, you got to 115. That's crazy. We haven't hit really much over 80. It's been a nice summer so far.
No, I'm saying the feels like with all the humidity in here, you could cut the air outside, man.
Where are you? You're in Texas?
North Central Texas. The tornadoes started off with a tornadic thunderstorm on the other side of me, went over us. We were in the bathroom, and it developed into a huge tornado. Me too.
I was born in Houston. Oh, really? Where? How far are you from Houston?
Herman Hospital was where I was born in Houston.
Yep, that's where I was born too. Yeah.
My great-grandfather laid the bricks on Heights Boulevard and built Reagan.
Okay.
High school.
I don't know it all. I moved when I was 6 years old, but that's where my family lived. We lived in Austin, and I was born in Houston.
What part of Houston did you live in? I grew up in the Heights.
No.
Hills.
We lived in Austin, Texas.
Oh,
For some reason,
Austin.
my parents went to Houston for the delivery. For my delivery. For some reason, they went to that hospital. I don't know why.
Well, because Herman was the best, you know. Dr. Red Duke was there and everything, you know.
Yeah, and then we ended up going to that hospital a couple times because I turned out to be a hemophiliac. I had a blood disorder. So that hospital knew what they were doing, whereas local ones didn't, because that was a newer disease, or well, not newer disease. It's been around for a while, but it was
more treatable
with the medicine. It was more treatable, and it was it was new medicine, and it's a whole side story, but I went through the whole thing where with my parents writing letters to Watchtower, can we give our son blood fractions, all that crap, and it took them a long time to say finally it was a conscience matter. And then my grandfather, who was an elder, he was upset at it for a while. I remember as being a little boy, him getting kind of angry because my mother was injecting me with what I needed.
Yeah.
And then he let it go. He let it go and accepted the change that.
Well, the reason you were at Herman is they did most of their research and care there, and if people remember, Dr. Red Duke was there until he died. The famous doctor, a researcher on heart and what else? He was a big guy for a long time on the medical scene. Somebody else might be familiar with Dr. Red Duke down at Herman Hospital.
You sound like the same Becky that sounds like Debbie Moore's twin, right?
A little bit, yeah, but I'm getting.
You're both Southern and you have a little twang in your voice.
Well, yeah, but I'm getting my voice back a lot better. I was really hoarse, and I've been having to do speech therapy because that darn stroke and stuff. So, but that's it.
You had a stroke. I'm so sorry, sweetie.
Well, it was a mini stroke, but I had 2 grand mal seizures with it. So the doctor, when I wake up, he says, "You have suffered a life-changing event, Miss Becky." That's what I woke up to. And it was for me. My regular doctor says, "You're in really good shape, except you're broke." I'm in good health, except my body's broken, but I'm good.
Right.
I'm working on it, one step at a time, upstairs, hopefully, not falling.
That's all we can do.
Yeah, I'm good. I just enjoy your show so much. Finding so much conversation here. And Oleg, you are a pleasure to have here in our presence tonight. I am letting you know that right now.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I'm so glad to hear that.
More than welcome.
No, you're very welcome. You're very welcome here, Oleg. And we're glad. I was glad that you came onto Rick's show because I'm glad that people are coming into the StreamYard. I don't know why some people are having trouble coming on. Jimmy Bell, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Because I needed. The thing is I do everything on my phone here. It's very limited. If I had a tablet or a computer along with my phone, it would help. But I don't have one. I'm not asking for one. I'm just explaining to the audience. Let's see. At Rick Farring, can you put the link in chat for Jimmy? Yeah, that would be nice if he happens to.
Yeah, I did. I recently posted the link in the chat.
I do have it. It is posted on the as a banner on our show, and you can't click on it. But if you have a computer, you can copy it and paste it. And if you don't, you can write it down and just type it into a Google search, and it'll or from StreamYard or however it works. I think. Sorry.
Maybe you have some kind of a WhatsApp chat or chat on Telegram. Do you have a group chat anywhere, on Facebook?
I just started StreamYard, and I'll get more familiar with it and learn how to post videos myself and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's because
No,
the person who's streaming, they have to click like the share, like invite guests, copy that link, and then put it on the in the chat on YouTube. But only the person who's doing the stream can do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
yes, I understand, but does your YouTube channel has a chat? Like, I mean, like, not the actual on YouTube, on other social media. Do you have any group chats outside of where there is no lives? People talk to each other, continue talking.
Oh yeah, I think they do on Facebook.
Yeah, on Facebook. So how can I join it?
Oh, I don't know about that because I don't use Facebook that much.
Can anyone help Oleg with this? Is there anything there he can join? Because I just joined the live. That's the only way I can really talk in live time with someone. Unless someone
lives
gets
are only
through
happening on the weekends, right?
What about if someone out there will be willing for Oleg to talk to them in real time whenever, or a set time when they can get together?
Well,
Anybody?
I'm
I'm here every other
participating
week.
in ex-Jehovah's Witnesses Russian chat on Telegram.
Yes.
Like we
Oh,
talk, there are
good.
ex-Jehovah's Witnesses in
Nice.
Russia.
Oh,
And
I'm
we
so
talk
happy.
in Telegram all the time. So do you have something
Yes.
similar to that?
Or in the
Okay,
Discord.
now I have no response.
Oh, Discord.
That's awesome.
Finally.
Discord
I
is
have
the
no response
easiest
to that.
thing. It's so easy. I'll
Yeah, I
I'll
have
share a link.
Yeah, Discord is not a problem for me at all.
You're doing the Lord's work, Oleg. Okay.
Amen, Ruby.
I mean, no, yes, seriously, because you already know Jehovah's Witnesses are a cult, and especially on your side of the world, Orthodoxy is really big over there. Because I'm inquiring into Orthodox churches, and I'm going to a Ukrainian Orthodox church, and a lot of different people from different backgrounds are from your side of the world. So it's like I'm learning about that side of the world. Like I'm so ignorant. Well, I
You know,
used to
wait a
be
minute.
very
You're not ignorant. There is
I used
something that
to
brought Ruby. There's something that brought y'all two together tonight because you're learning
Yeah.
something language similar to what you're doing, and you might know a lot of culture there that we don't know.
Religiously, yeah, because
Yes.
it's very
Yes.
traditional, and they have a very strong Orthodox roots. And since I
Yes.
do follow, like I follow that church history and stuff like that, and I'm on Twitter, I'm on YouTube, and a lot of people are just like Oleg, you know what I mean? And when I talk to them, I tell them, yeah, I tell them I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and I'm trying to learn about your religion, your church. Tell me everything.
I know. It's like I talk to somebody, they say, "How are you doing?" I say, "I know how I am. How are you doing?" You know, I already know about me. I want to hear about you before there's a crack in the planet or something. Come on, talk to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, like, you know, in science, there is a science about cults, cultology, or how it's like in English to say. And the only books written about cults is written by Orthodox bishop here in Russia.
Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Dan and Angela.
Hey, good
Hi,
evening.
guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Everyone.
Can y'all hear
I'm
me
doing
okay?
good. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear everyone good.
All right, just wanted to drop in real quick. I see everybody was talking about some political stuff, but I don't want to go that route. Don't you only have like 8 minutes left in your show, Eric?
Do I have 8 minutes left?
Yeah.
I think Rick lets me go on as long as I want to. I guess I don't know why.
Well, if you don't mind, I wanted to share some information with you guys this evening that I think everyone should, take a look at. I've been saying for a while.
More straightforward. No, we don't have 8 minutes left. Just so you
What?
Do what?
Like we've been going on for like 1 or 2 in the morning, so you're good, brother.
Okay. Well, I wanted to share this with you guys. I have said before on the Big Picture episode that not only me, but Laurel and Lori, my co-host, we've said several times that we believe that the CIA has been running operations inside of Watchtower for quite some time. Now, I know a lot of people will scoff at that, and they will be like, "Oh, God, Jimmy, you're crazy." Okay, like I haven't heard that before. But anyway, there's a video that was put out by a guy named Bishop Larry Gathers, Gaithers. He did this video about 2 weeks ago. And the title of the episode was Watchtower, a creation of British intelligence. And what I found interesting about this guy was he's never been involved with Watchtower. He's never been a JW, of course, because of that. So it was an outside perspective. And so when I watched the live chat, or when I watched the video live, I was in the live chat, and I was in there because I wanted to be basically the fact checker if he were to say something that wasn't right about Watchtower. He pretty much nailed everything, except the only thing that I wasn't too sure about and I hadn't heard was Russell having 5 wives. Now, I've never heard that. So, but that was the only thing that he said that I was like,
womanizer.
Yeah, well, we know that.
Yeah.
But if you go and watch this video, I think I put it on my Facebook page, but you got to get past his apostolic way of, he's a preacher, but he has his own way of
the
doing.
noise in the background. The phone lines went down.
Oh, of course they did.
A busy, yeah. Yeah, John Marciano. I'll keep the lines open. They'll come back up. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Okay. So, but when you watch the video, if you do watch it, what he does is he goes in very deep on the bloodlines of Russell and a few other people, and it all connects back to the British Crown. I found it very interesting. And then after I watched that, I watched Dan and Angela's episode with Stephanie Carson. And I will say she's done her research. She's putting out truth, and it matches up with what that bishop was saying about Watchtower and their connection into British intelligence, the CIA, and different things like that. It's really good.
Cool, man. We'll have to check it out.
So wanted to share that. Now, there was some other things people talked about, but I didn't know if we were still talking about it anymore. So,
well, it's all good. We've got a few guests. Hi, Jesse. How you doing?
Real good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good.
Hey,
nice to have you, man.
Hey, Jimmy, I love your stuff on Facebook.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
How do you like my post of ex-JW comedian and Lloyd Evans? That was a great picture, huh? That was one of the greatest
You know I love it. I love it.
I love that picture. I love that picture.
I wish I saw it.
I do want to say something to everybody that I think will help start trying to unify people. Everybody is caught up right now with this whole I hate Trump, or Biden is a kid sniffer, and all this. There's just so much division going on. God. And what everyone, I don't care if you like Trump or hate Trump, whatever, everyone needs to realize the battle we are facing right now. This is a battle between good versus evil. It has nothing to do with right versus left. And and people are getting
I'm in total agreement.
Sorry, I get talking.
Ronald Reagan.
No, I said I'm in total agreement with you. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm in total agreement.
Awesome.
Ronald Reagan said there is no left and right. There's only up or down.
That's true.
Elevate the discourse or bring it up.
Exactly. And a lot of people, a lot of ex-JWs, because we haven't had the experience, of being knowing about political stuff and learning the system and all that, people are so caught up between Democratic and Republican. What you folks need to understand is it's a uniparty. It's one party against the people, all of us. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter if you're right or left. Mm-hmm. So when someone says, "Oh, MAGA's crazy," okay, Make America great again. That's all it is. Wouldn't you, as a citizen of a country like America, wouldn't you want to make it great again? And if you look at your history, that's not the first time this phrase was said. Go back and look who else said it. Bill Clinton. He said, make America great again. So I don't know why people have such a hard time understanding that we are trying to destroy this old guard that's been ruining everyone's life, not just here in America, but across the world. We're looking at a deep state system that has been in place for a long time. And they have infiltrated so many countries and turned everybody against each other. So my message has always been to try to unify people, get them. We can disagree about some things, fine, policies, whatever, that's fine. But the ultimate freaking goal is to get all of our freedoms back and not be beholden to a system that keeps us, everyone, as a freaking slave. So
I'm into that.
It just drives me crazy that people just get caught up in the whole mainstream media narrative about right versus left, Biden, Trump, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I could tell you a bunch of stuff that's going to happen, and I've done it before. But anyway. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, why don't we let Dan and Angela?
This is Zachary. I'd like to comment about what Jimmy just said. Something he said. I want to point out something in that whole.
Oh, hey Zachary, how you doing, buddy?
Thing that he said. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm having a good night. We got a lot of people here listening in tonight, and some guests.
I want to point out something. I want to point out how that was not so even-handed as Jimmy tried to make it sound. I want to point out one thing he said. He said about, I guess, people feeling about Trump and the way people feel about Biden. But notice what he did. He said, some people say, I hate Trump, and other people call Biden a kid sniffer. Now, listen to that, how one-sided that was. Why wasn't it, some people say I hate Trump, and some people say I hate Biden? That was a one-sided put down on Biden. That's what it was.
Well, I appreciate your opinion. You what?
No, but you can see, and some people feel like this idea of make America great again. When the Constitution was written, you only have to go in maybe 3 paragraphs. It takes you 3 minutes to get to the point where they're calling a group of people, basically a race of people, 3/5 of a human. Because in Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution, where it talks about representation, basically the House of Representatives, that's where it says 3/5, the whole number of all other people. So this Make America Great Again, I think that to make America great, you need equality for everyone. So to want to go back to the 50s or the 60s or the 40s, when you had Jim Crow laws and other problems in America, times when women couldn't even vote, I don't think that you consider that a great country. So this
who let Stalin
again? What does it really mean?
How you doing, Vern?
So that's my
I just wanted to hang out with you guys.
Woo! Let's go, baby.
Your time is.
I'm going to mute myself.
Wow. Talk about America hating.
Can I respond to that?
The Constitution. Wow.
Hey Dan, I don't want to cut you out. You've been here for a while too.
I'm good. I'm just listening, guys. Everything's good.
All right, that's cool. I'm just trying to be fair to everyone. Hey,
oh,
Vern.
thank you.
Hey, put Vern back on.
He has a very basic background, but the Canadian flag is triggering me.
Love your hat, buddy. Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, hey, JP. JP's here too. Oh, and I got another guest. Dang, we're slamming tonight. Who else is here? I
Wow.
missed somebody.
Sorry. Good night, all.
Vern,
Yes, Jesse.
peace.
Peace.
Peace, peace, peace and love.
Peace.
Peace and love.
Like
Nope,
Ringo
everyone's
Starr.
here.
Like Ringo Starr. Peace and love.
I could give you
Yeah,
a different
peace.
background, but this is my political background.
Hey,
I love
can I say
Hey,
something?
how cold is it in Canada right now?
Yeah, go ahead, Becky.
Okay,
Here's
I'm
what
down
it's
in.
like.
I'm sorry, Vern.
This is what it's like here right now.
Okay, I hate you.
Beautiful.
No, I'm just playing. I want to be at the beach so bad.
Yo, where are you?
This
Where
is
are you?
where
Are
I'm
you in
really at.
Ontario? Are you in Ontario?
There.
Yeah,
Who, me?
Yeah.
that's where you're.
I'm in
basement.
Alberta.
He's in the
Alberta,
basement. He's in the
Alberta.
elders' room right now.
Hello. I used to live in Ontario.
Beautiful.
Oh, I'm in
Darn,
Alberta.
I was gonna say something that was political, like Vern's flag, but he took it down. But I still
can
want
put
to
it back
say
up.
something. No, I still want to say something. Just a statement, not a political thing. If they're going to stop people from coming into America, they must take the welcome sign down off the Statue of Liberty. I am sorry, because people could sue the states for false advertisement.
We
Just
don't want to
saying.
stop people from coming in the country. We just need them to come in the proper way.
Well, I'm just saying, then the invite needs to have more instruction on it. Do they need to have a PS?
Well, everything
Except
was
for
fine
you?
everything was fine until Biden came in and said open border.
Yep.
Yeah, I understand. I'm down
You know,
here,
that's the
so
problem.
I
That's the
understand.
problem. We never had this problem before. Now we're having
I got
gang members
property.
that
Anybody wants to
rape
come up?
and sacrifice women to Satan. That's the type of people we're getting here. We're getting the
I
worst
understand.
of the worst.
I understand that. I really
Hey, come to
do.
Yuma. Come to Yuma and see it with your own eyes. Come to Yuma
Yeah.
and see it with your own eyes. We just live a couple
Do y'all?
Oh, I don't have to. I know what's going on. I'm in Texas. I was
It's
just making a
incredible.
statement.
It's
Y'all know why the borders. Y'all know why the border's wide open, don't you? You know what
I
these are
do.
being used for.
This is to destabilize strong countries because it's not just us. It's Europe. Ireland is at war. They're burning down
Yes.
migrant centers. They're burning
Yep.
them down, burning them down to the ground. There's been rapes of their women and murder of their children, and they're like, okay, well, we're at war then. Even Conor McGregor, he said we're at war because that's where they're at. It's sad. And we're gonna be if we're not careful and if we don't get go ahead, Jesse.
okay. I got a question for all of you. In Yuma, we're getting invaded by the border every day. It's just like right down my street, 8th Street, down to Morelos Dam. You got United States, Baja California, and Arizona and California right there on Morelos Dam on 8th Street. And
Understood.
there's no Trump. The Trump, it ends, and everybody's just coming over right now. So if it's
Yes.
cold in San Diego, it's hot in Yuma, El Paso. But my question is this: we went to the Kingdom Hall last weekend. My little brother Gilbert went over there, and our Kingdom Hall is full. And so we're thinking that the white people are being replaced even at the Kingdom Halls because they're full, and the English brothers are diminishing in size. For example, we used to be 4 congregations English, 2 congregations Spanish, probably in the 70s and 80s. Now it's flipped, maybe 1 congregation or 2 congregations English, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 congregations in Spanish, and they're full. What's happening in your towns? Is it the same thing happening? Because we hear that the Kingdom
In
Halls
my
are
town?
closing.
Whose
They're not
town?
closing.
She's in Texas, so your town, Becky.
Me?
What about you,
I'm up in North Texas, but I have a son that's down south of San Antonio, right there on the border. He takes care of anybody that comes his way and goes whichever way. Here's water, and that's all I can do to help you, buddy. You're on your own. But he does what he can do to help anybody down there. Oh, the halls, I wouldn't even know anything about them down there now. I haven't been down there. Anybody else?
the Kingdom Halls. There's one. My wife and I tried to get reinstated here in Tennessee, not to be a Jehovah's Witness, just to get our families back. We were going to be PMO, but it didn't work. It just after 9 reinstatement letters collectively, it didn't work. But anyways, here in Tennessee, like as a side point or to get back on track, like I'm seeing a lot of like migrants like coming up to me and they don't speak English and they hand me a card and it's this long story of like them needing money and a family and I don't mean I have donated money and quite a bit actually to the community and I've put help into the community. But I knew it was a con and I wasn't about to give her money. And she did have a baby in her arm, but the whole thing was a con. My intuition said this isn't right, and I said to her, "I'm sorry, I don't have money." And she got mad at me instead of just saying okay, and she like was fighting me. So then that told me that this was definitely a con, you know. And she probably did need the money, but I didn't trust her because I only want to give to Americans. I don't want to give to foreigners. I'm sorry. If you're a Spanish American, I will donate to you because I have this is kind of humiliating to have to admit to everybody, but I don't mind. But I've been in such a bad situation, my wife and I, that I've had to panhandle. So I have been at the bottom of the bottom. I've been homeless. I've that guy that's at the end of a highway thing and asked for money. I had a guy gave me $100 one time and said, "Help yourself, get some help." I wasn't in that situation for drugs or anything like that. It was a Jehovah's Witness situation and what they did to us having to get the heck out of there. But anyways, just a side story. Let me let somebody in. Hey JP, how you doing, buddy? We got another group to the party. But anyways, I'm talking too much. We got so many guests. Anybody got anything to say?
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Is Dan still on?
Yeah, I don't know if Dan's still on. He's always got good points. I love hearing from Dan and Angela. Yeah, he's in the group, but he might not be. He might just be listening.
I love hearing from them too.
I thought it was a good time to come on because Dan, out of all the apostates, he's one of the ones that really woke me up.
Really? Me too.
Yeah. So I did
Me three.
I did a presentation for Dan. If I could do it, I'd just like to do this presentation for Dan, and then I'll be gone. Would that be okay? A little dance.
You don't have to go, but yeah, do the dance.
We're listening.
Okay.
Don't do the no pants dance, okay?
I'll present it.
Is it disco?
I don't know. It's just a little thing.
Ah, darn it!
Right here.
I thought we'd all get up. Go for it.
Hey, you should do
There it is.
Yeah, you should. How about some what's his name? Rod Stewart. If you like my body and you think I'm sexy.
Come on, baby, let me know.
Yeah, Dan calls it the way he sees it, and that's what we need to hear. Some of us.
Absolutely.
It works
He's
for
a
me.
straight shooter.
Yeah, so if you put that on the screen, I'll play
Isn't
it.
Brian Adams?
Whoever's
What do I got to
running
put on the
the
screen?
thing. It's just like putting a person on the screen. I presented it.
Shoot. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm on a phone and I'm retarded.
Well, you know how you put people on the screen?
Yeah, guest. You go to guest.
It's the same thing. It's it's another name just under my name.
Okay, I got it. I didn't see it. Yep, I got you now.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There you go. Okay, you ready? I'm gonna mute my mic.
Wow, look at that.
Hold on.
Should be able to mute my mic.
Oh, this is good. I'm clapping.
It hasn't been like that.
He's clapping.
fuck is going on?
What?
Who are those people?
Other apostates, Oleg.
Yeah, I noticed that. But
We love you, Dan and Angela. We love you.
Wow, thank you guys. That was
We love you
awesome.
all.
Oh my God.
Thanks, Vern. We love you, Dan and Angela.
Yeah, it was funny.
Thank you. We
Okay.
enjoyed it. Thank you guys. Wow, that was incredible.
You can shut my screen off now.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Hey, man, thanks for that.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Hey,
That was really nice.
Hey, Vern.
Yeah.
Never stop flying your freak flag, brother.
Hey,
We
Vern.
all have
Vern.
it. I have a freak flag too.
Vern.
Just look at me. I look like a pirate.
If I could say one thing, Vern, woo, 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 woo. You got to move your hand though in the air. You with a fish, woo, 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 woo. Yeah.
Yeah. You'll have to come on and do a dance. There you go.
Me, I'm not right now. I'll be out of breath.
Yeah. Oh, it's a lot of fun. But yeah, Dan,
it is fun.
We really love you, Dan and Angela. You guys have really helped a lot of us out.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you guys. I was going to tell you, we met thank you for that. We met some witnesses today on the trail, and it was amazing, guys. It would blow your mind. They're amoral. They have no consciousness for truth. I mean, it was just pure shit. We talked to them for 45 minutes, and I said, okay, I want to ask you guys, 75. Never happened. I said, you sound just like everybody else. How'd you guys get gaslighted? The guy said, well, we don't care. We love all you guys. And, we feel this way and we feel that way. I said, that's not what Tony said. Tony said the maggots wouldn't stop eating me.
Hello?
And he said he couldn't wait till I was dead. He blew out a match.
I got a whole box of matches, Dan.
You know what I told him? You know what I told him? What did we tell him about Tony?
No.
Oh, I said, what do you guys think about Tony doing that? And, I said, you guys tell me you love me. Tony says that the maggots are going to eat us. And I said, aren't I an enemy of you guys? Oh, no. You want to know what he told me about Tony and what I saw on there? He said that it was AI. That's what Watchtower is saying now. You can't trust anything on there. It's all AI. And I says, how come you guys don't talk anymore?
Yo, so fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Because they are AI.
Dan, do you know what bothered me, Dan? Dan, do you know what bothered me the most about that Tony Morris blowing out that match? The laughter that came after it. That made me want to puke.
That's what I told the guy.
The laughter.
He was so excited about me dying. He couldn't say enough. The matches was an accent. But here's the other thing. What did we tell him? Enemies. Yeah, I told him, I said, I'm your guy's enemy. But he said nothing. I asked him, how come you guys don't talk anymore? How come you guys are sitting out here and telling us just to go to jw.org? I said, I want to hear your heart. I want to know what you believe in. You don't use your Bibles. and he said, well, some of us get it wrong. And I said, what do you mean get it wrong? And I said, you mean like 1975? He goes, exactly. He goes, 200,000 people got it wrong. And I said, you mean governing body didn't promote that at all? Absolutely not.
Oh my God.
I couldn't believe the lies, guys. I'm telling you.
I lived through it, Dan. I lived through it. My mom and dad had discussions about the house. Thank gosh it was my grandmother's. Oh my gosh.
You know what?
I lived through it.
Guys, they're amoral. which means they don't have moral value for truth. They could give a shit about truth. Every one of them lied to their teeth. And this one lady, she says, I've been in 50 years. And I said, I didn't tell her had been in 50 years well. But I was like, she was so angry. Angela would talk and they were shaking. They were trembling. They were so mad because we asked them every question you could ask them. I said, so 75 didn't happen. The generation prophecy didn't happen. The overlapping. He said, no, it's just a bunch of guys that were over anxious about the end. Governing body never said that at all.
Wow.
And I was like,
over anxious. Hey, Dan, isn't over anxious and pressing forward pretty close to the same thing?
oh yeah. But you know what? They love
That's
governing
incredible.
body. And then I told them this. I said, why are you guys following men? I said, didn't the last assembly? I said, where are you guys headed? I said, where are you guys running off into these refugee camps and stuff? He goes, what are you talking about? I said, your last assembly. You guys are running off. Governing bodies telling you to leave all your shit behind. Where are you going? Oh, that's just in case. I said, yeah, but this year it follows the same theme. I said, the beginning of the assembly, and I got that from JC, his video. The 4-minute clip that he did of the convention, that really hit me between the eyes, you know. And I asked him, I said, and here's the one thing I said, I got to tell you this. I asked him, what are you guys going to do? I said, let me ask you one question. When your Christmas song comes out, are you guys going to stay in? No, he said. I said, I'm going to hold you to it. I said, you guys have got a Christmas song. I said, you guys have got a Christmas song that's coming out. They've run it through AI. They've run it through ChatGPT. They've run it through Gemini, Google's version of ChatGPT. They run it through Perplexity, and everyone said, wonderful Christmas song.
It's a Christmas song.
Coming out in December 25th. And you know what? He says, I'll leave. And I said, I'm going to hold you to it.
Hey,
just
Dan,
like
what are they going to do?
And he said, they're not coming out. And I said, well, what are you guys doing wearing beards? And I said, you know, you guys are older. You guys are in your 60s. What are you doing wearing beards and pantsuits? And he just gave me some mumbo jumbo about. I mean, we asked him everything.
Hey, Dan, wait a minute.
You know,
Wait a minute. What are they going to do, Dan? What are they going to do when the angels are not announcing Michael coming? What are they going to do?
Oh, man.
Wow. Anybody think about that?
Wow.
Wow.
Well, you know what?
I was thinking
They say the Son of God.
I was thinking that I still can't qualify to be a Jehovah's Witness because my beard hasn't changed anything because it has to be neatly groomed.
Yeah, they said they've always been wearing beards, is what he told me, and I said, "Well, that's not
you know what? If I was a brother and they accepted me, I could be in the new Jesus film."
Heck yeah, man! I'd vote for you,
Moses.
No, Paul. You got to be Paul. You got to be Paul with a beard.
I don't like Paul. Peter was the guy I connect with.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, you know why? Cool. Because Peter got in trouble, and I don't care about that. And he
he didn't either, and he didn't either, and he kept going.
I mean, he cut off the ear of the opposer of his brother,
right?
His Lord and Savior. Like that, because I have loyalty. If people talk bad about Rick, sometimes I hear it, and I'm like, okay, because Rick's a really good guy. I like Rick, and I know certain. We're all good people. We all escaped a cult, and we're here to heal. And you know, it's just it's important. I guess what I'm mostly talking about is Reddit and stuff like that.
But you know, the guys that are in there now, I'm sorry to say, I'm feeling like they're done for, and I think they're going to lose every bit of their shit. I think they're going to want their homes. I really do, because think about it. Are they going to let these guys think about it?
I'm leaning that way too, Dan. I am.
They don't have to do anything, guys. They're sitting in trails, beautiful trails out in the middle of nowhere. And I'm like, what are you guys doing out here? He says, oh, you're going to see the carts all the way along. And think about it. They don't have to say nothing. They just say, go to jw.org.
They're publishers of the publishing company.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
But you know what got me, guys? Is here's the thing about life.
Are they a publishing company anymore? Are they? because they have what, one Watchtower and one Awake a year now, and then they have the Watchtower for like all of them every month for the study articles. But they only have
in
one
Kazakhstan,
public one.
we're still getting magazines. Like
how many? Like a month?
Like it's of course it's less, but like
Yeah.
we are still getting it. Maybe because my congregation is actually like a rich congregation or something. But the thing is,
Like
they getting the magazines, the whole a lot of them, and no one taking them because everyone is using phones. I was the only one was taking them.
Okay.
Just take it, give it more to me. I hope no one takes it except me.
Wow.
Oh.
Well, guys, they don't have it's like Papa, like followers. The governing body don't have any love for truth or snakes. And the other thing is the followers are the same way now. I'm sorry to say that. Are you guys still there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want me to put that on, Vern?
What do you want on? Do you want
I don't
another
know.
show?
This popped up and
I didn't put it up.
Anyone of you have a original copy
Here,
of
I'll
Elder
stop
books,
the screen.
Elder's
There.
books?
I got rid of it.
Okay.
Yes.
No, it said there was a guest, and then I looked, and that was the only new thing. So I just
sorry about
my
that.
bad.
You can download it, Oleg, on the on the website.
Yes, but I like to collect the printed stuff. That's why I have the.
You have to be an elder to get one. I'm very sorry.
Yeah,
but tell you guys a secret.
No, just in case, maybe someone has it. I actually wish to have was the one in Russian.
But they updated it, so they changed something. So even if somebody does have it, they got a new one. So you would have to become an elder
was really
now.
surprised. My mom was really surprised when I told her that elders have their own book.
Oh,
but she continues
Yeah,
to be Jehovah's
really?
Witness still. Yeah.
Hey, Oleg, Vern's been studying it. Vern, tell him about you going through the Shepherding the Flock book.
Oh, that's right.
It's good. Tell him.
Well, last week we talked every Monday night on our live. We're going through that Elders book. We're reading parts.
You got to catch up, Oleg. You got to catch up.
Yeah, there's a playlist.
Yes.
But we've been talking last week about the breasting brother. The breasting brother. Apparently, that's a problem, and they got it in the Elders book, and they call them breasting brothers. Brothers that touch sisters' breasts. There's brothers that run around and touch sisters' breasts. Yeah, apparently. They had to make a whole chapter on it in the Elders book.
For real?
I have no response. I have no.
Oh my
It's disgusting. I'd have to slap. I'm not going to go to the elders. My fist is going to go to whichever one did that.
Believe me, this can't be real.
Hey, Vern, that last video you did.
Don't invade my space, or I'll invade yours.
Yeah.
It's actually not possible in Russia because you will get punched in the face right away.
You darn straight. In Texas too. Yeah. Don't do it.
Oh yeah. What was that?
And hopefully her boyfriend don't have a gun in his pocket.
Yeah, in Florida you could get shot.
Yep.
There was
Hey, Texas boyfriends don't take too kindly to that kind of rudeness.
The other thing that blew
I hate rudeness in a man
is you can bribe circuit overseers, bribe them, and that's right in that Elders book. That was the week before, bribing circuit overseers. Well, they don't use the word bribe, but they say you can give them gifts. Money. You can put money in their jackets.
Isn't that sweet? That's such a sweet word.
Bribing. So that means you can bribe the upper level. You can bribe the governing body. They're all bribed. That's where they get the Rolex watches. That's where they get all the fancy stuff.
Everyone paid for.
Yeah, I think that
no, we were just advised to contribute to them, to donate to them, because they spend all of their time not having a real job so that they can shepherd the flock. So my mom used to do hospitality and cook food for them and things like that. So we used to feed them and clothe them. I used to buy people ties and stuff like that.
Let them stay in the house. Yeah.
Jesse, what do you think? You're an elder. You were an elder. bribing those COs? They get gifts, money. People put money in their coats.
Oh yeah, everybody gives the circuit overseer money.
Yeah, they're bribed. If you want to be an elder, you give them $100 every time, right?
You know what? You know what? I had one time out of the goodness of my heart, I gave a circuit overseer money, and he took it as a bribe. And I promised myself I would never. I was in a Spanish congregation that we would fall behind 2, 3, 4, 5 months in the rent, and I would tell my wife, "Hey, cut a check from our personal." So we gave all our lives. We gave everything to our Kingdom Hall. And when that circuit overseer told me that, I said, "Screw it! I'll never give another penny. I'll just I started giving it to my mom and dad and my kids. No more."
Yeah,
no more.
That's crazy.
I gave my labor to circuit overseers and district overseers. I gave my labor to this jackass. I can't even remember his name in the moment. And then the other jackass was Anthony Morris. He was a district overseer. I worked on his car for free.
Oh yeah, you told us that.
Yeah, my mom did the same thing.
He's from Rhode Island. He's from Rhode Island. That's how I ended up him my pioneer and stuff.
Did he bring you out a glass of scotch?
It was in
or anything
Massachusetts.
when you were doing that?
What's that?
Did he bring you out a glass of scotch at least?
Nah, man. I was 20.
Oh, you weren't of age.
But you're in an episode of Hee Haw. You know, donkeys and
He let me in his house for a minute, and I used the bathroom. And,
no liquor.
Met his wife real quick.
It was on the back of the toilet.
He was in a condo. He was in a condo, and it was a Buick. It was leased to Watchtower. I took care of some scratches, buffed them out, did some little work. I was a new apprentice to auto body, but could do some light things. You know.
No liquor. Wow.
No liquor. I was 20.
It was behind the toilet. He said he went to the restroom. It was behind the toilet.
I didn't get the signal. No, he wouldn't share anyways, right? I don't think so.
That's rude.
Not the stuff he drinks. No, I was 20. How could he? That would bring him down, right? You can do it
in Texas.
You don't get caught.
In Texas, we'd say, "Drink this. It's good. We ain't gonna give you the bad stuff. We're gonna let you enjoy it as much as we do."
You bring your own booze in Rhode Island.
No, I was going to ask the brother from Russia.
Let's hear Oleg.
Not brother, but your I forget your name there.
We're all brothers
from Russia.
Oleg.
Yeah,
Oleg.
With a G at the end of it.
How long did you live in Canada? How long did you live in Canada, Oleg?
I lived in Canada for 2 years. It was during COVID. You know, I came to Canada and COVID started right away. I catch up the best time to be in Canada. That was the worst time.
Your English is really good. You got really good English.
Yeah, your English is amazing.
Yeah, thank
you.
Excellent.
I'm still trying to improve it.
I wanted to ask you about, are you not worried about going to jail here in Russia?
Why? Why should I be worried about going to jail in Russia? I'm a citizen of Kazakhstan.
Because the JWs are going to jail?
For
preaching?
There are still so many Jehovah's Witnesses are even preaching, going door to door. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Police officers don't give a fuck.
Really? I thought it was all
really. Wow. The JWs don't care, so they just go into prison.
Wait a minute. That was wonderful. Somebody write that down. Oh my God. Oh gosh, that was hilarious.
Actually, Oleg, I have a question for you. Why do you have a need to go to the Kingdom Hall and like basically preach to them that they're wrong? Like why do you do it if you're not like a member?
I'm trying to help people to escape. I'm like that guy from the book The Catcher in the Rye, you know? I'm just trying to help people not to fall into the dam.
Can I remind you, Oleg, can I remind you of something? You cannot save someone from the fire if you're standing in the fire with them. You have to be out of the fire to pull somebody out of the fire. You can't be standing in the fire with them, or both of y'all are gone. Somebody else has to save both of you. See?
Well, you don't believe in it, right? You know that it's fake.
But if you don't
You're like
believe in it,
infiltrating.
you can be a psyop. There are Bethelites who are
I'm
chemos,
using not.
and they're
I'm
faking.
using
They're
Yes, true. Yes. Yes, I'm not knocking anything. I'm just saying something to
because
him.
he's a chemo in a way. He's pretending to be interested, but he's trying to help people. I respect that.
So yes,
That's
yes,
amazing.
what I'm doing.
I
I'm
do
not
too.
going and saying that
Yeah.
you're wrong. You're wrong.
I
I'm
do.
coming and asking questions. I'm just asking questions. That's it.
Yeah,
And
and you
I'm
know
not
what?
asking really
Yeah,
controversial
Yes.
it's
questions.
beautiful. I think it's
I'm
beautiful.
using Bible.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
I'm
would
using
say-
Bible is my apostate literature.
I would say in this
Yes,
information-
correct.
Go ahead,
So
Jimmy.
if you go ahead, Jimmy.
I would say what Oleg is doing is awesome because we are in an information war, and he's literally going to the front lines.
Yes.
That's my opinion of that. It's like when we
Mine
did
too.
the same thing with your buddy when you did that at the memorial crash.
I was getting ready. Yeah, I was getting ready to mention what we did at the memorial. You know,
Yeah,
we
amen,
went straight
brother.
in,
Yes.
and so I mean, if you hit them face to face like we all do at car crashes and everything, you know, you can get some information through to them sometimes, but most of the time they're just gonna brush it off. And one thing that a lot of folks need to understand is not everyone is going to wake up. It's just not going to happen.
I agree.
Either on the political side of things or even those that are still stuck in Watchtower. I saw a meme the other day that was kind of cool. It said, some people were put here not to grow, to show you what it would be like if you didn't.
Got you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Repeat yourself. I understood, but repeat yourself. Can you repeat that last part?
I'll try. Some people were put here not meant to grow, so you would know what it would be like if you didn't.
Agree. You got to grow yourself. I
agree.
understand.
That's actually very intelligent way to look at it.
It's
That's pretty cool.
very deep. It's very deep. I like it.
And it also helps when it also, sorry, I'll just say this one thing. It also helps when you're conversing with people and you're trying to get your point across on something. I mean, there's something so obvious and you're trying to explain it to them, like, you know, with Watchtower, we all know the governing body pushed 1975. We all know that. But when people dismiss it, you can put that thought in the back of your head, like, okay, yeah, these people aren't going to get it. And then you just move on. You protect your own energy. And so I've had to learn that a lot on the political side of things. Because
I like that. Protect your own energy. I really like that.
Yeah. Anyway,
could I say a point?
Yeah, I also want to point out
I've
that I'm using my unique position. So I was never baptized. I cannot be considered ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, so they can ban me or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
why
a
I'm
free
doing
agent.
it.
Yep.
Do what you got to do.
Hey man, you could be our spy. You know, KGB.
Yo, actually, I'm in contact with one elder from Canada, Ontario. Like, he is on my WhatsApp. He actually sent me a book. Like, he sent me English Bible, the big version, the Holy Scriptures, because we don't have the big versions of them in Kazakhstan. We have only small ones in English.
Hey, Oleg. My little brother wants to know. My little brother Gilbert wants to know: are the Russian girls as pretty as the Mexican girls?
Uh-oh.
Russian girls are the
most watch it.
in the world.
What about the sisters?
Oleg, all women are beautiful. All women are beautiful.
I'm from Kazakhstan.
Try it.
The Kazakh girls are the most beautiful girls.
Would you return to Jehovah for a beautiful Russian girl?
Kazakh girls.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
He's from Kazakhstan, but he lives in
Romanian girl too, Oleg. Romanian.
He still likes the local chicks. He still likes the local chicks. Right, babe.
Yeah, do you know what's the greatest treasure of Kazakhstan?
What?
Uh-oh.
What?
Kazakh girls.
Oh.
Bravo! I'm clapping. Hey, I'm clapping. Go
Hold up
for
a
it, man.
second. Like, I mean, you're still Christian, right? Like, are you still Orthodox, or are you like, what's your position?
My position, I would say, I'm not really like how to say that. My position is that I'm pro Christianity because it's the only way where you can have freedom of speech. I would say we have only freedom of speech in Christian countries, so I support that.
You know what?
Okay, that's good.
In Russia, they highly are into like they want a strong family unit. The president there, and or whatever his title is, Putin. But they want a strong family unit, and they also want Christianity of some sort, or because they know that it creates a strong country, and that's why Jehovah's Witnesses are banned, because they're looked at as radical. And although they shouldn't be tortured, the innocent, regular rank and file Jehovah's Witnesses, instead,
yeah, I'm also against
should
that.
handle
I'm
it
also
differently.
against restrictions and banning.
Yeah, and I agree they should be banned, but I just don't think they should do it so cruelly to them. You know, take away their money.
No, I actually
and
don't believe they should be banned, but they should be like kind of like there should be done some kind of educational work for the people.
Sure. Yeah. There's a lot of people on here. Does anyone have something to say? JP, you've been on here for a little bit. Did you want to say something, buddy? No. Okay. Well, if anybody wants to speak up, go ahead.
Yeah. One more question.
yeah.
What's your stand on the Tartarians? Because Kazakhstan's got to be close to Tartar. Do you believe in the Tartarians?
Tartar?
Yeah.
Like,
I know where he's going.
The nation of Turk.
It's
like
a nation,
the Turk
a little nation right there.
Turkey, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan going together. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah. Was there a nation called Tartaria down there? I see it all over Facebook.
Tartaria is really old and doesn't exist anymore, I would say.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Kind of like 1975. It was there, but then it went.
Do you know what the truth is, guys?
No.
I read this today. You guys have heard it before, but it basically said that ignorance is a choice. There's so much information out there now. If you want to be a dumbass, I mean, it's a choice.
Oh, that's so true.
That guy that was sitting there 50 years today, one of them wasn't saying nothing. The young elder was running his mouth. But you know what I asked him? I said, how come you guys buried Russia in letters? Why did you guys bury him in letters? Do you think that was a smart thing to do? And he says, I sent 10 letters. And I said, yeah, but don't you think that added to their persecution? You know, just crazy stuff, you know?
Can I ask a question? Do we have anyone here who was witnesses when the doctrine about birdless Jesus was in place?
What?
Like, you know, previously in the illustrations they showed Jesus without a beard, right?
Right.
So yeah, do you have anyone here who was Jehovah's Witnesses at that moment when they show up Jesus without a beard, like here in that book?
What had that been in the 60s or so?
Yeah, it's a book from 1965.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
So he's just asking if anybody was a witness in 1965 in here. Yeah, we have some. I think so.
So how did you actually justify a beardless Jesus?
They couldn't justify it. They would always say, wait on Jehovah. My mother searched and searched through the finished mystery and everything. And I told her when I was little, I said, isn't it kind of arrogant that they even tried to figure out the time? Because she was studying and everything, but she was researching their information. And I'm sure that if you even hit them with something, they would probably say, well, that's why we waited on Jehovah, because we've got new answers, because that's what would be their answer. Then they'd have to make you wait till they go find the answers. That's all I have to say about that.
I have no idea. How can you promote something like a religion where you showed up Jesus without a beard? Like, how it was even possible to promote such nonsense?
Yep.
I don't know. They're good at it.
They're good at it.
They're not picking up the phone, so you're not going to get
It's not
your
a
answer.
religion. It's a cult.
The same excuses that Jehovah's Witnesses give everybody now for their false teachings are the same excuses that they gave 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. It's the same excuses. They're doing whatever they can to cover for the governing body. Here's the thing. The game hasn't changed, just the players. It's Watchtower's running the same rules it did years ago to brainwash people.
Yeah, just if they don't change their MO, just like Satan does not change his MO, which means modus operandi, which means their mode of operation. Correct?
Correct.
Did I mess up? Okay.
No, that's right.
I actually thinking that beardless Jesus pictures are only working in America because it wouldn't actually work outside of America.
I would say that's fair.
I would say
that's fair.
Now Jesus from Watchtower has an Australian accent. Him and Joseph. Have you guys seen that? I'm Jesus Christ, Don't doubt me, mate. I'm Jesus.
But they also had him beardless so that the JWs can shave their beards. But ever since they changed that, we're probably going to see Jesus in a beard more often now because Jehovah's Witnesses can grow their beards.
Yeah, but the thing is, why I'm thinking about that, it wouldn't work in like Russia or in Ukraine, like the beardless Jesus, because I show you that book, right? Things in which it is impossible for God to lie. It's a book from 1965, and here Jesus is depicted as without a beard.
Yes,
right?
Oleg, but that's old light, Oleg. You don't understand. That's old light. It doesn't matter.
The very same book. It's the very same book, but in Ukraine. They have the very same book in Ukrainian, which was published 6 years later. And here, in Ukrainian version of the same book, the Jesus, he has a beard.
I think with Watchtower, I think more propaganda may go towards the United States. The reason why I think they may use more propaganda versus the United States witnesses is because most of your witnesses are in the United States. You have the majority of the Jehovah's Witnesses, like what, 1 million? They have 1 million now, so to speak. So you can brainwash more people. So we don't really care. If Watchtower was thinking, we don't really care what they say in Russia or, what was the other country you said, Kazakhstan, about the beards. As long as we get the majority of these witnesses in the United States to fall for our crap, then we're good.
And do what we want. Do what we want.
And it doesn't matter if that's in the book, Oleg. You got to remember one thing: they don't care. As soon as you have new light, you disregard everything from the past. So it doesn't. You could show it to them. You could like 1 million times, and it's not gonna click because they don't care. When we used to get new light
but
or
it's
new
a very
updates,
same book. That's different translation.
It won't matter.
Right? Yeah. Okay. But when we used to get updates, what we would do is just
like the same thing. The same thing was in Soviet Union, where Stalin removed his friends from the pictures and he's the only one left on the pictures. So
Yeah,
because all his
they'll
friends were
republish the
killed.
book with the corrections, or they will tell us to just like outline, like to cross out the sentence until they republish the book, and then once you get the new book, that's the new light. That's what you're supposed to go by. So whatever happened in the past, you throw it away, you get rid of it.
Yep.
No, but usually when usually people trying to show it through the smartphone on their iPad, and they saying, "Oh, it's apostate information," but I have originals, and when it shows them that, they say
Exactly.
they have nothing to say because
Good.
it's their publications. It says
Yeah.
Watchtower Bible and Tract Society on it.
Right.
Has a date, and also I'm telling them that I'm a collectioner. I'm
Yeah.
trying to
Good.
collect all the
Good.
books. I really love all stuff about Watchtower. I'm just collecting it. I'm as like an investor or something. Or
That's
I really like
that's
old stuff.
good.
I'm saying them. I really like books. I feel
Me too.
they more holy. They have more spirit.
Yes,
Not
they
just
do.
my smartphones. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite book? I might not know it, but
Favorite books that I have of Jehovah's
Yeah.
Witnesses.
no.
No, which favorite? Favorite.
What like say fantasy book or whatever book or sci-fi or whatever book you like, whatever it may be, a political book or
It's
say
about history. It's
Tom
about
Clancy book, whatever. What's your fancy?
So my favorite book is the first scientific history of the War of 1812. It's
Wow,
it's
okay.
history
Wow.
about the war between Napoleon and Russia.
Oh man, that's cool. You're an intellect. You gather information, and that's cool, man. You like history.
He needs to watch The Count of Monte Cristo, man.
That's my favorite movie.
Me too. I've got it on my phone.
I love that movie.
He needs to watch that because he runs into Napoleon. It has Napoleon in it.
Hey Oleg,
Yep,
I got
it
a
sure
question.
does.
I got a question for Oleg. What's your thought on the Bolshevik Revolution and the murder of the Romanov family?
It was a tragedy for a Russian nation.
Can you tell everybody why? I mean, I have an idea.
So many people have died. Like the whole country was ruined. It was a big empire, and now all lands belong to no one.
Right.
So
before the Bolsheviks took over and the Romanovs were running Russia, they ran Russia for like 300 years, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, like 1651 they started with the Romanov dynasty. Russia was a very prosperous country. They were a Christian nation. Am I right about that, Oleg?
Yes, you're totally right.
Okay, so they were a Christian nation. And what a lot of people don't understand about what the Bolsheviks did, the Bolsheviks went in to destroy Russia because they were fighting against Christianity. And they murdered so many Russians. And then they kicked out the rightful rulers of Russia. So they basically overtook that country and put Russia in the situation they were in. And then here in the United States, they wanted to turn the American people against Russia. Russia was always the enemy. Think about with Watchtower. It's always Russia, Russia, Russia.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So my last comment on this. So the same people using the playbook that used the Bolshevik Revolution and instituted that are the same people that are affecting all of us right now.
Exactly. You're right. Lenin, he came to the Moscow from Germany. He is an agent from Germany.
Yep.
I did not know that.
And if you look at the first presence of the Bolsheviks party, look at the people, look at their nationality. Who are they?
Yep.
All of the people that started ruling the Russia after Russian Empire tears apart.
You could say that all those presidents at that time, Oleg, or prime ministers or whatever, they were puppets of this deep state New World Order government.
Yep, but Russia wasn't a part of it,
and that's why
Russia's been demonized.
Same
didn't
thing with
that
Gaddafi.
movie Dr. Zhivago, didn't it cover a lot of the Bolshevik revolution? Wasn't that placed in that time period? That movie, Dr. Zhivago?
I never saw it.
I've read Dr. Zhivago.
Okay.
Yes, isn't it good?
Yeah, it's actually good.
It made it,
but I have to read it again, for real, because when I was reading it,
it's a good movie.
No, I haven't.
It's a really good movie. Alec Guinness is in it. Omar Sharif, Julie Christie. It's beautiful. It's very well done.
Did you watch the Russian version of the Dr. Zhivago?
No, I did not. Is there one, or was it just translated into Russian?
There are many Russian versions of the movie. It's actually written by Russian, the Dr. Zhivago.
Yes, I knew that, but I didn't know they made another movie in Russian.
Yeah, of course there is, and they have English translations on YouTube. You can actually Google it and find it and watch it for sure.
Well, Eric, you're the movie buff.
Another.
You can watch all Soviet movies for free on YouTube. They all are free on YouTube because Russia basically gifted to everyone in the world. Never actually authorized it, licensed it, and profit from it.
Eric loves movies. Tell him a movie to watch. He'll go find it.
Me? Well, the movies that I like are old. I don't like new movies.
Me too. I was trying to get you to laugh.
If you want to watch a really cool car chase scene, I would suggest the movie Bullet. It's a good murder mystery, and it's a car chase between a 1967 Ford Mustang Fastback and a '68 Dodge Challenger. If I have the years slightly off, I apologize. But, yeah, it's a really cool scene in California where they go over these hills. JP's on right now; he would know about that. I bet he knows that movie. Steve McQueen is in it. It's a great '60s movie. I like old movies. I like any good movie that has a plot and good acting, and character development.
I've seen it twice. I've seen Bullet twice.
I watched some. I have Hulu and Disney Plus together, and Disney is an evil company, and I hate that I'm even subscribed to them.
Yeah, you need to boycott them. What you talking about? You got Disney Plus. What? And Netflix? No.
Well, listen. It's $10, right? And I get Hulu and all these movies that aren't Disney, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like
no.
you can't. All right, what am I gonna do? Go to
you could go to the library and get DVD.
No, hold on. What am I gonna do? Netflix has cuties. I can't. You know what I mean? Like they're all shit.
Yeah.
Worshipping motherfuckers.
Well,
anyone watch the documentary from Netflix about Osho, the cult of Osho? It's called The Wild Wild Country.
You know what I'm gonna need for you to do, Oleg, is send me an email with a whole list.
Down.
Yeah, send me a whole list because I'm a really big movie watcher, and I go to the library and I get DVDs because I boycott everything in America. I don't buy anything, so I go to the library and I get DVDs, or if it, like you said, free on YouTube. I don't mind doing that.
I'm good. No, that sounds great to me. That's exactly what I do. I go to the library, and if people want a community, go to a book club or a book reading at the library. Everybody's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I want to say something.
You know what my place was?
What, Eric?
The bar.
Well, yeah, me and karaoke in the bar, yeah, but I'm talking about learning here. I'm not talking about.
I worked at this bar though at one time, and it was a nice place to hang out. Like I was a customer first, but then I got disabled and I was allowed to work, and I wasn't completely disabled at that point. And it was a
Hey,
cool
I
job.
love bartenders.
I was a bartender, and I made really good money, like the best money actually I've ever made in 9 months, or what was I there for? 11 months. And I was in auto body for 20 years, and it was better money than auto body.
Well, you're a good talker. You're a good talker. You're interested in people. That makes a great bartender.
Yeah. I did several things. I poured beer. I took orders for pizza and whatever, and I also cut the pizza sometimes to help out or whatever was necessary. But like I did whatever I was necessary to make money, man. Get tipped, and it was there was a one customer that gave me $100 on Christmas, and I was like, damn, and I had to split that with other people, and they didn't know that. But if they gave me cash, I wouldn't have split it because I did all the work for them that night, and I would have never.
They just need to stick it in your shirt pocket and walk away.
It was on a card, and I had to do the whole thing.
Yep.
But no, that was a cool job, and I got a good, nice little social. It was cool.
I like the bars too. In fact, that's the first place I went on 9/11 on my way home to get my kids. Cheers. I had to stop because I had been dealing with it at work all day and helping the customers off the floor and everybody screaming and crying and fainting. It was great. That was a wonderful day.
Yeah, that's a big old inside job.
We understand. I'm talking about the aftermath. That's all that I had to handle that day. And for weeks, actually. And yeah, everybody wanted to beat up the manager because he was telling everybody to get back to work. And I said, do you understand how many thousand people just died when those fell? Are you kidding me? And so he left us alone. I said it in front of the customers, and he left us all alone. So there were a bunch of people just packed in there with one TV. People leaving work, going to get their kids. People running to their families. It was a bad day. And I'm talking in Texas, down in Conroe, Texas. That's what was happening that day in Conroe, Texas.
Yep.
You mean on 9/11? That's what you said before?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I was actually there. I was in the city.
You were in the city, really?
I am so glad, honey, that you are safe. I am so thankful, Ruby, that you're so safe because, oh my gosh, we wouldn't be able to enjoy you so much.
Thank God I was late to school that day.
Honey, something made you late for a reason. Thank goodness.
Yep,
What
and my
was
whole
it that
family
made you
were
late?
I don't know. My mom was a chronic illness, like she had a lot of health issues. But we used to live in the Bronx, but all of my family is from the Lower East Side, Manhattan. So I was going to school, and that's when the first tower was hit, but we didn't know about it. So everything was still normal until we were on the FDR and we saw the black smoke. And my mom was like, what is that? But we continued our day. I was like, oh, let's go to school. It was already like 9 something. And my mom had a gut feeling not to take me to school that day. And she did like a U-turn. She went to my grandma's house, which is literally right next to the Brooklyn Bridge. And as soon as we went upstairs, the news was on. And that's when we realized, oh my God, something was hit. And then from our window, we were watching it. Literally, we saw the second plane hit. And that's when the panic set in and everybody started running and going crazy. It was crazy. And I was 5 years old and I still remember that like yesterday.
Well, when I saw that second plane hit,
close to it. You said you were in the
yeah, I
Bronx.
know it. I know. When that's what I'm feeling.
There.
I'm just sweating listening to how close she was to it. But I remember sitting there and watching that second plane hit, and I'm like a physics major in my head, okay? And I know the heat of plane fuel, crazy, right? And steel. And I'm like, as soon as that plane hit that corner, I'm thinking the second tower is going to fall. because
we thought it was
all I
gonna go
could think
sideways.
of, all I could think of is melting steel. Either the top's gonna fall off, or it's gonna pancake, and they're not gonna find one bit of nobody. They'll be sandblasted, and I'm sitting there just screaming, crying, oh my heavens, praying, fainting. I had to grab a chair. Somebody had put me in it. I mean, it was awful. How many lives were lost in that moment when the first plane hit? How many lives were lost? All I could
And
feel in my heart was just sinking.
Yeah. And
It was
my
terrible.
father was actually the SWAT team at that time. He was in the emergency unit, and he was the first responder to the towers and to everything. So he was one of the first people on site saving people and and doing the cleanup. So it was he went through all of that when I was little. Yeah. So I didn't even hear from my dad for a couple of days until I found out that he brought water and like food to my grandparents and stuff like that. Because even though we evacuated, a lot of people went back. They went back home. And I couldn't believe it that my grandma, she went back home before they shut it down. So even though all of us got out, we can't force people. You know what I mean? So once again, the mentality.
That's right.
Yeah, that it literally comes up in every aspect of life, because even in an emergency, people still don't like change. They don't want to leave. They would rather either die or like stick it out or whatever. So they went back home and we couldn't go until everything was, lifted. And that's how I found out that my dad was alive, because he went and brought them water and everything. And he was trying to tell them, you're going to have to stay put. Like nobody told you to come back home, but now you're stuck and you can't leave your home. So people had to bring water and bring things to them.
Well, I know there's something called paralytic shock that they were talking about, people that stood there and didn't run fast enough. There is something called paralytic shock. And when you go into shock and you're in a paralytic shock, you don't move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're froze. And you really don't move.
What were you saying,
sorry.
Eric?
Oh, I don't know. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Eric.
No,
Oh,
you're
man.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
I have something to add to the topic about Soviet Russia and communism and stuff, and how it happened. Like, how did it affect America actually? Like, during Soviet Union, we had special agencies that tried to promote communist propaganda for the young Americans.
Yep.
And it was exposed by one KGB agent, Yuri Bezmenov, that escaped Soviet Union through India to Canada. And we have videos you can search for Yuri Bezmenov videos on YouTube. And he actually doing lectures about ideological subversion. That's actually what happened. And actually Soviet agents, they succeeded with that. And that's why America came to that condition for now. It's really went to the leftist way, to the communist thinking. Like, that's what's actually happening to America.
Yep.
So Russia was cured out of leftist virus, but now leftist virus went to USA.
Russia has been this way for quite a long time, and if you pay attention to, I know this sounds shallow, but if you pay attention to American, what am I trying to say here? Like our like Hollywood, they've always, in all the movies, they always post the Russians as the bad guy. And I think it's because the Russians rejected leftists and they mentality, but more than that, they rejected the globalists.
Exactly.
Yeah. And because they rejected the globalists so long ago, they were always demonized. And now look, there's a war with Russia and Ukraine, and it's like Russia's the bad guy. Like,
this goes back. This thing with Russia goes back all the way back to the Civil War too, because this leftist ideology, globalist ideology, was on the doorsteps of America during the Civil War. And if it wasn't for Russia, we would have been communist way quicker than what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to take it over back then, and that didn't happen. Thank you, Russia. Russia's been a friend of the United States for a very long time.
Yeah, but they've been demonized.
Yeah, actually,
because of
whole
their-
success of the Soviet Union, it happened because of America, because America actually built all the factories that were taken in place in Soviet Union. Do you know? Did you know about that? That all great factories that we have here, even now in Russia, that were built up and sent by ships to the Soviet Union in the trade to the wheat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was
That's
happened
cool.
during Stalin's rulership, before the Second World War.
Yeah. And what happened to the Russian? I only got 15% left on my battery power, but I'll say this: what happened to the Russian people after the end of World War II? I wonder if people have actually researched that and looked what happened to the Russian people, what the Allies did to everyday Russian men and women and children. They slaughtered them after World War II was over. Isn't that true, Oleg?
Slaughtered?
Yeah, all the mass murders and everything that went on in Russia after the war was over. Maybe you need to look into it. Yeah, it happened.
It's actually hard to say, but I think that, like, actually Russia is the country, the Soviet Union, the most people died from USSR during the World War II.
Yes.
The country that had the most people died is Russia.
Yep. That's true.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and the main victims of the World War II are Jewish people.
Yes.
Yeah, 42 million Russians died and 6 million Jews.
Yes,
Yeah.
my family left Austria. Part of my family left Austria long ago. Ended up in Mississippi.
Well, hey, folks, it was a pleasure being on with you guys tonight. I'm going to go ahead and jump off here. My phone's down to 15% battery power. But it was great talking with you, Oleg, Eric, Debbie, all you guys.
Nice to see you, Jimmy.
Ruby.
It's always great to learn here from Canada all about politics.
Yeah, hey, Ruby. Hey, Ruby, you and I ought to do a video sometime.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot that I can say about what's going on, but I didn't want to take over the show or anything. But I'll just say this, folks: a lot of crap is getting ready to happen in the next 6 months. A lot of stuff that you've never seen before is going to be happening in the next 6 months. Do what?
A lot of the prophets are saying 2024 is a big year.
What'd you say, Vern?
A lot of the people that have predictions, predict things, they say 2024 is a year of big things.
Oh, yes.
Lots
Oleg,
of people are saying that.
what did Oleg say?
They're gonna release new virus, new variant, whatever.
They're gonna try. They're gonna try to do that, but that's gonna fail because the people are hardened to that. After all the information has come out about CV and everything that we conspiracy theorists said in 2020 and 21 has been proven true. There's a lot of information that's come out, and if folks aren't looking at alternative sources of media to get their news, they're not going to see this stuff on mainstream media.
Exactly. Yeah, Democrats definitely have something that they didn't release yet.
They're going to try a lot of stuff. Their backs are up against the wall right now, and so whenever you corner an animal, they go crazy, and they're going to throw out everything that they have. Only the thing I will say to everybody real quick is, do not be fearful. Do not feed into the narrative of fear. If the mainstream media starts pushing something, you need to think the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
use the brain God gave you. Use the brain God gave you. Consider yourself and your family, your neighbors, and then use y'all's brains.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think Jimmy's absolutely correct.
Even from people that believe in spirituality, if they believe in that, their fear is something that Satan feeds off of. Satan feeds off of fear, that energy that we put out.
Oh yeah,
So if we put out love and we don't fear, we love, Satan can't eat that. He can't eat that.
This
There
is
is an
why.
evil spirit, however you want to look at it.
This is why I've been trying to get folks to unify behind a cause that benefits humanity, that doesn't benefit a party or an ideology. But what can we do to benefit humanity as a whole? Why do we have to be divided? And when we are fighting amongst each other about certain things, you're feeding in low vibration that evil forces feed upon.
Yep.
Well, it's like I hate to quote Yoda again, but fear leads to the dark side. Fear leads to anger.
I love Yoda.
Anger leads to fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. You know,
and you're right. I mean, and I know
Yoda. I like. Yes, I do.
Fear keeps us at the bottom. We're at the bottom of the barrel. Fear.
Hey, Vern, was it you that sent me an email? Vern?
Who? Me?
Vern.
No.
Me who?
I don't know.
Okay, I didn't. I got to look back and see who the email was from. I need to respond to
I
it.
sent you an email a while ago when we were talking about you and Jonathan coming on.
Okay, so yes, I still have that email.
Yeah.
I need to respond to you, and maybe we can talk.
Well, go ahead. He's right here. Go.
I got all night.
Didn't you say you wanted to do a video about the blood thing or something like that?
Well, Jonathan, he has a really nice way of explaining it. He really, shines in that department. So I think that subject needs talked about. There's too many JWs giving their lives over for the wrong doctrine.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I'm somebody who had to have a struggle with the because I relied on blood fractions in the 80s. So like my parents had to call.
Jesus has no beard, eh, Oleg?
Yeah, I know.
Sorry about that.
I saw you showed us earlier, and I meant to comment on that, Oleg, and that's cool.
Sorry about
that's Rutherford's version of Jesus, and then you showed us another one where they corrected it and had the beard.
On the stage.
Nobody's sporting my beard though.
Guys, hey y'all, good night. My phone's at 5%. It's gonna die. Y'all take care.
Bye.
See y'all later.
You're welcome anytime, my brother. Love you. Thanks
Bye,
for
guys.
coming on.
Thanks, guys.
Goodbye to
Check
everyone.
out Jimmy Bell's YouTube page.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all.
All right. And
Later,
Facebook, I think,
ta.
Yeah, well, it's good. A good little show tonight there, Eric.
Oh, thanks, man. I think we had a good amount of guests on. Thanks for coming on, Vern. I appreciate your support.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
Vern. It's cool.
Well, this is a good community. It's really growing, and everyone's getting to know each other really well. Now we have Oleg from Russia. That's just wonderful, I think.
It's awesome.
Oleg, you've got to watch Vern's The Elders book. You've got to watch Vern's show about that. Oleg, if you want to know what the elders are up to, even at your hall, babe.
Actually, Vern, Oleg, if I could really suggest something to you, so if you like our program, show up on Vern's program. They have a couple named Joe and Fran on Wednesdays. I don't know what your timetable is, but it's Wednesday night, and it's a really good show. And if you go on Fixing My Faith, you can find them. I personally met this couple, and they're dear friends of mine. And Vern and Shauna are really good people too. And
I've called I've called them on the phone.
It's set up even better than this, and you can come in just like you are now. And
Yes, he joined the Discord.
Eric,
I sent him the link.
You can call them too. I even spoke with Fran and Joe on the phone, and they gave up time just to speak to me, and they're so loving and kind.
They're good people.
Yes.
I just found Fixing My Face.
We hope to meet Joe and Fran in Niagara later on this year.
Nice.
Cool.
Been there, love it. Can't make it, no money.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Okay,
actually,
well,
like the old covers.
I love it
I'm gonna
there.
head
It's
her out.
beautiful.
I'm gonna head her. Okay, we'll see you later. Eric.
Bye.
Bye.
Ruby,
Tell
see you,
your
Old
wife
Leg, and
send your
Rebecca,
love to your wife, man.
JP,
Niagara. Wow.
and Dan. If Dan's online, we'll see you, Dan and Angela. We
I
love you
think
too.
Dan left. Yeah.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
guys
have
are
a good
great.
night, everyone.
Okay, we'll see you later.
Have a good night, buddy. Take care.
Bye bye.
All right. Hey, JP. What's going on, Jerry? You there, man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing, brother?
Oh, I'm doing all right.
Nice. Nice
Sorry,
to
I
have
was
you
just
here, man.
yeah, I was just listening. I was just in between like a few things tonight. I wanted to talk earlier, but sometimes things happen. So.
I feel you.
Pretty good show tonight. You had a lot of people coming in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been pretty good, man. I think so too.
What'd you want to talk about, JP? You said you wanted to talk about something earlier.
Oh, nothing really much. I was just kind of listening to the show. But what were you talking about earlier, Eric? Do you have a topic tonight, or was it kind of open just to like whoever was calling in?
I was talking about politics and how Jehovah's Witnesses get extreme with it. The whole discussion tonight has basically been about politics from there. I started with how Jehovah's Witnesses get so deep with politics that a friend of mine couldn't get baptized because he worked in a military base as a postman. No gun. He didn't even carry a gun. He was just a postman. What else was it? Certain stories. My father couldn't be a part of the company that he was working for wanted to go union, and they kind of went on strike for it, and there was no way the bosses want to be on union. My dad just stayed neutral and pissed everybody off. But I was just bringing up certain things, how Jehovah's Witnesses are hypocrites, like the leadership, because they're political. They push the jab, and that's a political topic. Oh, I got a guest over here. Let me let somebody in. Who's this? Everybody's here, right? Oh, JP left. There you go. You back, JP?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're good, man. But yeah, I was just talking about the hypocrisy of politics, how J-dubs have been very political over the years.
Yeah, I think I'm just happy with the freedom I have now to think however I want politically and do as I wish now. I don't have any guilt or anything like that, like I used to.
Yeah.
So, when it comes down to, and it just doesn't have to do with, voting for who's a president or whatever. It's even as far as like getting involved with your local situation and your local congressman or whoever. I think that's far more important is voting for your local constituents as opposed to voting for like the president and stuff.
Yeah. We got into that too a little bit tonight. We got into Trump and stuff. Hey, welcome back, Oleg.
Yeah, so that's
I'll stay
over.
on until I get too tired.
It's Eric's show, so as long as Eric is here, you're good.
Yeah, it's 12:20 my time. 12:22.
It's 8:21 a.m. for me.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Yeah, you're like almost Australia's time. Oh no, Australia.
Good morning.
Australia
Good
is like
morning.
afternoon right now. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I haven't slept yet, but actually, I was sleeping during the day yesterday, so I don't want to sleep.
Hi,
I feel
JP. Finally got to see your face for the first time.
Howdy.
Oh yeah, hey man.
But I think you're absolutely
There we
correct.
go.
Well, you got to get more involved in your community voting stuff. I'm learning about that now because I registered to vote in 2018, but I didn't do anything about it because in Florida, you have to register for the party that you want to vote for. So if I want to vote for Trump, I have to be Republican, and it sucks because I don't want to be a Republican and I don't identify as a Republican. So, you know.
Well, I live across the street from my mayor in this little town. Is that close enough?
That's nice. That's nice. I wish I
I'm
could
playing,
do the same.
guys. I'm playing.
But that's why I got Twitter, because I get to like comment on the, you know, official pages of the mayor and the governor and, you know, stuff like that. And at least you get heard somewhat on there. But I am gonna start getting way more politically active.
Yeah, you see,
Nice.
that's what's gonna happen within the next 6 months.
Oh God.
That's
Listen,
something
Oleg,
very
I've been a
tough.
Jehovah's Witness my whole life, and I've never seen that book. I don't even know what
I've
it
never
is
seen
or
that
what the
book
title
either.
is.
Yeah.
I
So it's
think that's a
amazing that you have
personal.
it.
That looks like a personal handwriting. Whose is that, Oleg? Is that your drawings?
No.
Did you draw that?
No, it's actually
It's
a book.
beautiful.
Oh my
No, he
gosh.
didn't draw it.
It's
Yeah, it's a
called
book.
From Paradise Lost
Lost to Paradise Regained. Oh my gosh.
It's
He knows the
beautiful.
book. Oh damn. You know the book, Beck.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry to
Yes,
call
I
you Beck.
do.
I tend to give people nicknames when I.
No. I call myself Beck. So that
Okay,
works for
cool.
me. You know me. That's good.
Because I knew a Becca, and Beck just screamed at me.
Beck works for me. Beck does Becky. Yeah. I answer to whatever. Hey you. Hey tall girl. I'm yeah.
People make little comments about Ricky Bobby. Because that's my screen name on YouTube, but it's because it was my nickname with my Jehovah's Witness friends and family. Like because it started as Rick, and then
Adam
Ricky,
also
and then
was
Rick
birdless.
What was that?
Adam
well, the guys at the
that's a good book to keep. Yeah,
the guys at the
the
guys at the assembly hall put the guys at the assembly hall project that I worked on put Amazon on the back of my hard hat.
Yeah.
But my email's been amazonbeck@gmail. At even Yahoo. It's always been the same. Amazon Beck. No numbers. That's mine. Nobody else can have it. The guys called me Amazon in school. I'm good. Huh?
I was saying.
Could I sue Amazon?
I was replying to a comment about Dub. He asked if that is a JW book, and I said yes, it is.
Oh yeah.
It's Rutherford's. It's Rutherford's. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Cain and
think it's
Abel,
Rutherford.
they also were birdless.
How you doing tonight, JP? My homie.
Who is that?
Just relaxing, man.
Oh.
How's
your dog doing? Your new little dog.
Oh, I just brought him in. We went for a little walk right now, so I have a little time
nice.
right now just to like get away for a second.
Smoke a little pipe.
Do you smoke pipe tobacco? I had a neighbor across the street that smoked pipes, and it smelled beautiful all the time.
Yeah, I smoke pipe tobacco.
Yeah, that's JP. That's
What-
JP.
what kind?
Brad.
Why didn't Jesus look like Tarzan? Look.
Tarzan.
Yeah. He
Well,
looks like
now they've got a
Tarzan.
red cape on him. Now they put a red cape on him in their illustrations like Superman. They got him Superman caped up now with a red cape.
Oleg, can you stop showing old light? Like it's giving me a headache. That's
It
old
is
light.
giving me a little. It's reminding me of stuff too, Ruby, and it's like a little bit of PTSD. I'm sweating.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
thanks.
man. Yeah, that's old light.
I understand, but he's excited to see the.
Yes, we understand exactly, Oleg. The
understand.
pictures. Oh man, I understand. And you're all new to
We've
this.
seen all these before, but it's
So fascinating to you, and we understand how fascinating it is to you. We really do.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking, Oleg.
No, we're not, but yeah, we are.
No.
Well, I mean, honesty. Hey.
Like
Yo, look, it's America under Trump.
it would be hard to sit through a convention ever again, or
Yeah.
never mind, or a meeting, never mind a convention.
I'm not headed there. I'm not even driving there. I'm not even planning on getting in a car.
I don't know.
Ain't gonna happen.
Listen, I know people say they hated service the most, but for me, it was convention.
I loved it.
I have an OCD thing. That's why I turn off my camera at times, and I got to do something, and then come back and multitask. And
Yes, the
why
first
I'm
day
fidgety,
Trump
why
in
I'm
office,
fidgety.
America
I got a
looks
million
like that.
things going on in my mind at once, but to sit down for 7 hours, 6-7 hours, and just lecture after lecture and not fall asleep is a miracle. I mean, I would get angry when someone would wake me up. Eric, don't wake me up. I have to sleep. I can't.
I took notes, Eric. I took notes. I was a note taker.
I'm out.
I was a note taker, and I would have to close my book because I kept writing the same thing over and over and over again.
You know what I would do? I was a fake scripture looker-upper because I would pretend to look up the scripture and not even be in there. If they said it was in Genesis, I was in Revelation. I didn't give a shit. I was just pretending.
He turned the Bible over. It was upside down, and he was in Revelation.
Basically. I can't sit through that. My mind won't let me do it. I know it's garbage, and I couldn't do it. I'd get up.
Yeah, your brain just throws it out.
Go to Dunkin' Donuts because it was right next door. If you were in, where did I go? Not Natick. That was the assembly. Amherst, Massachusetts. And there's a Dunkin' Donuts. It's in a what do you call it? It's in a college. So the arena is right next door to a Dunkin' Donuts. It's not like across the street or anything. It's like literally connected. You just have to go outside, and it's in the building next door. And there would be a line of Jehovah's Witnesses out the window, like out the door, all the way out to the street, because nobody can keep awake during this boring stuff. And plus, they'd have the I don't know if you guys had this, but they used to have the heat so hot in there because they wouldn't put the AC on. They said it was broken, but they were saving money, and they sweated us out until the AC finally came on.
Then you give everybody B12 shots. Pass that out.
Yeah, right.
So Eric, are you registered to vote?
Not yet, but I'm going to.
Good, that's amazing to hear. How about everybody else? Are you guys gonna vote, or are you registered?
Yes, I am.
Awesome.
I plead the fifth of whiskey.
Record, so I have no problem.
Yo, can I come and vote for Trump?
I plead the fifth of whiskey. I plead the fifth of whiskey. I'm not drinking that.
I'm
no.
sorry, Oleg. You cannot. You are not an illegal immigrant.
You can vote here, Oleg. We'll keep it secret. We promise.
No,
Absolutely not. You stay in your country, please.
Yo, but why wouldn't Republicans do the same thing? Make illegal immigrants vote for the Republicans?
Because we don't break the law, honey.
We don't play that way.
Exactly.
The law here thinks that they don't force anybody, honey. That's all. They think they don't, but that's all. That's it.
Yeah, but we have to beat up Democrats now. You don't have to use the all possible.
Well, you can harvest.
You can't force them. You can't force them. If they come here, you can't force stuff down their throat. You can't change their religion. You can't change their culture if you come here. You got to let them live the way they want. I mean, you can't control that. That's why people come here.
That was old America. Yes, that's true. But
yeah,
today,
it's not so easy anymore. I can tell you that.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's old America. I agree.
But in some Democrat
don't
cities,
keep illegal immigrants anymore.
well, in some Democrat cities you can. So they will accept you. You can get an ID. You can drive. You can commit crimes. You can do whatever you want. But in some Republican,
Trump.
they'll be disappointed. But you can, as long as you're an illegal immigrant, or you're dead.
Yeah. Right.
No.
And they will. Someone will use your ID.
If you're dead, you got a good chance of registering.
Voting. You got a good chance of voting if you're dead, man.
Yeah, I will collect all the mailing ballots and change the Trump. You know, that's what I'm gonna do.
That's what they did in 2020. But
I will save America.
Well, if you're dead,
Hey,
you're
We
dead.
got it,
No,
Oleg.
no
We got it.
guarantees.
Oleg, dead people voted the last election. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did in
I was going to
2020.
tell Oleg,
Yeah, I
especially if
know.
you
I
want to
know the
vote
last
by
election was stolen for
if
sure,
you want to vote
100%.
by mail, you'll especially get your vote in if you're dead.
Mm.
Yeah.
But no, I would say people in the United States, it's a very important time to get everybody to get together locally, vote for your local constituents, and when it's time to go out there and on election day, everybody go out there and do it. That's our freedom that we have now as XJW. So let's do it.
Yeah, I offer my mayor a beer every time I see him out in the driveway.
Yeah, make
He
America
loves
Oleg
us.
again.
He loves us. Or he gives us a beer. Depends on who has the beer, We just meet up in the road and talk. It's pretty cool.
That's very nice. I wish I can do the same thing, but in Tampa, it's a blue city, so it needs to flip, in my opinion. But what can you do? But I still believe in mail in voting, though.
Yeah, there you go. Prescriptions are needed. Believe me, I know some veterans that they don't even have a prescription. And I said, this is terrible because they're just loaded with pain pills and everything else. And it's awful.
There was a guy, a Vietnam vet that I knew, and he has PTSD. I don't know if he's still alive. Probably not. But it was a long time ago when I knew him. And anyways, he had PTSD, and they put him on Paxil. I never forget the drug for some reason. But he said it did all kinds of negative things to him. And he's like, Eric, I don't do anything, but I smoke a joint once in a while, and I even stay away from liquor. He's like, and that's fine enough for me. He's like, that seems to help me my anxiety and just keep level headed because he had a lot of PTSD from the war, and hey,
Yeah.
into that. I've told this story before on Six Screens, but there was a brother I went to the congregation with, and I had just got reinstated because I smoked weed. And this brother, he was on his deathbed. And I know I'm repeating myself, but he got this fellowship on his deathbed for smoking weed, but he was dying of cancer. And it's like it's just always hurt me because I know what it's like that drug helps you give you an appetite and it'll help you with nausea. And if you're on chemotherapy, which he was, that's the reason why he was doing all that. And they didn't even give him a proper funeral. They said Sister Matus's wife died. His name was Roy Matus, and it's just so disrespectful, and all for what? A public image or for politics, really, because the public image is politics, and that's what it's all about. They didn't want to be associated with a man that smoked a joint because he was dying. He literally died like weeks after they disfellowshipped him.
All I know is it sure has helped a lot of guys get off that stuff, the pills that are messing up their heads and their bodies.
Sure.
And trying to find some place of peace. I do know it helps. I mean, I was talking to our Vietnam vet friend that we've been helping here
If
lately.
someone does it medically, you should never get involved with
Exactly.
someone's medical business, is my point.
Exactly. He has medical, and thank goodness, because he has terrible PTSD from Vietnam. It's awful.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go into my rant here, everyone.
No, yeah, that's actually a good
Robbie.
thing, but
Your nickname is New York Rican. What is that? What is that like?
yeah, so it's New Yorker
Rican.
Rican, because I'm from New York,
New
but
York.
I'm Puerto Rican.
No, but which social media is it for?
Everywhere, YouTube, Twitter. Those are the only public platforms that I use that have that username because everything else was taken up. So I had to make something up.
Good makeup.
I wasn't able to find you on Instagram.
Instagram and Facebook are private. The only public I have is Twitter and YouTube. So if you search me up, you'll find me.
How old were
Yeah, I
you
follow
again?
you on
Or
Twitter
when's the
now.
last time you've been to New York, Ruby?
2021, and it's horrible.
Do you miss the culture or no?
Absolutely not. It is not the same New York that I grew up in.
Because
It
it's
is.
not because it's 2021. You said, yeah, that's crap.
It's destroyed. It's destroyed. The culture is oh, it's horrible. Like I couldn't even walk down the street with my kids because
Yeah,
of
it's changed.
people.
It's changed. It used to be so
The
safe.
dress and grooming was ridiculous. The nightlife is filled with a lot of degenerate activities and very immoral activities, and you cannot raise children in New York City. I couldn't do it, and I had to leave. Like it made it easier for me to leave because during the daytime it's okay, but now with the immigration issues, I'm so glad that I left because in broad daylight people are getting punched in the street. And it's true. Like my cousin actually got knocked out. Like they punched her in the arm, and she could have fell over or whatever because they're on these little mopeds and they could scoot right off. They'll take your stuff and they'll rob you and that's it. And you won't even know their name. They can't even speak English. So it's so horrible that I would never step foot in New York City ever again. And when I was there, that was when they legalized the marijuana and everybody was smoking in the street. It was crazy. Like I couldn't even have my kids outside or take them to the park because you would have everybody smoking and everybody acting.
Wow, New York changed. You know what?
New York fell.
My wife and I benefited from the days of Mayor Giuliani.
Yeah, weed is illegal in Russia. Come to Russia.
It's illegal.
Yeah,
Isn't
of
it?
course it's illegal. You go to jail for 10 years for 1 gram.
That's a little
because,
much, though, Oleg. That's a little extreme.
But it's the price for the pure nation.
Brittany Grinder went to prison, and I found out that chick is a man.
Well,
nah, it's a dude. It's a dude.
Well,
it's a biological man. It's a biological man. He is.
I mean, I don't know about that.
I'm not in
No,
Canada.
no. If you see the interview when he's off the hormones and it's a biological man, it's like, dude, he's me.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like the voice and everything. It's a guy. My wife showed it to me, and I'm like, that's a dude.
Yeah, but I do like Eastern values, Oleg. I do like the values, and I do like orthodoxy and how religion is very incorporated in the tradition, and they raise their children like that. But I want something like that for Americans. So I have to make my country great again by promoting those values and advocating for that as an American. So that's what I do. I try to do my best, especially that's why I moved to Florida, because Florida aligns with my values. And so I'm okay with, living here and raising my kids here, but they don't go to public school because even if you're in a Republican state, the schools are so bad. Public schools are so bad.
Florida threw out Disney. Florida threw out Disney.
Yeah, education.
You're in a
public
good state
education
because
in
they're
schools
standing up
way
to
better
tyranny.
in Russia.
Disney is tyranny, and what's his name? Your I can't think of his name, but your state, DeSantis. Thank you. He has made war with them, and it's good because this indoctrination has to stop. We don't promote people. We don't give them special privileges if they're going to be anti-American and Christian, really anti-Christ.
Right.
Because that's what Disney stands for, and I'm sorry, they're in bed with China.
Money, follow the money, follow the greed and the ultimate power.
It's money, but it's also just betrayal to American and people and just to the world, because they're trying to collapse society, right? That's what they're trying to do, because history will repeat itself, like the Roman Empire, in many empires, but that's just one I'm mentioning right now.
You mean like ripe? You mean like ripe for change, ripe for a takeover, ripe for everything.
That because when you become an anything goes society and morality doesn't matter anymore, you no longer have a strong nation, and that's what's happening. And China knows that. See, China, they don't want the LGBTQ in there. They want strong men and they want strong communities and families because they want strong soldiers. And that's what Russia wants as well. They don't want the same thing either. They don't want cults. That's why they don't want Jehovah's Witnesses, because they want strong. They want to be a strong nation of families and fighters for their nation. And America used to stand for that, but we're not anymore. We're standing for something else because of our leadership.
Yeah, many Chinese people are now studying Russian language and coming here and living here.
No kidding.
Did not know that.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
So you
And
have
that's why
you said you have a good economy. Go ahead, Ruby.
Oh yeah, I was gonna mention that. That's why I got involved with this another organization that is like for Moms for Liberty, which is a parent, grassroots organization that gets active in like the school boards, and they get really like all the mothers and fathers and stuff like that for the board, the board of the DOE. Because they, even in Florida, like you see all in the news, they're banning books, or they're, these children are, they're coming in front of the board and they say, why are the schools doing this? Why are the teachers not teaching American values? Why are they, always talking down on the flag or the Pledge of Allegiance? Like it's a real war out here, like culturally speaking. And so I got involved with Moms for Liberty, and they send you emails and stuff like that if you want to talk at these conferences and these city hall meetings and stuff like that. So that's another way of me getting more involved in the community, especially with the homeschooling education, because I homeschool, and we have to advocate for that change. We're the ones who have to do it, the parents, the adults in your communities. You have to say, no, I'm not going to send my kid anymore. No, I'm not going to shop at this place anymore. You need to boycott, and you need to take your kids out of school to make change. You know what I mean? So I sent an email and I got really involved, and I think I'm going to do a video on it, because I think it deserves like a few minutes of like why we should do this, how you should do it, how you email your representatives, even the ones that that are on the board of directors, or like the Department of Education and stuff like that. And so even though, we have grievances, and we let these people know that we want them to do their jobs and to protect children, and that this adult content should be for adults and not for children, because even if you're 17 years old, I'm sorry, you're still a child. So that content, you should wait until you're 18, or if you want that content, let your parents get it for you at home and read it at home. We just don't want it in the public space, right? Public libraries. And so I really got involved. I was emailing them. They were emailing me back. And it was like really great conversation. But when the vote came, they passed the books. And now it's allowed in these libraries. And so even though it's a disappointment, we still have to get involved. And that's a good way of getting involved.
Yes, like I was going to say about what you just said, Ruby, right there. I'm going to show you that. I'm going to say something, and you already know what I'm going to say. In the public school system, the witnesses do not encourage the parents to become part of the PTA, the Parent Teachers Association. They do not encourage you to go and be part of that, to see what that school has planned for your children that year. And I'm sorry, I told them, you're going to have to keep me from going, because this is about my children for the whole year when they're not in my care. Bull crud, I'm not going to go. Bull crud, I'm not going to be part of a parent teacher. I was a schoolroom mom when I only had one child. I was involved at the school when I could, and then later when I could. And then, as they get older, it's less and less, because everybody's life gets busier. But yeah, you got to know, especially in the elementary. Oh my word, if you don't know what's going on in that school for that year, you're just lazy and an idiot and don't want to know.
And they don't enforce the rules, just like the government. We have the laws, but they don't enforce it. So the school system is doing the exact same thing. They have the rules and regulations, but they don't enforce them. And I kept calling, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna stop this. I'm just gonna take my kid out of school. You don't want to listen to me, and I'm the parent. I'm gonna just take all my kids out of school, and I'm gonna teach them myself. So I've been homeschooling them specifically for that reason. But other
Ruby,
parents don't have a choice.
You have that ability. I can see it in you. You are a teacher. You are so well spoken. I could sit and listen to you. I can't imagine how drawn in the children are to you when you are speaking.
Yeah. It takes effort.
I have to agree with her, because you do have a way of speaking. Like I wish my mom was as smart as you were to teach me because I was homeschooled for a little while, and it was like, I'm sorry, but like my mom, like I'll say it in a Rhode Island accent. You're wicked smart, Eric. It's like I feel like the guy in Idiocracy. Do you know that movie?
Yeah, I
No.
know. I know.
Yeah. I feel like the guy in Idiocracy with Jehovah's Witnesses, where it's like I'm not smart, I'm just like average intelligence. Y'all stupid.
Hey, Ruby, you're
Yeah.
Eric's bonus wish mom. You're the bonus wish mom.
Sorry.
No, that's crazy. I never
No,
thought I would
because
become a
you have
mom.
a
That's
lot. You have a lot to offer. I didn't.
Yeah, Ruby, can you be my mom?
I know this is getting weird now.
I always. Okay, really, that's getting the kind of. We're not going to talk about that thing that Vern was talking about earlier about those brothers being breasty brothers or whatever, right? We're not doing there again, right? Because that's
Well,
pretty
you brought
gross.
it up now. You made it weird.
Breasty brothers.
Oh gosh, that's hilarious.
No, yeah.
No, I always knew I was going to be a mom too. I always knew.
Yeah. Me too. One day I'm going to
Yeah.
be a mother.
You want to be my mom?
No, I'm busy. I'm a Bama now. I'm a Bama now, so I can't do that. My mommy days are left for a old fart that keeps getting older and fartier. I love my man. I call him old fart.
Yeah, you
I'm
have to
busy.
get involved. There's just no choice anymore. But a lot of other parents don't have the choice, and then, I feel very sorry for them. But you have to let people know you can do it. Don't be afraid. I was afraid. I was thinking, oh, I can't teach my kids. Like I'm not educated. I only did high school. Like I don't have a teaching degree. And one of my kids has special needs, and I was like, what am I gonna do? How do I help a child who has learning disabilities? What can I do? And you feel defeated. And that's how the government wants you. They want you dependent on them. They want you to send your kids to them, and you don't get to spend time with your kids. At the same time, they're indoctrinating them. And you're like, they were coming home and talking dirty and doing things that I was like, I didn't teach you that. I don't even curse. I don't even talk like that. So how are you talking like that? You know what I mean? So I was like, oh no. These schools are not like how when I was little, and that was in the 90s. That was not that far away. So it's gotten so bad that sometimes you have to do it. You got to make the sacrifice and do it. And I'm willing to do that. So, I'm gonna talk more about those different things on my own channel. Like I'm gonna go there one of these days. I'm leading up to it.
Oleg, anytime you need to ask Oleg,
Can I recommend a movie real quick?
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, I was just going to recommend Captain Fantastic if anybody has ever seen this movie. It's an incredible movie that encourages critical thinking, and it's about a story of a man who lost his wife and has 3 or 4 kids, I can't remember. And he homeschools them, but they live in the wild, and they're like free hippie people. And it's just cool because like instead of having Christmas, they have like happy I can't remember who was the writer of a book, a man who did a lot of good deeds. I can't remember. Anyways, they would have a happy celebration of a man who celebrated free rights and stuff like that. And like they were just like a cool family that like even though they were homeschooled, they were far more intelligent than their family who were cousins and went to mainstream public school and like knew history and could explain history in their own words.
And they had street smarts and country smarts. I mean, country smarts.
Yeah.
No, I saw part of it, but not all of it.
Yeah, it was a really good movie, and I'll go ahead.
Yeah. Also, was a movie where like it's about a family that went into a bunker with a child, and they thought it's gonna be like a nuclear war or something, and they've been hiding in that bunker for 20 years, and they sent their grown up child outside to check out like what's going on, and he actually grew up with his parents. Like, do you know that movie? What I'm talking about?
I don't. I'm listening to you, but I don't know the movie. No.
Like very famous actor is actually there. Like,
you have to give me a little more.
Like the guy in Charlie the Angels, Charlie Angels. Like, you know that male actor, very famous.
John Forsythe. John Forsythe. John Forsythe.
John Forsythe.
He was the guy behind the voice. Charlie. John Forsythe.
I wouldn't know. I don't know Charlie's Angels.
No,
Bob Roberts says
Charlie
it's a
Angels
Brendan Fraser movie.
Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser? No, I don't know.
Unless he's talking about the new Charlie's Angel. Unless he's talking about the new Charlie's Angel.
No, it has nothing to do with them. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, it's all right.
So
hey, dude,
you can go on. You can go on.
No, you speak great English, so don't worry about it. I can barely speak my own. I know a lot of swear words in Spanish from working with El Salvadorians and some Guatemalans. But yeah, you know what was interesting? When I worked with these guys, one of them studied with Jehovah's Witnesses here, or sorry, not here, where I used to live in Rhode Island. And they told me, is it true that you can only have 2 beers? And I'm like, who told you that? And they're like, the Jehovah's Witnesses that study with me, that I'm never going to get baptized. And I'm like, well, why do you study with them? He's like, I don't know, they're nice. And yeah, he said they're very stern on that they and I talked to JP about it. And he said that because he comes from the Spanish community, he said it's not the same over there. But it was.
Yeah.
Never heard of that.
I found the movie. It's actually called Blast from the Past.
Oh,
yes, with Brendan Fraser. Oh, that's a favorite of mine. Yeah.
Oh yeah. He was living with his parents in the bunker. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
That's Christopher Walken. Brendan Fraser.
Remember that movie?
Hi, this is Christopher Walken here, just to say hi.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, I really liked. Remember he was in that movie Encino Man.
You need more cowbell.
Yeah, Encino Man. Yeah.
Brandon Fraser. That was like one of his first
he was
ones.
a caveman. He played the caveman.
Yeah. That was a good one.
Need more cowbell.
Bob
Hey,
Rogers
Eric.
from the comment section, he got it correct.
There's one thing that's missing here tonight. I tell you,
Need more cowbell.
And the only prescription is more cowbell.
You gotta have more cowbell.
You sound just like him. Oh
I
my
gotta have
god.
more cowbell here. Huh?
Gotta have
my
cowboy
Yeah.
here.
Sounds so good.
We need more cowbell here.
Thank you. I tell you,
That's so funny.
There's something about having a little bit more cowbell here, and I can't deal with it.
I need to say something. I need to say something to you, Eric, because you know SNL, okay? You know
Okay,
Pete
yeah.
Davidson's character on
A
SNL.
little bit.
That's
Yeah, a
Chad. That's Chad. And
Yeah, the
everything
Chad, yeah.
anybody tells Chad, all Chad ever says is, okay, okay. And I'm sitting there thinking, every one of them that are still in there going, okay.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. They're all Chad. They're pulling a Chad. That's it.
Right.
They're Chadified.
Chads and Karens.
Actually, one of good ways to educate your children is to watch old movies with them, because they don't show really good quality movies from the past in schools anymore.
Old cartoons. You know.
Yeah.
Don't show them.
Yeah, they do.
My kids know them. They watched them with me, and they keep calling and say, I can't believe I know this song, and I just heard it. And I said, no, you didn't just hear it. You grew up on it.
Marlon Brando. Do you know?
Marlon Brando,
Yes.
of course. Yeah, The Godfather.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Movies is better than Marlon Brando are
You did
really
a
good.
favor
Very
for me,
cool
and it was so
stuff.
great to have you on here tonight, Ola.
Yeah, and he didn't even have to have cotton in his cheeks when he said that.
Right.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, I make my kids watch the originals of every like superhero movie or whatever, and I tell them this is the real Spider-Man. Okay, forget about Tom and Zendaya. No, this is the
Yeah.
real Spider-Man, and you and Iron Man.
Which
You
one?
need to
Which
learn.
one's the real? Which one's the real Spider-Man?
Toby.
Yeah, I like Tobey Maguire too.
That's Spider-Man. Okay,
Yo,
and
But you know
it
what?
reminds me
Who's the
of.
guy?
Yo, I'm
Who's the
sorry.
guy that
I'm sorry.
replaced him? I like Tom. Tom, what is his name?
Yeah.
Tom Holland.
No, not Tom. Who replaced after Toby?
Andrew Garfield, and I
Andrew
love
Garfield.
him.
I actually liked him because he had the little like quick like comedy. He was more sharper with his comedy in it, and that's
Yeah,
how
but he a little
Spider-Man was to me in the
goofy. He's
comic.
too goofy for me.
Yeah,
Nah.
but he was like that in the comic books that I read, so I connected to that too. I connected to all.
My favorite Superman is Henry Cavill. I like that man in every single darn movie
Henry
he's
Cavill
in.
and the guy that passed away, the original.
Christopher
the thing about
Reeves.
who is the
Christopher
real
Reeves, thank you.
Spider-Man remind me about one article in the book of Jehovah's Witnesses for the young people. The book for the young people. You know, they have an article. The name of the article is "What is real sex?" You know, it's like I've heard your Jehovah's
the
Witnesses,
heck?
and you know what is real sex.
What? Where did you read that?
Wait
Is
a
that
minute.
online?
Yeah, there is an article in that questions
No
for
way.
youngs. Yeah, questions for youth, and there is an article which what is real sex?
You're gonna have to send that to me on Discord.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to send that to me.
maybe it's written like that in Russian, but yes, I'm pretty sure it's
Oh
like that
my
in
God,
English as well.
no! You need to send
Only
that.
Jehovah's Witnesses know what's the real sex.
And we don't, because when I got pregnant, I was like, "What the hell just happened? This is not supposed to happen." And then people are looking
Thank
at me
God
like,
I had
"Really?"
older sisters. Thank God I had older sisters.
Yeah. The elders laughed at me and they said, "What did you do?" And I said, "Nothing." Like, I don't know how this happened. They were like, "You didn't scream, you didn't fight, you didn't put up a fight." I was like, "Why would I put up a fight? I like the guy. What are you talking about?" It was very confusing. So I don't know.
What are you talking about? I wouldn't let him leave the room. Nobody could have taken him away. Somebody would have had to pull him out kicking and screaming.
Well, publication.
Because he wasn't going. Because Ruby's laughing because she and me both know he wasn't going nowhere.
We're not going to get into that, but you know, that's.
Well, you're the one blushing.
No, that's funny. So many memories came up
No, I'm
when
sorry.
Oleg said that article.
I'm sorry. The name of the article is "Oral Sex Really Sex?"
Oh my God! Damn, that's worse. Damn, Oleg, Jesus Christ!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh gosh, they're poor children. They're poor children.
Real.
Young people ask.
My poor great nieces, my poor grandnieces and grandnephews. I can't.
I don't know what that
I've
is
got
either.
so much family still there. I've got so many people still there. Yes, please send that to her. But I'm telling you, I've got so much family still in there. Brothers, sisters, brother-in-laws, sister-in-laws, nieces, nephews, great nieces, nephews. Oh, but I am thankful that some of them still call me. They're all my babies. I babysit them.
Wow.
And they call me. And we talk for real. And it's great. Love you, Aunt Becky.
That's good.
I said, I loved you. I loved you first. I loved you first.
Yeah. That's the hardest thing is because you think that, oh, you know, you're my mother, you're my grandmother, you've always taken care of me and everything. And then one day you wake up and you're like, what? You're not going to talk to me ever again. What? Like, what?
Then they call their Aunt Becky. Then you call Aunt Becky and everything's fine. That's true.
Yeah, right. I have to know that you guys existed first, and then
Exactly.
that's why this whole community is so important, because they claim to teach us as children. Oh, we taught you about that. Oh, we told you that if you did something wrong, you was gonna get DF. We told you that this was gonna happen, and I was like, yeah, but I didn't think it was gonna happen to me. Like, we were more spiritual than other people. What are you talking about? Not me. Not good old me. So, we never actually take it into reality until it happens.
Yeah, actually, without any jokes, young people's book actually traumatized me somehow when I was a teenager.
Yeah, it has a tendency of doing that.
Like, it's a really traumatizable book. It should be prohibited anywhere. This book should be banned from reading for teenagers.
Volume 1 or volume 2?
Plus, anything relatable to teenagers from Jehovah's Witnesses is bullshit.
I thought he was talking about like my book of Bible stories. Like looking at it now, like terrorizes the shit out of me.
Also, that Awake magazine, which says like about porn or something, pornography.
What?
Do you watch pornography? Do you know that magazine with a guy with his
No.
laptop? It's
What?
really terrified me.
Oh, okay. Yo, you're scaring me here. Oh, like you're traumatizing me. Like, what?
Nah, dude, we had like we had like a young people ass book with a fucking article on it about masturbation. Like, oh my God. I can't even look into the camera as I talk about it. It's like, what are you guys
But did you actually
doing to
read
us?
those chapters? I didn't read. I skipped over them.
Yeah, I read it. I'm a young man, and then I'm reading it, and I'm like, okay, so basically, it's not a sin.
Wow, really? You came to that conclusion?
Well,
Hey,
yeah, because
JP.
it's like, all right, let me tell you why. There was a sister that gave her experience, and she in the 1990 whatever friggin' young people ass book it was, and she said that she still masturbates, but like does it less, and tries not to. And I'm like, oh, fair game. No, but
Hey,
like
JP,
seriously, like
in the
then they got weird with it and they changed their laws, and we saw the leaked Bethel video. What a bunch of weirdos, dude.
Yeah, I'm here.
Then no wonder why there's gay sex
Now,
going on in Bethel.
okay. Hey, JP, in my book of Bible stories, Jezebel scared the crap out of me because she looked like a sister in the Kingdom Hall when she got mad.
Yeah, and why is Jezebel white and redhead?
Well, it
And
scared
it
me.
terrified me.
What Middle Eastern person is white and a redhead?
You know,
Don't know.
me, sister, is she looked like one of my when my father got remarried, she looked like one of my father's sister-in-laws.
Somebody knew that woman and drew her.
Yeah, right.
Somebody knew that woman, JP. Somebody knew that woman and drew her. Do you know that? I know they did, because I knew one just like her, too. Yep. Somebody knew her.
She would be like a distant aunt from like my father's side, but she would just need like a cigarette in her hand or something.
I could see Jezebel falling over the wall with a cigarette in her hand. No. She already committed adultery with everybody she smokes too. Oh, she's disfellowship.
No,
That was funny. That was funny.
No, I love it, sister. Thank you.
Yo, I want to say one fact from my life. Like, when I went out of Jehovah's Witnesses in 2018, it was during the Memorial Day. I actually drank the wine and ate the bread.
Oh hell yeah! You and Jerry.
Brave.
You guys are brothers.
Yeah, and my mom cried.
Oh, she cried. Oh shit.
Yes, and
Why?
also she tried. Like after I drank wine, she tried to
Tears
not
of joy or sadness?
give me the bread.
Oh, you partook like me, man.
Yeah, he partook.
But why?
in
Why
Jerry
was she
with their
crying?
duck tape.
I don't get it. Why was she
Yeah,
crying?
why did she cry? Of sadness or joy?
Well, if she's a JW, she's gonna cry.
Of sadness, I think, but
Sadness.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how
That's
could you be
awesome. So
part
you
of
have like a
the
Christ
faithful and
calling.
discreet slave? I mean, 144,000. I mean, how
You
could
have
you
courage. You have courage.
Yeah. I'm from anointed class. Yeah.
You have courage, Oleg. You have courage. You have courage to do the right thing.
Remember,
I
it was
I didn't know your
still-
mom was a Jehovah Witness. She believes like.
Yeah, she's still
I caught
Jehovah's
that in Rick's
Witnesses,
show.
and recently she invited me for the big meeting. It's gonna take part on 27th of July or 28th of July. How it's called? Congregation, not congregation. That meeting, which is all day long.
Assembly or convention?
Yeah, assembly. Yeah, she invited me for assembly. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Assembly or congress? Is it
Convention?
called congress? Convention. Yeah, convention. Yeah.
Yeah, the convention
It's
are
gonna
3
be-
days. Assemblies are like 1 or 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay, then she wanted me for assembly, I think. Yeah, assembly gonna take place in Kazakhstan on the 27th July for my mom's congregation. Yeah. And she invited me. She actually want me to buy tickets to fly back Kazakhstan to go there because, like, in Russia it's impossible. They're not doing any assemblies here, definitely.
Now I understand that how he wants a mother to ask questions to and for advice. Oleg, anytime you need to ask anybody that's a mom on this channel, chat with them. Tell them in the chat that you need to ask somebody that's a mom to answer a question. And I'm sure anybody would step up and answer for you. But I know that Ruby's a teacher, so she should be the first one to handle this. Sorry, I just begged off of that really quick. Anybody catch that? That was fun. What is he writing? I can't read.
All right, good. I'll just say it. Hey, Dub, you've been going at it with Bob Roberts a little bit, and he's a good friend of mine. Can you just give him a little break in the comment section? Thank you. Sorry, I like to come into the defense of friends of mine.
You got to maintain.
Yep. That's all.
Yeah,
Public
but
public
I've
announcement,
been to
everybody.
I've been to the last. What?
Oh no, I was being funny. I just said a public announcement.
I actually was at the last memorial, but that time I didn't drink wine and ate bread.
You did not, yeah, not that time.
No, that time.
So then, are you anointed or not?
He partakes.
He partakes.
So you
because he's
partook
a-
1
he's
year
Christ's
and then
brother.
you didn't the next year.
Because
Like
I get
it
that.
was after 7 years, you know. The
Oh.
last time when I partake, it was 7 years ago.
I get
Oh
that.
wow.
Like, so yeah.
I partook last year for the first time. It was pretty nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Did you not
that time I
partake
didn't do
again,
it.
Oleg, because your mother cried, or was there some other? Maybe I shouldn't even ask because that's very personal. That's each person's
so
relationship.
right
with
now,
God.
I'm doing my personal game. You know.
Yes.
I'm trying to show up for them as a good guy. So yeah.
Oh,
They
I got
actually
you.
were thinking for me that I gonna do it, but I didn't do it. So I outplayed them, I think.
Well, you can always find a group around you somewhere, maybe that do it in their home, and nobody has to know about that. So you can, do both, and your conscience feels great, and then you'll be okay, and it won't worry you.
Yo, actually,
You can do it. You can do it by yourself. You can do it by yourself.
Yeah,
even.
this year I was at 2 memorials because at the place where memorials took place, there were like different congregations come in like hour by hour, next hour. So
yeah,
the reason why I stayed for the second memorial is because like my congregation in which I used to be split it up into different areas. So their memorial was in different time, and I met lots of people, many people that I knew before. Most of them are actually blocked me on social medias when I was on my way out like 7 years ago. But once I met them, they were happy to see me, shaking my hands, saying hello, talking to me, all that stuff. I came with all my books, showed them.
Wow.
They were really
Oleg,
surprised.
if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Like, what age group are you in?
I'm 24.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm 28 and I left like 5 years ago.
So yeah, I
That's
left
good.
about like 7 years ago. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
I was gonna tell
So
you, Oleg, if
yes.
if you partake in stuff, don't be ashamed and don't feel worried about it. I did this last year for the first time ever, and technically the elders and stuff, they can't ask you or bother you, you know, if you want to partake. That's a personal decision. And if they do come around and ask you, you basically could tell them that, like, it's written in Watchtower articles that, like, it's not up to any Christian to ask anybody else the reason for partaking or anything like that. So I just wanted to let you know, like, if you encounter anything like that, you could just tell them that, because it's written in their own publications that they have no right to ask
But it's
anybody.
also written there that if you're not baptized, you cannot do it. You know.
Well, I would tell them, you have no right over me partaking. You have no say-so, no control over it. You have no power over that. You can't talk to me. And I'd say, who are you to ask me such a question? Is what I would say, basically. Who are you to ask me such a question? And turn around, walk away. That's all they need to know.
It's actually a good point.
She's absolutely right.
But I also try to play by their rules, so they like. I know that they're like people that are put themselves high above all, right? So yeah. And actually, in my case, if I would do that, I think they would stop talking to me after that. I don't know. It actually felt that way in the air. So yeah. Also, my mom told me if I'm gonna do it, no one's gonna talk to me anymore. But actually, I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah, just because you're not baptized. I mean, that's the only reason why they're gonna think, oh, well, he's probably mentally ill, and then they're gonna distance themselves away from you. But if he was baptized, that would be a different story.
Mentally ill? I'm a retard.
But now,
good job.
But now, Ruby, they say that all children, young people, young adults that aren't baptized, they're enemies of God.
That too, but he didn't have a scripture for that. So I don't know where he got that from.
Yo, when actually Jehovah's Witnesses are asking me, am I baptized or not, I'm saying yes, because I technically was baptized in Orthodox Christianity. My mom was.
Right.
When I was
if you feel good about that baptism, own it.
Right.
Own it.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Own
the
it.
Jehovah's Witness one is not valid.
Right.
Even if you were baptized then, way back when, if that baptism felt good to you, you own it. You don't kick it. If you did it for the right reasons, don't kick at that. You know, God knows you did it for the right reasons. He ain't going to take your baptism away from you.
Exactly. I agree with you, sister. I got baptized just recently on May 19th. And I felt as an ex-Jehovah's Witness that I had to get rebaptized again. I know it's not for everybody, but that was something that I personally had to do. because I felt that I had to do it in the right way. It was scary, kind of a little bit, like looking back at it now, I was a bit nervous, but I knew it was something, because my trek in being an XJW, I'm not an atheist or agnostic. I have hung into believe as a believer and a Christian, so I attend a non-denominational church. So I got baptized recently, and I thought it was something that I really needed to do, and it was fulfilling in my life. And I thought it was a proper baptism, because when I got baptized, the deacon that baptized me, he asked me if I had repented for my sins, and I told him yes, I did. And it was in front of the church, and he said, I'm going to baptize you in front of this church as a witness in the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And then he dunked me, and that was it. And that wasn't anything that I ever got as a JW. So for me, that was what I wanted to do, and I did it. And
that's all anybody can do, JP, is do what you feel inside that you need to do for your relationship between you and God and Jesus.
Yeah,
whichever way.
It took a long time, because I was baptized when I was 13 as a Jehovah's Witness, and I always felt, I've always was a true believer the whole time I was as a witness. Even at the times I was out of the organization, I was like what they call a POMI. I was physically out but mentally in. So I always had a kind of attraction to this organization or this cult, and I always thought it was my means to salvation, by being a Jehovah's Witness. And once I realized that it was false and it was wrong, I'm 40 now, but I woke up when I was 38. But there was times of my life when I was completely in the organization, and then I was out of it, and then I was back in. So once I woke up, I realized that I really needed to assess and figure out what was going on. But I'm 40 now, but when I woke up, I was 38. So I spent almost the whole first year of when I became aware that this organization was false, or what some people would say, that they woke up. But I don't always like to use that word now, like woke up. I just say, like, I'm aware that I was raised in a false religion, or even a cult, and so I spent the first whole year like deconstructing that. And then the last year I spent really trying to read the Bible and all that. And to this day, I'm always I'm a Christian, and that's how I identify myself, and that's what I'm going to hold on to, because I even though like about 90% of people that leave the witnesses become atheists or agnostic, I didn't throw everything out. I really held on to my faith, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. And I'm open to like everybody. Like, I talk to so many people through primarily John Fran, and a lot of the people I talk to aren't even Christian, or that they don't know what they're going to do, or they have different beliefs. But I think, as somebody leaving the XJWs, that I'm open to everybody. I'm not one of those Christians that are going to shut down to people, or I don't even really want to discuss that when I first meet ex-Jehovah's Witness. I just want to know like people's story and stuff. And I've usually had a positive experience, like when I encounter another XJW and stuff. So that's all I really wanted to say, is that, that's
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you, JP. I do, because a lot of people leave and they feel God did this to them. But no, he didn't. Men did this to them. And for some way, I don't understand how people can't separate it, but I'm not people. I'm me. So, I mean, that's all I can see is that God didn't do this to me. Why would I blame God or Jesus or the Holy Spirit for what's happened to me in a lying place that has no truth? You know, I mean, that's not God's fault. My feet were standing there. I could have got up and walked anytime under my own power. I was standing there. So I have to own that.
Because I have to realize, for one, that everything I ever thought in my life or I ever experienced that was told was man-made. And it was a man-made from Jehovah's Witness aspect. But I explored and looked at other things too. So, and I read the Bible and other books. But I think other people, I keep my mind and myself open to like other beliefs, even though I'm a Christian and I will die a Christian and will always be a Christian. I always want to talk to people from other beliefs, and I want to know everybody's view on everything. I don't want to shut myself down to everybody, even though I don't agree with people. I want to keep myself open because I think it's very important as a growth, as an individual, and that's what makes us stronger as people in order to help whoever we can. And as individuals, we all have something to give. It doesn't matter if you're an atheist or a Christian or a Buddhist. If you're a good person, you know, we all have something to give to each other. And I think, you know, there's nothing less than we can give than to put ourselves out to help other people. That's at least the minimal we can do. You know, because some people have like certain talents where they, you know, whether it's in music or art or other stuff. And a lot of people don't have that. I don't have anything like that. But the most I can do is just like give my number out to the XJW community and listen and
share your insight. Yeah, share your insight.
That's about the most talent I have like right now, you know, I think. But go on, sister. I really was enjoying talking to you. Thank you.
Hey, can I just interrupt for 1 second? And I'm so sorry to do this, everyone, but it's really been bothering me for the past few minutes. Listen, Dub, whoever you are, please stop trolling my friend Bob Roberts. He's a good guy. I personally know this man, and we have a good relationship together. And I know the type of person he is, and you're tearing him up in the comments section. And we just want peace here, and he's telling you that, and you're not seeming to get it. So, not to bring the energy down in the room at all on my part, but you know, I'm the type of guy that when I see someone being picked on, it kind of gets to me. I've done it for Debbie Moore before, and she's done it for me, and other people have come in my other people have come into my defense as well, and I appreciate that. I appreciate loyalty. It's because it's a quality that I have with my friends, and I had with my family if they would allow it. But you know how that is when you're an apostate.
Yep.
Sorry, everyone, to switch up the conversation, but
don't apologize.
My friend Brad from Australia he's really a good friend of mine, and I know his character. So when someone attacks it, and I know what it is, and you can't help but to defend the truth, because that's who we are, what we do here. We stick up for the truth.
Hey, in high school, nobody got bullied around me. I'd go up and say, "Hey, big bully, quit picking on that little bully." Everybody crack up. No, I said, "Come on, please, don't make me have to hurt you. You know, please, come on. Let's end this." Because I wasn't going to let nobody get hurt in front of me.
No.
I feel and you're the same way, Eric, and I know.
We're all here to heal and make friends and have a good conversation.
Yeah,
exactly. And laugh, most importantly, if we can.
Yep.
Yeah, it's actually really important to have someone to speak who went through the same thing as you do, because 7 years ago when I started thinking to going out, I really needed someone to talk, like someone that went through the same thing, but I had no one, like literally no one. I was only by myself. That's why I started learning English. I took international English exam 4 times to apply my documents to study in Canada. Actually, I was thinking when I come there to Canada, I will find extra Jehovah's Witnesses community to talk there, like share the experience, all that stuff. But then COVID started. So, and yeah, I really needed someone actually, like to talk about it. Like, I don't know, to cry together, like, I don't know, share all that information. So yeah, I was only by
Mm-hmm.
myself, and I think it was really dangerous. I don't know what could have happened to me. Like, I just got lucky, or maybe I just was strong enough to do it all by myself. So, but now I know English. I'm not feeling really depressed about all of that anymore. I'm actually a happy
Mm-hmm.
person, really positive person. I have
Mm-hmm.
positive attitude to the life. I love living my life. I'm really happy about living here right now. I think that we are living in the greatest times, the most interesting times in history. This is the most interesting time in history for sure. And yeah, and it's really important to talk. Like, for some people in the right time, it's so important to talk with the right person.
Well, I've been enjoying speaking with you, Oleg, and everybody else tonight, but I'm at 3%, and so I'm going to get off and get on another phone and just watch, okay?
Okay, Becky.
Yes.
Thank you so much for
Okay,
calling in.
I'm still
Don't be a
around.
stranger,
I'm still
okay?
around. Bye, Ruby. It was
Okay.
great. Bye, everybody.
Love you.
Bye.
Take care.
Love you too. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay.
Yeah, that was amazing from JP. I totally agree with you about the whole baptism thing. I had the same fear, like my baptism is invalid. I need to do something. I need to go to a church. I need to find out where I can get rebaptized and like correct the wrong, because you feel like you're tainted and you want to get that off of you, you know. And then I went through the same thing. I went to the Orthodox church and they told me, "Oh yeah, you're gonna have to get rebaptized." And I was like, "Oh Lord," because it's traumatic. You know what I mean? Like the trauma, you have to get over that. You know. So I watched like these other converts that were going through like the ceremonial things of denouncing Satan, and it's a lot of things that the church does that I was like, "What is going on here?" And I got scared. Like I was like, "Oh, I don't want to do this." Like what? Because you get nervous, but you got to take that really slow, and I'm happy that you went through that and you experienced that, because you can share your testimony, your story, your experience for all of us who are interested in getting rebaptized and stuff like that. Because I know I do want to convert. I do want to become like an Orthodox Christian, but like the American way. So you know, like they have different ethnic groups in like the church, you know. So there's like Greek, there's, you know, different types. So I'm feeling it out, and I think I'm gonna do the same thing that you did in the future. In the future, though, I am not ready
Yeah.
right now.
I pretended to be a different person than I was when I car crashed. I've come to the conclusion, and I've done it, I don't know, maybe a dozen times, but there's nothing to really gain from car crashes. There just isn't. That you're talking to people who are just tone deaf. They won't hear you. They won't. They have to learn in a different way. It's not that kind of way. And you know what? The last time I saw some three sisters at a cart was like maybe, I don't know, like what was it? It was Friday morning, or like around 7 o'clock in the morning, and they all looked miserable. And I'm like, I'm not gonna pee in their ice cream or their lemonade or whatever, like, you know, like in their milkshake. Like they're already having a bad day, like, because it sucks. It sucks doing that. None of them looked happy, and I'm like, I'm not gonna gain anything. They're not going to gain anything from me talking to them. They're just going to get more depressed. So
Right.
I just leave it alone now.
Because they have to be there. You know,
I
that's
still
what.
put stickers up though.
Yeah. Oh, Eric, did you see where I gave an update about the elder that was coming to my house? Did you see that on my channel?
I started to watch it, but I got distracted and I didn't finish it. So I don't know
Oh,
everything about it unless you want to share it a little bit.
yeah. I told him off. I said, "Don't come to my house no more. I'm done with this. You're not answering any of my everything that I bring up." And I thought I would never do it, but I did it. I told him, "Don't come ever again," and I felt so
What do you
bad.
say?
I mean, the last thing he said was, we'll always keep the door open if you want, if you want us to come share a scripture. And I'm like, no. Every single time they came, they never opened the Bible. So why would I want you to come over here to listen to me talk? I don't want to hear myself talk. I want to know what you guys think. And he's an elder, and he never gave me any type of spiritual guidance or whatever. So I was like, no, I'm talking to myself, and I'm not gonna do this anymore. If you're not gonna talk back to me.
I've been a rebel my whole life in the organization, and you know what I did one time, Ruby? And
What?
there was like the Kobe of the congregation, the coordinator body of elders, and we're out in service together, and there was a dog taking a shit, and I said, "Hey Jeff, that dog's thinking of you," and he looked over and he saw what was happening, and he said, "Watch it, Eric." And I'm like, I just laughed, and he kind of laughed too. He didn't like take himself too seriously, but he told me to watch it. But I meant it when I said it because I hated that guy. He's been a jerk to my family, and I there's nothing about him that I like. He was on one of my committees, and he's an asshole. He's a tyrant. He's a tyrannical man. I played pranks on him. I like called up his house phone one time, and I put on a fake voice and I said, "Is this Jeff Giddy the Pharisee?" I said, "Is this Jeff Giddy the Pharisee?" He laughed and
Oh,
said, "Who
really?
is this?" And I hung up. I busted this guy's balls so much he doesn't know.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I don't like elders. I like elders that have left, like Jesse and his brother Gigi Gilbert Gonzalez, because they were
Mm.
like, "Yeah, we're not going to do this garbage," you know. But like, my
Mm-hmm.
dad stopped doing it, but he's still a Jehovah's Witness. But he was an elder too one time. He told me it was interesting. My father told me always appeal if you're in a judicial committee.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, because they're not usually right, and I'm like, dang, I'd never appealed. I got been to fellowship twice, but he told me to always appeal.
I didn't even know what that was.
Yeah, they didn't offer you that.
They said it, but I didn't know what that was. Like
Oh
this
yeah,
wasn't. I don't.
I knew what it was for my father. Yeah, because of the him having the elders book, and he warned me.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was. So I went into this committee with no knowledge that I can appeal, and and my parent wasn't there either. So I had to go with my JW aunt. So it was a mess. It was a mess. It was rigged. I
My
hated
father
it.
started drinking more when he disfellowshipped somebody because he never. It
Wow.
doesn't seem like he ever got over it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I think the a lot of elders are like his best friend. I don't. I'm just gonna straight up say his name. Paul Aguiar. He's a good man, but damn, the guy's an alcoholic, and he got removed for it. Being an elder for being an alcoholic, but he's not abusive. And he's not a jerk. He's like the friendly drunk.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a nice guy. He really is a nice guy. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
He just. It's almost like he can't handle his like Jehovah's Witness family and how
Mm-hmm.
like his wife is like very domineering, and I find
Mm-hmm.
alcoholism to be really high in the organization because they can't handle
Mm-hmm.
the life that they're giving them. They're told a better one's coming. You know.
Right.
Yes, that's
And
really
that,
true. That's really true. When I saw
yeah.
all my old friends that I knew, like all the people, they were so old and really tired. Like Like they look like a dried fruit, all of them. And then I went into the meetings, young, smiling, happy with my life. I think they were all jealous.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy? Recently, I reconnected with a childhood friend that I grew up with in the hall when I used to live in Bradenton. And we were just texting at first, and I called him by accident, and I almost died because, I haven't spoken to this guy in like forever. And he called me back, and we had the best like conversation ever. Like I've never have spoken to somebody from my past that I grew up with. You know what I mean? Like I saw his brother born when he was a baby. I used to take care of them. We used to hang out, and they used to leave us like home alone. It was the good old days, like 2012, 2011. And we spoke, and I couldn't believe it. And he invited me to his house next week, and I am scared. Like I want to go, but I don't want to go. Like I don't know what to do. I have anxiety.
yes, actually, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, "Oh, so how's your mom?" And he's like, "Oh, how's your mom?" And we're talking about a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm mentioning everybody from our past, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that was her name. We used to date." I was like, "What?" Because she was my best friend. She never told me about you. What are you talking about? Like we all grew up together, so it was like bombshell after bombshell. And then he was like, "Yeah, we were just talking for a while," and I was like, "Damn, like it was shady back then," and I didn't even know, like, because I was probably like the more spiritual one, like don't tell me nothing because I'm gonna snitch. But I wasn't a snitch. I kept telling them like, you could trust me, and I still was out of the loop with my friends. It's sad, but yeah, I can't believe it. He has kids now and everything, and I'm like, oh my god, what? Oh hey, Jesse's back.
Damn, Jesse's back.
Yeah, hell.
Jesse.
Yo, when I went.
Hey, Ruby. Ruby.
Sorry, I bailed out.
Yeah.
Say it right. SA is back.
Oh my god.
USA. Come on, you got the New York accent. No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I'm gonna cringe
you
it.
say,
I'm
bro,
gonna cringe
come
it.
on, bro. You haven't done that tonight much.
Oh, I've been good. I've been doing good, huh?
Nah, be who you are. Fly your freak flag. If I was in Rhode Island, I would talk like, "Hey, it's wicked Doc up there, and you did a wicked good job, y'all, with the YouTube videos. Jesse does a wicked good job. Ruby does a wicked good job. Oleg does a wicked. We all do wicked good jobs. We park the hot cars wicked hard,
I don't talk like that unless I get angry.
No,
Okay,
but that's
yes.
how Rhode Islanders. That's how the people I grew up with talk.
Yeah.
I didn't take the accent on. I'm neutral.
Yo, when I recently.
Wait. Hold on, Jesse. Speak up because you're kind of low.
Okay, I just want to ask you a question. Are you from Alaska?
No.
Who?
You have to be old like me to understand.
Say that again. I can't hear you.
You have to be old to understand that question. Quinn the Eskimo.
Okay, so obviously I'm not. What does it mean?
It's a song from the 60s.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Who sung it?
Quinn the Eskimo gets here. I can't remember. Who was it?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
I was born in 81, but I do know the 60s music, though.
Yeah, the 60s. Greatest music.
I love the 60s. Led Zeppelin was in the 60s.
Led Zeppelin was in the... They were called the Yardbirds.
Late 60s. They were in like 67, 69, somewhere around there when they formed.
Yeah.
And then 70s was their heyday. But who else? James Taylor is the 60s. And what's his name? The girl that he dated. I can't remember her name right now.
James Taylor, was it?
Carole King.
Oh, Carole King.
Yep. What else is in the Jimi Hendrix? A lot of good music in the 60s.
Yeah. Hey, did they have good music in Russia, Oleg?
Yeah, we have lots of good music in Russia for sure.
Name me a song from Russia besides the Soviet song.
Yeah, you will like Nazaria.
Nazaria?
You will really like Nazaria.
Write it in the chat so that I could look it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
Write it in the chat.
Yeah, Yeah, we can actually play it if you want, or if it's possible,
Sure.
or it's not possible.
Did the Russians invent
How
rock and
to?
roll?
Russia invented kind of a little, probably. I don't know.
When we were kids and we were in the Cold War, the Russians used to tell us that they invented everything. They invented baseball. They invented vodka, sex, rock and roll. Remember, the Soviet Union, they used to tell us that they invented everything.
Yeah, well, the Italians said they invented noodles and everything too, but
Yo,
really the
am I
Asians
sharing
did.
my screen?
Oh,
What have the Russians invented? Did the Russians invent anything?
Yeah, Russians invented rockets that went to the space. We went to the space for the first time.
Yeah. You guys had Sputnik. You guys were the first in
Yeah.
space. Yeah.
So we were the first space. Yeah. First animal in space.
All right, here we go, guys.
First human in space. First black man
Russian
in
music.
space.
Wait,
First
first
woman
what?
in space. First black man in space.
Black man?
Yeah.
You never had no
First woman in space. Yeah,
Is
was
it
all done
playing?
by us.
You guys have black people in Russia?
Of course.
I didn't know.
Oh
Like
my god!
we
I thought you were all pasty white.
Is it
You're
playing?
funny.
Yeah, it's possible.
I thought the only color you had was Gorbachev's forehead.
This is like
We
80s
have
music.
Asians. We have also Asians.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
I'm playing
true.
the song.
Oh, like Asia. Yeah. Did the Russians invent good music? Did they have good music?
Yeah, we do.
Did they listen to American music, or was that outlawed when you were a kid?
Yeah, did they play music or no?
No, did they have rock and roll in the Russia?
Yeah, we have Russian rock and roll, of course.
Oh, wow. I didn't know
Like
that.
there is Russian rock.
I didn't know that. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
Russian
if you
rock.
type in Russian rock, you will find a lot of stuff.
Okay, I'm going to have my researcher, Gigi for GB. He's going to look it up right now. Gilbert, look up Russian rock for Oleg. We're in a committee right now. me and Gilbert.
Hey, guys, I played the music. Did it play? And it kicked me out after a while.
Can you put on some Russian rock?
I put the link on that he sent me and I played it, but did it play or no? It's hard to do it on my phone.
No, yeah, you have to present. You have to click present.
So I'm trying to do a present.
Okay.
Someone have to agree me to present.
And then share screen, and then you have to play it. But don't forget to take off your headphones because then we won't hear it. Only you would hear it.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
we
that's
got some
complicated.
Take off
Russian.
my headphones?
That's complicated.
Russian
Now,
rock.
Vladimir,
It
Because I'll have
is.
to take my piece out, then I won't hear anything.
Well, whoever's presenting, once you start playing
I gotta
it,
get a
and
tablet.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he didn't actually allow me to present.
oh, okay,
I see
So
that
it's
I'm
whoever is
presenting, but I'm not allowed to do so.
okay, yeah. So it's the person who's doing the stream has to.
Yeah,
has-
unfortunately, I'm retarded and don't know what I'm doing.
yeah.
are you Russian?
I mean, shoot, I've only had an iPhone for like 6 years.
My mom, she's Kazakh, and my dad, he's Russian.
Oh, so you're
Okay.
half-breed. You're
Yeah,
like
kind of.
I'm quarter.
Yeah.
I'm quarter of.
Yeah. Also, my mom,
Quarters.
she has a little of Ukrainian, so my mom is also really mixed. But
are
by
you part-
passport, she is Kazakh.
Are you part Cossack?
Yeah.
Should we speak slower? Just it's an old Kazakh joke. It's an old Kazakh joke. I learned it from
Yeah.
Taxi.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this. Now, Vladimir Putin, he's kind of sexy, right? Like Rod Stewart. I don't know. He's always without his shirt.
I'm not sure about your taste, but I think that
I mean,
Marlon Brando is
okay,
much prettier than Putin.
Yeah, he tries to put on that persona that he's real sexy. He's on a horse. You know, he's a
Maybe he's
hunter.
strong. Yeah, he's strong, definitely. But
Okay.
sexy,
Okay,
I don't know. It's
I thought-
all about you. If you
I
like it,
thought
then
strong and
yes.
sexy went together. Strong and sexy.
Oh, Okay, I see. Yo,
This guy is the ultimate troll. I can't believe it.
No, I'm an old man, strong and sexy.
Yeah, what-
He's not a troll. Nah,
Yo,
Jesse's
when I-
not
when
a
I-
troll. He is an old
No,
man.
he really is. He's the ultimate troll. I had 2 uncles who used to troll us like this all the time and act like
What
it's
is
a,
a troll?
legit question.
Yo,
I'm from the 70s. What's a troll?
Yo, when I saw
Someone that
my
gets a
old,
reaction, that says things just to get a reaction and like stir it
Yeah.
up.
Mm-hmm.
Look, this is
I'm accused of being a troll all the time on Quora because I ask questions about Jehovah's Witnesses that piss them off. But really, I'm just like a exposing the truth. But whatever.
Look at my
I'll
phone
accept the
too,
troll.
Jesse. Look
I
at my
accept the
phone
troll.
too.
Oh,
Yeah.
let me see your phone. Where'd you get that?
Oh, you got a flip
Metro
phone?
PCS.
Oh, damn. Y'all got flip phones? I haven't had a flip phone in forever.
I went back to the flip phone.
You
I went
did?
back to
Okay.
I got
You
this in
didn't want the
Kazakhstan.
government spying on you as much. You're selling drugs and you want to get away with it clean.
Hey, Jesse, where's Gigi at? Is he there next to you?
Yeah, right here.
Where's Gigi?
Right here, next to me. He's in a committee.
Tell him
We're
to
doing
say
a committee.
hi. Don't be so rude. What's up, Gigi?
He's in a
Gigi, what
bad
the
mood.
hell?
He's in a bad mood right now. He went to the doctors and he's kind of like in a committee mode.
Well, that's why you shouldn't go to the doctor,
Hey, Jesse,
down in
tell him I'll
TJ.
give him a virtual hug, man. I'll give you a hug, buddy.
Gilbert,
Yeah.
Eric is giving you a virtual hug. He returned
So
it to
Jesse,
you,
what
Eric.
was your point about the phone though? What happened with the phone?
Oh, I'm an old man. I don't know what a troll means.
Oh, I got the same phone, but I know what it is. I know what's up.
Yo, you're a scoff.
Look, when I grew up in the 70s and 80s, we didn't have the word troll. So that's what I'm saying. What is a troll? We had control.
A troll is somebody who gets a reaction out of somebody purposely. Like you purposely go on a group chat or something or some kind of social network and get a reaction out of the community.
Yeah, like to trigger people, like to bother
To
them or
trigger
to
them.
poke
That's
them
what
or
a
to
troll
joke
is.
on them all the time.
And I'm guilty of it all the time on Quora.
You're interpreting it wrong. I'm just fascinated with Oleg. That's how come I'm asking him a lot of questions. I really am fascinated.
Yeah, me too. I think we all were kind of surprised.
Yeah, Kazakh. I heard Kazakh, and boy, Turkmenistan. I just started had a lot of questions.
Hell yeah.
Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, yeah, you
latest
got it wrong.
country in the
Kazakhstan.
world. All other countries go like little girls.
You guys are like Zod. We should all bow before Zod. Yeah.
Kazakhstan.
I mean,
Kazakhstan.
the only exposure I have to that is from Borat. So I'm
Oh my god, I was gonna say that, but I've been holding it back.
I am so sorry for my ignorance.
Of all of Kazakhstan.
Yeah, king is a castle. King is a castle.
What about
That's a bad one.
You are retarded. No, retired. Retarded.
No.
Yeah, actually,
Sorry,
Borat
bro,
is banned
but
in
that's
Kazakhstan.
how I know Kazakhstan
Yeah,
is from that
Borat the
movie.
movie is banned in Kazakhstan.
Let me talk to Oleg.
I heard
real quick.
about that.
Go ahead, JP.
Yeah, Oleg, I know actually an international chess master from Kazakhstan. So I have a high regard for you guys. You guys like chess a lot?
Yeah, they're chess.
The game chess?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got chance.
Yeah, I used
it's
to
like
play a
that.
lot of tournaments, and there was a lot of players from Kazakhstan, and I think some of the top youth players that are like going to contend for the world championship are Kazakh players. So I hold you guys in high regard, but I actually have a Kazakhstan shirt from some
Really?
people that I know. Yeah.
Wow, it's interesting. Yeah, it's really
Now,
good.
is Kazakhstan a republic or is it a dictatorship?
It's a republic. It's a republic. Yeah.
It's a country.
Actually,
Jesse,
Yes,
it's
I
a
understand.
country.
yeah,
Yes, yes.
it's independent country. It's independent
That's a
from
form of
Russia. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
The
a
Soviet
form of-
Union ended a while ago.
It's democracy. Democracy.
Not in my heart. We're still at it.
I know, brother.
I know.
Yeah.
But I
Kazakhstan
do
has
know
democracy.
You do have democracy?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Also, we have freedom of religions. It's actually how to say, like we're that type of government where government and religion are divided. They are separated. So religion is not involved in any government decisions. And
Oh,
all
kind of
that
like
stuff.
California. Hey, my brother wants to know if you read Russian.
Yes, I know how to read Russian, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Gilbert wants you to go to GG for GB and download his Russian voting ballot and send it to Watchtower.
You guys are such a trip. Don't listen to these guys.
And listen to his Russian interpretation.
Oleg, I don't know if you have ever
Don't
interacted
waste your
with
time. Come
Latinos,
on,
but this
man.
is exactly what that is. This is a Latino discourse.
Gilbert says that his Russian speech is on YouTube.
Actually, there's a lot of Spanish people on here right now, and I'm not one of them.
There's different types of us.
Gilbert's ex-girlfriend just became president of Mexico.
Ex-Jehovah's Witness.
Kazakhstan makes pretty good MMA fighters. My friend Brad from Australia says. Is that true?
Yes, it's true. It's true.
Yeah, they kick
actually
ass, huh?
like Kazakhstan is the best in the Greek Roman wrestling.
Greco-Roman wrestling?
Word.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it takes the first place in it all
There
the
are a lot
time.
of gays, huh?
Dang.
Greco-Roman. No, you know what?
Did you say a lot of gays?
Yeah, because you know what? You're not going to believe this. You know why I was removed as an elder? I got to tell you this story. I was removed as an elder. The technical reason why I was removed. I was never disfellowshipped, never disassociated, nothing. But I was removed as an elder. I had a qualifying committee because my son, when he was at Yuma High, you know, real famous high school here, he was in wrestling. And when the circuit overseer got me, his name is, I can't remember the circuit overseer, but they told me that the society frowns on Greco-Roman wrestling. I swear to God, when I heard that, I knew they were homophobes, atomic homophobes. But who says Greco-Roman wrestling? They call it wrestling, high school wrestling. But this circuit overseer was going out of his way to tell me that the branch hates Greco-Roman wrestling. And in my head, I thought, man, these guys must be secretly gay, the branch. Because who says Greco-Roman wrestling, you know, in America? I can understand if you're from Russia or Kazakhstan, but when you're from the United States, we don't use that term.
And what do you actually use for that?
Wrestling.
Just wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Now I got it.
See,
yeah, it's actually
it sounds too greasy. Yeah.
What sounds bad?
Greco-Roman wrestling. Greco-Roman, that part.
Yes.
Greco-Roman.
Don't use the word Greco-Roman because you're thinking of, you know, greasing in a hot tub and stuff like that. So you just say high school wrestling.
No. Yeah, it's like gachimuchi.
Yeah.
What do you guys call in Yuma, Arizona?
What's that?
What do you guys call in Yuma, Arizona?
Just high school wrestling, like everywhere else. High school wrestling. But that's why they removed.
Yeah. Also, what Kazakhstan is best of is beef. We have the best beef in the world.
Wrestling in Bethel is homosexual sexual intercourse.
Yeah. Hey, no lie. This is true. When they removed me, they were negotiating for me to stay as an elder. My son was 17. And they told me in the back room, Jesse, it looks like the elders told me that if you were to kick your son out, there might be room for you to stay as an elder. And I remember the circuit overseer was gone and it was just the elder body. And I quote unquote, I'm in the back room, Avenue 8, 1051 South Avenue 8, here in Yuma, in the elder room, Spanish. And they told me that, they presented me with that. And I said, quote unquote, I'm going to drop an F-bomb. I'm going to go down on you. But I said, F that poo-poo. F that shit. I told the elders. They didn't even disfellowship me for cussing in an elder meeting. There was no way I was going to. Yes, that's what I told the elders. I go, I'm out of here. I'm never coming back. I told them. They didn't even disfellowship me for that. But
Wait. They told you to kick out your 17-year-old son?
Yeah, that if I were to kick him out, I might be able to retain my privileges.
Wow, that's crazy.
I swear to God. You kicked Gilbert out of the house instead. So I kicked my little brother Gilbert out of the house instead.
So are you saying to me that elders? Yeah.
What's that?
Are you saying that elders have some kind of privilege? There is elder privilege.
Yeah, we're kind of like
Elder
white
supremacy.
liberals. We got white privilege. White liberal privilege.
Yeah, we have to fight elder supremacists.
But why didn't you just appeal?
No, I was gone by then. I was already like, could you go up there and give a talk on 1914? Like, check this out. When I was a kid, I was born a Republican.
He was too apostate.
And a Christian. That's the way I was born. So I was living like behind enemy lines. And so guess what the first elder talk I got, the first outline? Avoid the spirit of independence, quote unquote. The first outline I got as an elder was avoid the spirit. I love the spirit of independence. I lived in 1976, the spirit of independence. And what a coincidence. That was the first public talk they gave me, and I couldn't do it. I traded with somebody else, like masturbation, anything other than that. I can handle that. You know, like premature ejaculation.
Oh my
Anything,
God.
but not the spirit of independence.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Like when we had a young elder or something, or young ministerial servant, you would hand them the sex talk. And the elders would watch this guy go up there and give the sex talk. And especially if he was like a virgin, a young 17, 18, 19-year-old ministerial servant. And you'd watch him sweat buckets up there. You know? I mean, that was some cold-hearted stuff.
Yeah, we had an elder who had the nickname the hairy arm because this guy was Portuguese and he was really hairy, and he would put his arm on your shoulder when he was counseling you. So he got that like nickname. And the hairy arm, he what did he do? He's done so many things. I'm losing my train of thought. Sorry.
That's pretty
when
gross.
when he would go over the baptism questions, he's like going over these questions with like teenagers, like 14 to 17-year-olds, male and female, and asking them if they masturbate.
Gilbert wants to know
what.
Yeah, because like that was like going to be a deciding factor if they got if they got baptized or not, if they masturbated. And you know what a buddy of mine told me? He said to him, "I'll give you the answer, but you got to shake my hand first."
That's disgusting.
and the elder, he's a weak man. He said, get out of here. I'm not like he realized how ridiculous it was. So he like backed down, and he's trying
But is
to do
that
things.
question in the organized book?
No, it's so out of line. This brother was so out of line his whole life. He used to say the most weird things. He told me one time, I was over his house because I was really good friends with his son, and we all had a crew, and we were over the house and we watched Gone in 60 Seconds. Remember that movie with Nicolas Cage? And there's a scene in the movie where they're robbing somebody, and there's a girl that has a bikini or like a thong on, and it shows a little bit of her butt. And the brother said, "Hey, there's someone studying with us, and how do you think that made him feel?" I said, "Pretty good. I liked it." And he said, "No, really, are we setting a good example?" And I said, "Honestly, I really don't see any fault in just a brief nudity." And he goes, "Well, Eric, some people abuse brief nudity, like say the Titanic, and they'll fast forward to the nudity scene and then rewind it and then keep rewinding it until they're done." And I'm like, "What are they done from?" He's like, "And I'm like, "Oh my God." And I told this to all my friends, and we had like inside jokes forever from it. Even the kids, like the son. But super inappropriate guy, and just like what's sad? I guess something happened to him where he got a guilty conscience of all the people he disfellowshipped, because he ended up an alcoholic, got disfellowshipped. Well, he always was a drinker, but he got real off the wall, and he got disfellowshipped for it, removed as an elder, reinstated, immediately disfellowshipped again because didn't really change, and died of liver poisoning or whatever, cirrhosis. And this man killed himself on alcohol, left his wife with nothing, burnt all the money out on booze. And this is the congregation are telling us that these men are appointed by God, and it's actually a really sad outcome for the guy. And I don't like wish it upon anybody, even my enemies. So it sucks.
Some elders were
that's my little story.
Some elders were real whack.
Yeah, he was a wacko. He had it. I mean, we called him the hairy arm. He had a nickname. Everyone did, not just rebels, like just regular congregation members.
Well, it just goes to show you, you guys, that there's no Holy Spirit involved in the elder arrangement whatsoever.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're right.
And as men, I mean, I was never an elder, but there was a lot of good elders that I would like to, acknowledge, like that were in the organization. Like, for example, when I was in there, I would say like Brother Thompson, Brother Jarvis. I could name countless elders that were there that really counseled me and were genuinely good men that showed me the the fundamentals of life, because I wasn't raised with a father. So these men took me under their wing, and they really raised me as a man, and I really acknowledge like a lot of
Thank
these
you, Ruby.
men
Have a good night.
that took me under their wing. But even like elders, like I would say like Gilbert and Gigi for GB and his brother Jesse, these are some of the best elders that you could ever hear, that left the
Absolutely.
organization. That'll tell you, straightforward, like how it is. Like, they're not going to bullshit with you. They're ex-JW elders. They're not going to bullshit with you. They're going to tell you how it is. And that's how I like it, because some of these men, like Gilbert and Jesse, like, were some of the best elders that I met when I was in the organization. And a lot of those men aren't around anymore, but as a young man, like they showed me what I needed to know to grow up as a person, and
Jerry, I
Gilbert and
agree with
Jesse,
what you're
even though
saying about them too.
they're out, they have a lot to say, and they're good men. That's what I have to say.
I agree with you. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I agree that they're good men, because Gigi and Jesse, they remind me of Danny Antonelli, this brother in Rhode Island, and he didn't fit in because he was really good. Like when he was on my committee, and I don't think he wanted to disfellowship me. He was always in my corner, and he was the only guy that would call me like every like 3 or 4 months and be like, hey man, if you ever want to come back to Jehovah. And even though it's insulting now how I see it, it wasn't back then. And he was always on my side, and he encouraged the elders to let go of my restrictions early, which didn't help me because I did free RBC LDC work. But he knew I had a skill to help out because I had auto body painting. And he was a really good man. And you know what? He got removed as an elder, and I feel like they like thin the herd. They get rid of the good elders. The reason why he got removed was there was another elder that showed up at his job, and he's a master carpenter, like master. Like he works for very rich clientele of what he does, and he doesn't just take on like additions. Like he's very particular what kind of work he takes on and who's paying him. And
One last thing I wanted to tell you, Eric, too, is like,
oh, go ahead.
Not just Gigi for GB and Jesse. They're not just good men; they're strong men.
Well, that's
what I want to add to, like,
absolutely.
both. Yeah,
they're strong men because they could also admit when they were wrong too, and that makes us all strong men, because I've been wrong. That's for damn sure.
Yeah,
I made mistakes.
So hand it over to Jesse. He looks kind of he looks like he wants to say something.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just conclude though with saying that good men like Jesse and Gigi are and my friend Danny Antonelli, they're removed because, you know why this guy got removed? He got removed because he had another elder show up at his job site at his shop and wanted to help him because he didn't have work, and he goes, I have no work for you. And really, he could have used people like me or somebody who knew what they were doing, but he couldn't just take it in a non-skilled laborer. And he said, no, I don't want. The guy wouldn't leave, so finally he said, get the fuck out of here. And that's what it caused him to get removed as an elder. They said you lashed out in abusive speech, but he was antagonized, and they pushed a good man away. And I used the foul language because that's what he used, and I just wanted to put that point out there. But this was a good man, and they removed him, and I hope he is not a witness anymore. I hope he eventually woke up from it. But you guys remind me of him. You're the same old school like that. You guys have like a lot of the same mentality, you know.
You know what?
And you have you have love in your hearts.
I want to build on that what you just said, because in Yuma we were in the Spanish. We grew up with brothers who fought in World War II, Spanish Mexican Americans. Peter Rojas, the ones that built it in the 50s and 60s, fought in World War II, fought in Okinawa, and Wilfred Ponce, he fought in North Africa, fought the Nazis. Ramos, he fought in the Korean War. These were all great men who later on became Jehovah's Witnesses, and those are the ones we grew up as little kids emulating and trying to be like. And me and Gilbert, we spent hours talking about this, almost crying, man, in deep thought about this, because no matter how much we love these old men who have all passed away, these old Jehovah's Witnesses, it doesn't change the fact that they lied to us, that they lied. They never confessed. They lied to us about 1914. They lied to us about 1975. No matter how much we love them, they never confessed their lies. They never came. They worshiped the Watchtower to the death. And they fished so many men to Jehovah's organization, not to Christ. So no matter how much we love these men, these old school elders, they never changed the folly of their ways. And it's a very difficult subject. Very difficult subject.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what I would like to add on to what Jesse was saying. Is it's very difficult subject, and to a lot of the old veterans from the Korean War, like my tío, and the Vietnam War, and all the ones going on from then, it's like they don't have no acknowledgement to these men that sacrificed to that. Watchtower just like looks at like all these people like a joke. All these warriors, these people that were giving us our freedom, they look at them like as a joke. And like these are war veterans, people that have died in my family, you know, now that I look at it. And I pay respect to them all the time, especially like during Veterans Day and all that, Memorial Day.
Olag,
Yeah,
what
I
are
feel
you
you,
eating?
JP.
What are you eating, Olag?
What you eating, bro? It's breakfast time.
Gummy.
What time is it over there?
9.
It's 10
9:30?
a.m.
10 a.m.
Where are you at? Where are you at?
Oh, he's got gummy bears.
Yeah, it's my flat.
But where? What town? What city?
Moscow.
Russia, Moscow.
Wow.
I'm in Moscow.
That is beautiful.
He's in school.
Hey, did you ever watch?
Yeah.
You know who Patrick Stewart is?
Yeah.
The actor.
No.
The actor Patrick Stewart.
He was in Star Trek.
Yeah, but before that, he portrayed Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Have you ever seen that? You got to watch him in that movie. Wow.
Okay, that's an old one. It must be.
Yeah, that's an old one. That's an old one.
Yo, I know.
Does he have hair?
I know who is Jon Stewart.
Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart.
No, I know Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart. Who's that?
You don't know Jon Stewart?
Jon Stewart, the comedian slash political guy.
No. I'm not a communist.
Yeah, because that's what Jon Stewart is. Yeah, we know who he is.
Yeah.
No,
I don't care for him. I don't care for Jon Stewart.
Have you seen Tucker Carlson coming to Moscow?
Wow.
Oh, I have not seen that, but that's cool. What happened?
Yeah, he actually really loved Moscow. Like how clean the city is, how metro is clean and nice and convenient. You know, Moscow has one of the most.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah.
System.
Yep.
So,
now that you're saying it, it's flashing me back. Yeah, I do remember seeing that. Yep.
Also, all our supermarkets are full of food.
Go ahead.
Sanctions don't work at all. Like we still have Coca-Cola. Like we still have McDonald's, even though it doesn't call that way anymore. Like we're living basically the same life which it used to be before.
What is the population of Moscow?
30 millions.
30 million? It's a wow. So it's bigger than
Like,
New York
but
City.
it's not completely registered. Like completely registered people is like 20 millions, but I think it's a lot more than that because lots of illegal people here, I would say, like not registered people, lots of tourists, like really big city and
Yeah, so
beautiful.
it's bigger than New York. Probably. New York is like 8 million, huh?
I have a question.
Yes, yeah, of course it's bigger than New York. Then yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't you know that Moscow even called the third Rome?
Third Rome?
Yeah, third Rome. Yeah.
So what would be
like
Rome?
The first Rome is actually in Italy. Second one is London, and the third is Moscow.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I didn't know that. I thought every time I just think of Italy, Rome.
Mm-hmm. Hey, JP has a question.
Yeah, well, like I was gonna ask you, since you live in Russia now from Kazakhstan, how does it feel living in a country that's at war against Ukraine and stuff? Is it a lot talked about in Moscow amongst Kazakh people and stuff, or is that something you're not trying to get involved with? I'm not trying to suck you into any kind of conversation, but I'm just wondering, as an American, what's going on with there? Or are you even allowed to speak about it?
I'm just living my life. I'm not going out Moscow downtown on the Red Square and screaming not proper words. If you go outside in public and say just 2 words, good luck. You're going to the prison for saying 2 words. Saying 2 words really quickly.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to ask you like questions, in order to, because I don't know what happened if I ask you certain questions, so I just want to let you know that I'm not trying to incriminate upon you like as a person or something. I was just like asking
personally,
that.
me, I'm feeling really safe here in Moscow, and
Yeah, you said that earlier.
Because I'm feeling that way only because I'm not citizen of Russia. I'm not obligated in any army services, like going to the army and stuff.
You're just going to school.
So if you
I'm just a student here.
Do you feel like, Oleg, like there's any kind of threat from like the EU, like the European Union, against like the Russia or something?
No, I don't feel any threat from there.
Russia's taking care of their borders pretty well.
Yeah.
I was the only thing is like drones are sometimes coming to Moscow, and once upon a time I was in a building that got shot by a drone here in Moscow. Yeah. It actually sounded like a fireworks. It was at night. Everyone woke up. So yeah.
Was it
for me?
Was it the king? Were you at the Kingdom Hall?
No,
right. It's not possible. Like all Kingdom Halls in Russia are
banned.
taking over. Yeah. No, they're taken over by the government.
Okay, they're closed.
Basically, government just took it all from Jehovah's Witnesses.
Wow. Kind of like California.
Earlier, when you were saying that they were doing it all online, do you mean like Zoom? Are they doing it all on Zoom now?
They're doing Zoom. They're doing it on Telegram. Like Telegram.
Okay,
is really
Telegram.
popular.
That was the other. Thank you. You reminded me.
So it's really popular in Russia. So that's why they're doing it there. They even have Telegram bots for subscriptions. So they call like the channel on Telegram right now. Like it has 11,000 people on it, and it's called Bible Online Tours. They even have a website. Yeah. They even have a website. They're doing kind of like historical tours. Like they're showing stuff in the history which has Jehovah name on it, like the Tetragrammaton and stuff. like on Egypt or like any like related to Israel, like the God's name. So they're doing Bible tours. That's how it call it, to not be catch up by the police here.
Do they
And also
have,
they doing it by subscription. So each tour costs 500 rubles subscription for 1 month.
what
It's
about the
around $5.
Do they have any home association? For example, the book study groups?
I'm not sure. I'm not subscribed to any of that. I'm just today when I found a channel on Telegram today. Like someone of my ex Jehovah's Witnesses friends, they sent me a link. They actually they having a stream on Telegram. On Telegram, you also can do a live stream like on YouTube, and it was a live stream from a Zoom meeting. And there was an interview of Dennis Christensen. You know Dennis Christensen or David Christensen? What's the name of the guy? You know the Danish guy who went to prison in Moscow because of doing public service here, the public preachings. Like there is one guy from Denmark, like who was a Jehovah's Witnesses here in Russia, and when it was banned, like the government sent him to prison. Like I guess actually the reason why he was in prison because one of the houses, like the buildings of Kingdom Halls, they were actually he was like an owner of that building, but he's a foreigner for the government, that he cannot actually own the land or something. I don't know. Maybe that was the reason why he went to jail. But he went out of the jail, like he's been there for 5 years. So now he is back in Denmark. Like he actually was living in Russia for 22 years, and he was doing an interview. Like they were streaming out the interview of him translated to Russian on the Telegram channel today. It was today or yesterday.
You know what's interesting, Oleg, is that all over the world, the Jehovah's Witnesses, we know the persecution they receive in Russia. They're always telling us. But like Christians are being persecuted in Africa like nobody's business, and all over the world. And the Jehovah's Witnesses never talk about them. You know, people are actually getting killed in Africa in different states for their Christian belief. Jehovah's Witnesses never, ever talk about them. You know, they think they're the only ones being persecuted. Yeah.
That's actually like common in the whole world, I would say.
Yeah. And you know what's interesting is if you look politically, talking politics, the first right now in the United States, the last 6, 7, 8 years, I remember since Mitt Romney ran for president against Barack Obama. That's when you started seeing the politics of against Russia. And it was the Jehovah's Witnesses who were supposed to be politically neutral. They were the first organizations bad-mouthing Russia. I just find it ironic that the Jehovah's Witnesses and the American left both badmouth Russia. The Jehovah's Witnesses are supposed to be neutral. Maybe if they kept their mouths shut about Russia, they would receive less persecution.
Yeah, that's actually what I feel. I'm still wondering, did Jehovah's Witnesses take any side in the Ukrainian-Russian conflict?
Well, that's a good point. If you go to the jw.org, you'll look at Russia, and they talk all the bad news about Russia. But they will never mention about the conscription in Ukraine. They never mention nothing negative about Ukraine. It's all one-sided. Everything's bad about Russia. They sound like the Brady Bunch. Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. All they
And
do
U.S. is funding
Russia.
Ukraine's war for Russia. They're funding it.
But they won't say the excesses of the Ukraine. They don't talk about the drones. They don't talk about nothing of the excesses of Ukraine. I'm not picking sides here. But if when you're
like it feels like they almost saying like go and fight for from Ukrainian side. No,
they won't mention nothing negative about the Ukraine. Nothing negative about the Ukraine.
No. But I mean, are they like feeling good about people that Ukrainians are taking guns and going after Russians? Are they feeling good about it or no?
No. No. They're not that. But they subtly, by not talking about it.
Yeah.
I feel they're not being neutral because they're actively talking bad about Russia, and they won't talk bad about the Ukraine. If you're neutral, hit both. Because war is war.
Yes, exactly. No. If you're neutral, don't just like choose
Pick
any
one
side,
side.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah, don't pick one side. It's actually it's the same about COVID. They only had one side about the vaccine. They pushed
Correct.
it out.
For example, let's say the Watchtower, JW.org today could say Zelensky does not have a mandate. It is reported on the mainstream media that his mandate is over. He is not a functioning Democrat society. And they are persecuting certain Christians who are not part of the perceived religion. That would be neutral. At least you're saying real news. They will not find anything negative about the Ukraine. Go to jw.org. I challenge anybody and punch in Ukraine. You will find nothing negative about the Ukraine.
It's actually like interesting because like I don't know why, but like the Western politics were always are about Ukraine and stuff. So for example, I have these two books, like the book that see that book, Think in Which It Is Impossible for God to Lie. It's book from 1965, yes, like, and that book exists in Ukrainian language. But I don't believe that book exists in Russian language. Like it's an old Jehovah's Witnesses book, which exists only in Ukrainian and English, and I don't know which about other languages, but it doesn't exist in Russian. So it's kind of like they were pro-Ukraine even back then in 1971. And like if you look where Charles tells Russell, like he's been to the Russian Empire. And he's been to Kiev, the current capital of Ukraine. So like Ukrainian people, they long ago have been prepared, like studied to be separated, you know? It's all well planned long before.
Right.
Or like,
you know what? And in the 1930s, when Stalin starved the Ukraine, now in hindsight, we talk about it in historical record. But in the 1930s, when it was happening, the New York Times never wrote about it. The Los Angeles Times didn't write about it. No American newspaper wrote about it when people were really starving. So there's a lot of irony in the reporting. And all I'm saying is that Watchtower, as a neutral Christian group that they claim to be, they should play it neutral too. Say the bad about Russia and say the bad about the Ukraine. And that would be neutral. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they both are fighting. They're taking guns, you know? They're all bad. They all worldly people.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's like, for instance, on the COVID vaccine, they'll quote Dr. Fauci, but they will not quote a single critic of Dr. Fauci. If you're going to be neutral, be neutral. Quote them both and let the people decide. Yeah.
They actually, I believe that Jehovah's Witnesses are taking part of the New World Order. And stuff.
I agree.
To the choir here. You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah. We all agree.
I agree too.
Yep.
So it's like just...
We're going to stand up and say hallelujah, Oleg.
Yeah, just like, you know, one of that new religions that gonna take over the world, or they wish to do so. So just like experience on the society, like,
yeah,
and they will choose the ones that gonna outgrow the all.
Hey, I gotta tell you this story. About 1973 is the first time I heard the word the new system, and I told my little brother, Gilbert was only like 2 years old at that time, but I had nightmares about the new system because I had heard of the end of the world, and it was right before 1975, so they were scaring people, you know. And my big brother used to scare us that the end of the world was going to happen and the earth was going to swallow us up, like in that book, Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained. But when I first heard of the system of things, until I was 50 years old, for 50 years, I had nightmares. I've always hated that word, the new system. Since I was a baby, since I was a little child. Who talks like that? You know, you talk about the end of the world, the end of an era, the end of the ages. But that new system to me, it was like a demonic expression or like a new world order expression. But back then, we didn't have the new world order.
Yeah, it's like the New World Translation.
Yeah, scared the hell
New
out of me.
World Translation.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yep.
yeah, everybody else.
Also, they push the vaccine. They don't want you to be a gun owner. They destroy the family with the disfellowshipping arrangement. So that's all like in New World Order propaganda as well. And they tell you that in paradise now that you'll work and live where we tell you, and you'll be happy. And the new reset will be you will own nothing and be happy. A lot of similarities.
Yeah, too close for comfort. Yep.
Yep.
Too
I
close.
was gonna ask Oleg real quick. How did you wake up, and how did you find 6 screens of the Watchtower channel?
Great question. Yes.
I started Googling.
Wow.
So I just first I was so surprised why I didn't do that before, but one day the idea came to my mind. Maybe I should just type in 2 words, Jehovah's Witnesses, in Google search and press the button search. Yes, and that's where rabbit hole went deeper.
That was
and
it,
deeper.
huh? Wow.
Yeah, I just took the red pill. I just took the red pill. Red pill.
Good for you, brother.
Yeah.
Is your whole family Jehovah's Witnesses? Or is it just you?
So,
how did you become a Jehovah's Witness?
He wasn't. He never got baptized.
Oh, okay.
No, it's all.
He was a
it's all
publisher.
Of my. It's my mom. My mom took me to the first meeting when I was 11 years old. It was in 2011. Like, it's already like 13 years ago, right? Yeah. So yeah, the first thing that I find out is, of course, the Crisis of Consciousness, the book.
Raymond France.
So
Yes,
that's awesome.
Yeah, I actually read that book, and then what happened next? I actually continued being Jehovah's Witnesses, kind of, but then I had a friend. He actually studied in Canada, and I started talking to him about all that stuff, and he actually put some kind of ideas to my mind. Like, he actually was a communist, which he was atheistic communist. So, but he, I'm sorry,
like
no, not like that. But he was Marxist. Let's say he was Marxist, like Russian Marxist, and but he was actually Kazakh by nationality. And so he asked me good questions and sent me some good videos by there like really famous Russian religious scientists, like the guys who study religion like a science in Russia. And he sent me videos to them like in Russian, like where he was talking about Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff. I started watching also that videos, like learning like about religion, cults, all this stuff. Like especially that guy, he was specialized specifically on cults. So I started watching that videos, opening my mind. And yeah, and one day I just like told my mom that I am not going to meetings anymore. It was actually so hard to me. But even harder for me it was to say it to my dad, because my dad, he is not Jehovah's Witness. You know, I was growing up in the family where my mom, she is Jehovah's Witnesses and my dad is not. My dad, he was just like a Soviet guy. He didn't believe in any God. He just like an atheist, I would say.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it was so hard for to say that don't want to go to meetings anymore, because long time before I was actually pushing to my dad to go to the meetings, you know. I was kind of like, even though I was not baptized, you know, I was really truly believing in it, like 100%. I think I believe them more than already baptized people. I think I felt that way, that I was a true believer, because I felt about my persona that I'm not ready to get baptized. You know, I don't deserve it. You know, I treat people that get baptized, I thought that I like holy people. But after I opened my eyes, I found out they like really shitty people. They're not holy at all.
Yeah.
Like, I actually believe that people that not getting baptized are way, way more better than people are getting baptized.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was really painful when I went out. I guess like I spent half of a year in my room, just like doing nothing. Like I even dropped out my university. I felt like I cannot control anything in my life. Like I lost faith in everything and all that stuff. It was really hard time to me. I don't even remember what I was doing, but I remember, I was lying in my bed, really disappointed, like have no one to talk because all my Jehovah's Witnesses friends they actually banned me on social medias because I tried to wake them up. I tried to show them the websites. Look, there are websites which they say it's not true. It's a code.
I
And
can
they all banned me
understand.
on social medias.
I can understand where you're coming from, Oleg. Like where you're feeling like there's nobody else there once you wake up, and you just feel like you're on your own. So
I felt
can
helpless.
totally understand like that when you first wake up, that isolated feeling and that. But I'm glad you found 6 screens in this channel and stuff because it's helped me a lot. But before I found like a lot of people in here.
Oh, you asked me how I found 6 screens. I found it was on my YouTube recommendations. It's all by YouTube recommendations. That's how I found out about 6 screens.
Yeah, since Rick has been doing StreamYard, it gets out to people more.
Hey, you know what, Oleg? What you said, you mentioned it, how you find out and then you feel like you're all alone. You know, the funny thing, the same thing happened to me in reverse. I always loved my country, but I was born a Jehovah's Witness. Me and my little brother were born in. So we couldn't celebrate nothing patriotic. We couldn't salute the flag. So we used to get beat up in school, kicked out, or, you know, different things would happen to us. And it was funny because a lot of the kids, they would salute the flag, but they hated America. They could spit on the flag. They would talk bad about the United States. They just did it as a mechanism. And we who really loved our country, we couldn't salute the flag. It was so funny. It was like we were living in opposite worlds, you know. But we knew we couldn't salute the flag because we were trained as babies. We can't salute. It's against our religion. But we loved America. I loved baseball. I loved, you know, Reagan. I loved my country. And
Amen, Jesse.
Yeah. But we couldn't because so we took the lumps. We got beat up in school. We got kicked out. We got, you know, we got harassed during the celebrations. We got thrown out of class. We had to wait in the hallway. Everything that all the Jehovah's Witnesses, a lot of the Jehovah's Witness kids go through hell here. They go through hell. I don't know in Russia. I imagine in Russia it's probably worse. The kids, they go through hell. Yeah.
Oh yeah, when I was Jehovah's Witness at school, it was hard because everyone was singing an anthem. I wasn't. I was just standing up like that.
Yeah.
Not putting my hand on my chest, but I actually feel like I was the only one that was doing so because all other kids, I found out that they were actually singing the anthem and putting the hand on their chest just to not like get in trouble. But I was not doing that. No, I was really true believer. Like I was a extreme Jehovah's Witness believer. I tried to convert my classmates.
Yeah.
So yeah, even my in Russia we have a class teacher, like the teachers that advised into a particular class until the very end of the school. So and she in front of all our class were saying that I'm a cultist. Look at him. He is a cultist, you know? She tried to turn all the classmates against me. So,
wow.
Yeah, it was really also harsh to like be not celebrating birthdays, all that celebrations, all that stuff. Yeah. I actually used to have that before because I was growing up in normal family before my mom started to be a Jehovah's Witness. Like before 11 years old, like I had birthdays and the stuff. We celebrated Christmas, Happy New Year, like all the celebrations. Actually, my mom used to celebrate a lot. She actually being the force that was celebrating all that stuff, but she was kind of like in a search and she says that she found out the truth finally when Jehovah's Witnesses knocked to their door, and she opened it up. Yeah. Yeah, actually, because of my mom, I've been to many religions. Like before Jehovah's Witnesses, my mom also took me to mosques, like all other stuff. Like it was Orthodox Christianity, it was mosques, it was whatever it was. Like it was spirituality, some kind of like spiritual thing. It was even some kind of financial marketing stuff. I don't know, like my mom, she was a really active person. Like she also used to believe before Jehovah's Witnesses that she can cure people, that she is kind of like a doctor, magician doctor that can heal people out of cancer or whatever it is. I remember like she was telling me that like that she even has a diploma from some kind of guy that she is like a spiritual doctor or something. So, but then Jehovah's Witnesses knocked to our doors, and she stopped believing all of that. She threw away all the icons that we had at our home, Orthodox icons with the gold and stuff, like the all crosses were thrown away. Like many magician-related literature was burned out, like Harry Potter and stuff. Yeah, it was kind of like, actually, when I talk about it, it's actually, I don't know, it sounds funny for me that it's actually happened in my life.
Can you still talk to your mom?
Yeah, of course I can still be talking freely. She recently invited me to assembly that's gonna take place on 27th of June.
Wow.
So yeah. I actually in good relationship with my mom. I actually thinking that she is in that point where she like kind of like maybe she started thinking that probably it's not the right way. At least I hope
Thank
so.
you.
So the only thing why I'm still going, like when I'm back at home to the meetings, because of my mom, because I want to save her. Because like I feel like that my parents, they're getting old, you know, and when people get old, they're getting old basically, and I don't want that any of them try to fool my parents. I will not let anyone to put my parents in trouble.
No. You know, my mom's
So
my mom's been dead since 2008, and sometimes at night in my dreams I talk to her, and sometimes I've smelled her fragrance, her aroma. I've felt her hands sometimes when I'm asleep. So I don't know. I don't know if it's because I'm a Mexican or our culture, but are the Russians? Are they? I know our culture. We love our moms. Our moms are everything. You know, till the day you die, you remember your mom. Is that the same with the Russian culture?
Yeah, of course, it's a Russian culture as well. Of course, yeah.
Yeah. That's a beautiful culture.
So yeah, so I show up there to show them
Asian culture very much focuses on.
You're
the
not gonna
elderly,
use
too.
my mom to some bullshit and stuff. I will not let that happen.
Yeah,
I'm not that stupid.
You're protective of mama.
Yeah, you got to be.
Yeah. Yeah, even so, like it's full doctrine, all that stuff, and I went through all of that. I actually feel happy about that happened to my life, that I'm the person that I am at right now. So I love my current personality, and that I have some kind of experience that usually people don't experience in their life.
Eric, what?
Yeah,
culture,
I'm here.
What culture were you? You're Italian, right? Part Italian?
Yeah, I am part Italian. I'm part Italian, Irish, Canadian, French, and German.
Oh my gosh, you guys love your mamas.
Nah, I can't stand my mother. She's a controlling She's a controlling narcissist, and she tortured me my whole life and caused me a lot of mental disorders. I don't love my mother.
I thought the Italians and the Irish love their moms. Yeah.
I did for a long time until I realized my mother doesn't love me, so I can't be in a one-sided relationship.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, my mother doesn't love me. She only loves herself. She's a lover of pleasures, and I can't do anything about it.
You know what? That's a very good point. I always say that. These Jehovah's Witnesses, they have an eternity to be with Jehovah. They can't give their family a few seconds. They have an
I know.
Isn't that wild? This
I
Jehovah's
found
Witness.
out from like my therapist that my mother caused my like self-harm cutting disorder, and it was like it's never enough. You can never please the woman. It's just like you're always not enough, and it caused me mental disorders. I'm a lot better, and I don't have that problem anymore.
Eric,
But it took me.
Do you think it's the religion caused it, or is it a cultural thing, or?
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with the religion, and it made my mom like very unhealthy. And unfortunately, my mother-in-law is just as unhealthy as my mother. My wife and I both had bad mothers. Our fathers, they're not great, but they're not good at all. But like they had potential, and they still do. You know, they're like Darth Vader. They're like Anakin. There's still Anakin in them, but like our mothers, they're the Emperor.
Wow.
They're just there's no compassion, there's no love, there's no empathy from these women. They're very cold and controlling. I don't understand it. I think it has to do with my mother wears the pants in the family, and I think it's very unnatural.
Okay.
You know, my father should be the head of the house. Sorry, I'm old school.
Yeah, that's not good. It's not
It's
healthy.
not good. No, and she's a dumb woman. I'm not being a disrespectful man to my mother. She really is stupid. She's easily to manipulate, and I think that's why she felt for a cult, or like some of my family. You know, my grandfather, like he warned me about 1975. He said that they got it wrong. He didn't say what the Jehovah's Witnesses say now. He said that Watchtower got it wrong. They made a mistake, and he said that the only thing is that it seems to be that Jehovah, even though they made a mistake, Jehovah pushed away the true Christians, and so the ones that left and the organization when there was a mass exodus in the 70s, they were not obedient to Jehovah, and my grandfather was, but he got that wrong. He was obedient to men.
You know, in the Mexican culture, what happens is in our culture, they bring in a family and they bring in tons of people. So, like maybe in a different culture, they'll bring in 1 or 2 people. So in the Mexicans, if they have a big family, you bring in 5, 10 people. And
oh yeah, no, the Italian family was the same way. I have a lot of Italian family members in the organization. My grandfather and all his brothers, they all love my nonna, my great grandmother, because she raised them as a single mother because the father passed away, and it's like the women in their families never do any wrong. Like the women are very cherished on the Matter East side of my family.
Yeah.
But it's tainted from the Jehovah's Witnesses. You know,
Yes.
That's the problem.
Yeah, big time.
I would die for my family, my mother still, but I can't be around someone that's so toxic. She's toxic for herself, never mind me.
So as a healthy move, you just stay away.
Yeah, I had to move.
Yeah.
She also rejected my wife, and she's been a sweetheart, and it actually made me a better man. And my mother is stupid for rejecting my wife. There are other women that wish that they had my wife as their daughter-in-law, and I just don't appreciate all the pain that my mother caused. That was like unscriptural. I would love to tell her that, like, you know, what God yoked together, let no man pull apart, and all you did was conspire against my wife and I. She really did. I caught her, in the cookie jar, so to speak, conspiring with other family members and friends in the congregation. It wasn't good. When my wife and I were separated for a little while from all the stress of this, we got back together, and my mother said she'd never been so disappointed in me. And it's like that's not love and support from you. You want your mom to accept your wife. You know, it's really, and it's not like I married like a jerk. I married a gem. I married someone that made me a better man. How can you go wrong, Mama?
Yeah.
Anyways, I don't mean to make this about a therapy hour for myself.
No, we're talking about mamas. It's very important.
No, for sure. But that's why, I would give my mother everything if she just give me a little bit, not even as much as I would give her.
But witness families don't. They want everything. They want eternity with Jehovah. They can't give 10 minutes, 10 seconds to a loved one who's not a witness. Man.
Look what happened to Joe and Fran, a sweet elderly couple, and their family is shunning their kids.
Yeah. Isn't that
You know,
crazy?
like what harm did these two old timers do? They
And the
they spread love amongst this community, and like they're the sweetest people. They're against the child sex abuse cover-ups.
and in the golden years, in the last years, that's what I'm saying. You only have a
Yeah.
few years at best to be with loved ones, and you're going to have eternity with Jehovah. Can't you give your
Yep.
family a few minutes? Yeah.
Exactly. Good point.
Yeah, the destruction of the family everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Oleg, that's good. That's good. Keep your mom. Keep.
Yeah, that's what the like all the new age cults are doing. They're
Yeah.
separated the roots. They separated your family. They separate everything. They saying like everything that was before, like Jehovah's Witness is a lie. Don't learn about the history. They completely cutting out the culture, all the roots. Like nothing have happened before. Like they actually creating a nationless, historyless people that don't know that have no clue what's going on in the world.
Yeah, if you
Like-
listen to Karl Marx, he sounds like a Jehovah's Witness. They talk about the new man. You know, Jehovah's Witnesses talk about the new personality. The Karl Marx talks about
Klaus
a utopia. They
Klaus
talk
Schwab
about
or
Vladimir Lenin, all of these, you know, the separation. You have to have this new man, this new age, and they break away these abortions. Remember in the Soviet Union, the beginning of the Bolshevik Revolution, that was big. That's how it empowered women. Women were superior. And then remember, the women were in the armed forces. The Nazis raped the hell out of them. They suffered a lot. The women, the Soviet women. People, that's a forgotten history. You know, the women paid a heavy price because of the Marxist regime. The Bolsheviks were trying to create a new world, just like the Jehovah's Witness. They don't even believe in Jesus Christ. Jesus is going to bring a new world in his allotted time, but the Jehovah's Witnesses are not happy. They want to build it now. You know, the best life ever. They're getting ahead of the Christ. Now, Oleg, do you believe in Christ?
I actually believe that Bible is teach about Trinity and all that stuff. I understand it from that point of view. So
I don't know how that works. I was just asking because I believe in Christ. Now, if he's a Trinity, I don't know. I don't have the answers, but I believe in Christ. You know, and that has helped me. You know, when we're dealing with crazy people trying to break up families, I know that Christ is going to fix it in his own time.
We have an example to look at, Jesse, and that does help me too, because it's like I'll argue with Jehovah's Witnesses on Quora, and it's like, well, Jesus never shunned. And like, well, no, he shunned Judas. And I'm like, actually, he didn't. He washed his feet knowing that he was going to betray him.
Right.
You know? And it doesn't take much to break the walls of Jehovah's Witnesses. It's just, if they allow the walls to be broken. You can penetrate through, but it doesn't mean that you're going to change their mind. They don't use logic, so logic will never wake them up. I really don't know what would wake some of them up. I guess a hard lesson in life. Let them go to FEMA camps and learn the hard way.
I don't know.
You know, let them listen to the governing body till they heard the sheep off the cliff. I mean, I don't want that for them, and Oleg doesn't either, and that's why he's fighting for his mama. You know, and I appreciate. I did too. I tried to wake my parents up, and there's an excuse that Jehovah's Witnesses give that is so weak, and my father said it. And you can destroy them in 2 seconds with a really quick rebuttal. And what the argument is, well, 8 million of us 8 million of us are not wrong. And I'm like, okay, with that logic, there are 16 million Latter-day Saints. They're not wrong. So they say. There are 1.5 something billion Catholics. Yeah, like around the world. They're not wrong. And then there's Baptists and every other sect that you or religion that you have. It's like, get bent. Like, you guys are insignificant compared to the other amounts of religions. And you got Buddhism or, you know, all the other religions out there too. And they're not wrong.
And don't forget the 81 million.
What's the 81?
Joe Biden voters.
Oh yeah, 81 million votes. My ass.
Sorry, Oleg, that's an American joke. Never mind.
No,
Yeah,
I
it's a
understand.
good
I
one though.
understand the joke. It's
He,
so funny.
because he's a MAGA
Yeah.
supporter, Jesse. He knows.
I'm sorry.
He's got the hat. He's got the hat, Jesse. He's got a MAGA hat.
He could be an imposter.
Yeah, I actually talked with one Jehovah's Witnesses in my home city about that. Like, I asked him, like, do 1.6 billion Christians in the world, are they like stupid? Like, do they are like stupid not to believe that Jehovah is the only God? And he said to me, like, they are not stupid. They just are, like, they putting themselves are high above all. That's what he said.
Everybody.
They just
Yeah, you're right. They do. They
proud
elevate
of
themselves. They do. Yep.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
That's what they say. But in fact, Jehovah's Witnesses are doing that thing, actually.
Hey, Oleg, there was this brother from Moscow, and he died, and he went to heaven, to St. Petersburg. Oh, no, up to the pearly gates with St. Peter. And Peter was going to give him a tour of heaven. And he goes, come on, we're going to see if you like it. And he goes to the first door, because in the heavens, there's many abodes. And they go up to the first house, and they open the door, and there's billions and billions of people, and they go, surprise! And Peter closes the door, and then he goes, who is that? He goes, oh, that's the Catholics, and there's billions of them. And they go through all the religions. The second door is the Russian Orthodox Church, and there's billions of them. And the Greek, the third door. And then they get to the fourth door, and he goes, tiptoe, tiptoe, tiptoe. We'll go on to and they go to the fifth door, and they open the door, and there's millions of Mormons. And all day long, they go through the tour of heaven, and everybody's happy in every door. And so at the end of the day, Peter tells the Russian, what do you think? You like it up here? And he goes, I love it. I love heaven. It's beautiful. All the homes that you have here and all the people. But I have one question. He goes, yeah. At the beginning of the tour, the fourth door, you told us to tiptoe past the fourth door. What was inside that door? He goes, oh, those are the Jehovah's Witnesses. They think there's only 144,000 up here.
Hey guys, I'm not gonna lie. I'm pushing flowers here. I'm wicked tired.
Okay,
it's almost 3 a.m. But if I leave, I think it'll stay open if you guys still want to chat.
No, I'm gonna go too because
right.
I'm gonna leave on a high note. My sucky joke. It's time to go.
That's funny. Hey,
Oleg.
I wanted to say thank you, Jesse and Oleg. Oleg, thank you so much for coming on. Don't be a stranger. I'm here every other weekend, so I won't be on next week. But and you're welcome on any of the 6 Screens shows. We like to hear what you have to say.
I like Russia more now.
We'll come. I actually
You're a cool dude,
can
man.
walk freely
Love you,
with
bro.
that hat here in Moscow. No, I never get in trouble here with that hat.
Hey, buenas noches. Buenas noches.
Yes.
Buenas noches.
Good night. It's morning for me.
Right.
Bye bye.
Hasta luego. Take care.
Yeah, bye bye.